sometimes gotta scream and shout. Let them know that you're here, no doubt. Took a long time, but we here now. I know you're ready for the hardships. Know you're ready for the progress. I know you living your truth, but don't forget to always stay honest. So do a little dance, do a little wiggle. It's your turn. Learn how the universe works. Come on. Can't control the world, but I'm trying to control myself. No, I'm trying to control myself. We can't control the world, but baby, I just can't hold it. I'm just trying to control it, control it. We gon' celebrate like we never have. Slow wine with your better half. Never hesitate to get the bag. Money talks and we always chat. That's why hard work and dedication can get you to a better place, better space. You ain't got time to be wasting, but don't chase it. You can't control the world, but I'm trying to control myself. I'm trying to control myself. We can't control the world. What we doing? But baby, I just can't hold it. I'm just trying to control it, control it. Just trying to control it. Ay, just trying to control it. Let it out, let it out, la 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 la
Bitter, sweet, fiery heat, whispers the man of the hurricane. Oh, stop pushing me, gonna push so hard I'll just let go now. Lost in your mind, blown on the winds of the hurricane. I won't let go, 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 I won't let Ain't never giving up on you. Gonna see this storm all the way through. Gonna push right through the driving rain. Gonna ride on the wings of the hurricane. 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 Spirits climbing, love contriving, passion driving, the tempers rising. Whoa, stop pushing me, you're gonna push so hard I'll just let go now. Lost in your mind, blown on the wings of the hurricane. I won't let go, I won't let go, I won't let go. Ain't ever giving up on you. Gonna see this storm all the way through. Push right through the driving rain. Gonna ride on the wings of the hurricane. Ain't ever giving up on you. Gonna see this storm all the way through. Push right through the driving rain. Gonna ride on the wings of the hurricane. 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 Ride on the wings of the hurricane.
Got the money in the bank.
money in the bank. The money in the bank. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the 808.
Scenario, win, 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 yeah, we on a roll. Yeah, 2, 4, 6, we like 10 and 0. I should probably tell them something that they didn't know. Back then we was down with nowhere to go. Shit, might have been down, but we didn't fall. Now we running it like some intervals. Ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when I come through you. Ooh, shut down. Shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, give me that crown. I need that now, right now. Ooh, don't make a sound. It's my time. You hear the crowd. We need that rain. Me and my team. Deja vu, this here a dream. We done all seen 100 times over back when we was just teens. Now we going dumb, told them we the one. They would count us out, now we counting up the funds. Now without a doubt, they be throwing up the ones. Like they was always rapping, I believe them if you won. Now they show love, came with a dub. It is what it is, it isn't what it was. They all love to hate when it don't work out. Tell you that they always been down when it does. Look. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, shut down.
Yeah, I'm a prodigy, ain't no milk for this ticket, ain't no lottery, no robbing me. My joy comes in the morning, they can't bother me. I'm proud of me, thought I had to be like y'all, but I ain't gotta be. Took off, had to redefine my worth, now my mind at ease. Works out of me, comes out of me, we don't see no transitions. Stuck in the same frame of no clip with no ammunition, I am vicious. They can't handle me, I'm too ambitious. Ain't nobody invited you and your friends, this is fan business. Probably shouldn't be worried about your haters, let that fade off. Whichever cheese told me I wasn't gonna make it, should've got laid off. I know a lot of y'all thinking, when the education don't pay off, but I know your work. Add tax and take off. Yeah, I gotta win. I can tell they ain't want us around. They ain't gotta say it. Been doing this a long time. I put that on my mama head. Game recognized, game we good. We ain't gotta play it.
I've been in the jump all week. Leveled up though. Ooh wee. That's a whole lot of wins on me. That's a whole lot of wins on me. I'm a big dog. No leash. You all bark. No teeth. That's a whole lot of wins on me. That's a whole whole lot of wins on me.
Come through like I'm Dolomite. Hold up, this a holy site. You think you a legend, what they say, I say for sure you right. All I ever know is being OG, I'm a prototype. Cooler than the polo sweater, brighter than the police light. Beast mode, this a deep grind. Speak gold up at each line. No cheat code, I'm a beast, bro. You a bistro in this E-town. Got big goals and a big dream on the beach shore, taking me time. My whole team lit too tough, we too up like peace signs. I'm real, raised up in the field. Grinding while the sun is on me, I ain't got no chill. Get it out the dirt and work like I ain't got a deal. I'm trying to blow 100 bands and tell you lames how I feel. We ain't throwing up a brick, dog. The game tipped off. I'm out the kennel, catch me running with the big dogs. Don't hear the critics, they can kick rocks like kickball. They not important, boy, I'm Jordan to the pitfalls. Too many L's over there, I'm trying to big ball. I'm trying to level up a bit, I'm talking Rich Paul. I hit the floor and get it jumping like I'm crisscross. Throw me and Cannon in the booth and that's a hit, dog.
I've been in the jump all week, leveled up though. Ooh wee, that's a whole lot of wins on me. That's a whole lot of wins on me. I'm a big dog, no leash. You all bark, no teeth. That's a whole lot of wins on me. That's a whole lot of wins on me.
Rising up, breaking out, all along got you in my heart. Burn it up, feel the rush, get ready. You could try to keep me down, but you're never gonna break me. All the years I've known in my heart, all the fears are falling apart. Oh, move over. Gonna fight till the end of the road. Gonna make it on my own. Deep in my soul, my brave wild heart. Wake it up, shake it off. Always known it's never been enough. Burn it up, feel the rush. This fire inside. You could try to keep me down, but you're never gonna break me. All the years I've known in my heart, all the fears are falling apart. Oh, move over. Gonna fight till the end of the road. Gonna make it on my own. Deep in my soul, my brave wild heart. Till the end of the road, fighting on and on, fighting on and on. All the years I've known in my heart, all the fears are falling apart. Gonna fight till the end of the road. Gonna make it on my own. Deep in my soul, my brave wild heart. My brave wild heart. Brave wild heart.
I just copped a big bag of that gelato. I'ma go and run these numbers up like no tomorrow. Pull up in that skirt, El Dorado. I be in the wind, baby, I'll hit you tomorrow. AP on my wrist, chill. You ain't gang, you ain't even real. Gotta have a bag, I ain't no cheap thrill. Hopped up on a flight, feels. They know I'm the truth. When I'm pulling up, I'm bulletproof. I don't really care about all the rules. I be Chris Brown with the moves. Got 'em like, damn, baby, how you doing, baby? When I'm stepping in the room, I don't look at nobody paper. I be locked in on what I do. When that pressure hit, tell me, OG, is you finna ride? I was made for this. You can see that look up in my eye. VVS is in my teeth, so when you see me, I'm gon' shine. Always something up my sleeve, so when you... I just copped a big bag of that gelato. I'ma go and run these numbers up like no tomorrow. Pull up in that skirt, El Dorado. I be in the wind, baby, I'll hit you tomorrow. Hop in the car, loser, cause we going shopping. I can't fall in love, cause it's way toxic. Got that boom box for every time I'm bopping. I got a couple goons just to get it poppin'. I don't want a link and I ain't tryna chop it. Tryna go against me and you need to stop it. People listening like I'm a prophet. People listening like I'm a prophet. Look at my clothes. Look at the way that I'm rocking the shows. I don't like little. No, sir, I be doing the most. I love the party. You kick it with me, then everything goes. I am a Barbie. Mary Kane and I'm pimping this hoes. When that pressure hit, tell me, OG, is you finna ride? I was made for this. You can see that look up in my eye. VVS is in my teeth, so when you see me, I'm gon' shine. Always something up my sleeve, so when you... I just copped a big bag of that gelato. Who do you think that you are? Coming around nose in the air with your fancy car. Ha. You don't think you gotta work hard to see your name on a star on Hollywood Boulevard. You wanna run the world? No, you want the whole wide world to run around you. You. To make your fantasy, you gotta work harder. You gotta work harder. Turn into reality. You gotta work harder. You gotta work harder. You gotta work harder. Yeah. You gotta work harder. You gotta work harder. Ooh, harder. You gotta work harder. Ooh. Life's not always VIP. Rooftop parties, yachts on the sea. You gotta push further. You wanna run the world? No, you want the whole wide world to run around you. To make your fantasy, you gotta work harder. You gotta work harder. Turn into reality. You gotta work harder. 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 To make your fantasy, you gotta work harder. You gotta work harder. To reality, you gotta work harder. You gotta work harder.
I don't know what you've been told, but it's time to come alive. If you want to party, babe, you got to feel it deep inside. All I really want to do is the things you just can't hide. Put your funk around it, babe, and I'll take you for a ride. Get on up with the feeling. Get on up with the feeling. Get on up with the feeling. Get on up with the feeling.
Usually I take a backseat, yeah. Low key, I tell I'm discreet and don't wanna put my heart on the line too many times. I've been burned, I bounce back quickly, and with the drama, tell 'em miss me. Won't ever let it go too far, expose my heart, that's risky. Maybe there's just something about the way you stop and stare. Something in those eyes tell me you care. I'm still learning how to trust. So can we keep this between us? I got a reputation to uphold, so don't reach out your hand for me to hold. Don't rush to tell the world that I'm your girl right now, 'cause I might leave swiftly, just based on my history. Been on to take them flights at different side of trouble. Maybe there's just something about the way you stop and stare. Something in those eyes tell me you care. I'm still learning how to trust. So can we keep this between us? If you choose to stick around, don't say I let you down when I burn it to the ground. Because I'm still learning how to trust. So can we keep this between us?
Learn to let it go sometimes. Don't let it stay on your mind. Don't let it stay inside. Gotta let it out with the sunshine. Maybe walk it out. Sometimes gotta scream and shout. Let them know that you're here, no doubt. Took a long time, but we here now. I know you're ready for the hardships. Know you're ready for the progress. I know you living your truth, but don't forget to always stay honest. So do a little dance, do a little wiggle, yeah. It's your turn. Yeah. Learn how the universe works. Yeah, come on. We can't control the world, but I'm trying to control myself. Yeah, I'm trying to control myself. Yeah, we can't control the world. Yeah. But baby, I just can't hold it. I'm just trying to control it, control it. We gon' celebrate like we never have. Slow wine with your better half. Never hesitate to get the bag. Money talks and we always chat. That's why hard work and dedication can get you to a better place, better space. You ain't got time to be wasting, but don't chase it. You can't control the world.
Be delicate, gentle, precise. Calm down. Why are you trying so hard? Isn't this too much for you? Aren't you scared? Don't play, don't compete, stop complaining. Whatever you do, it'll never be enough. Greatness comes from within. Just wait and see.
Hello and welcome to day 4 of the VALORANT Game Changers EMEA playoffs. My name is Frankie Ward and I am not alone. I'm joined by 2 wonderful analysts. We have Tom Biz, who's come back for more torture on the desk with me, and Inami. And Inami, I apologize in advance for everything that's about to happen today, but I know at least we're going to have some fantastic matches. Have you been enjoying the week so far?
I have, for sure. I've been, of course, enjoying having some game changers, and I loved, honestly, the interactions on stream, so I don't mind.
Between me and Tom?
Yeah.
You don't have to lie.
Clarify?
I'll pay you later, don't worry, it's fine. I'm getting brought back now.
we go back, it's fine. I'm allowed to tease Tom in my own
That works.
unique
I never
way.
agreed to that.
No, it's true. We had we got it out of our system in rehearsal. Tom has assured me that the reason he's wearing the t-shirt, which is the same color as the hoodie he was wearing yesterday, is because it's official VALORANT Champions Tour merch. Nami's actually wearing Game Changers merch,
Yeah, he has
though.
the wrong tournament on this shirt. I don't know.
Exactly. Yeah. You tried, Tom, but it just wasn't worth the effort.
They
But at
didn't
least
give
you
me any
guys are
merch.
wearing VALORANT clothes, so I've come as basically I've come as like the results of a satchel.
That works out.
Yeah, I currently resemble mid on split. So we're going to talk about what happened yesterday in our lower bracket matches, because as always there was heartbreak kicking off with NASA versus G2. Nami.
Yeah, we expected a lot from Nasser, especially like after all the show they gave us and all the diversity that they showed us. We've seen some Cypher and Phoenix by Marty in Ascent. We've seen some interesting picks. We've seen Nami shine the entire best of 3, honestly. And we've seen them even taking G2 to the 3rd map, which is something we didn't see a lot recently. So yeah, I'm honestly proud of seeing all the gameplay and like the good performance coming in from the contenders teams in this tournament.
Yeah, I think I was definitely impressed by the fact that NASA was able to sort of go toe-to-toe with G2. It's not something I necessarily expected at the beginning of the day. I think Anya, again, still proving that she is one of the best duelists we have within the entirety of the region. And that also leads nicely into this second game. Like, although Rebels may not have been able to get a map over the line the same way that NASA did, it was still a competitive matchup, especially when in the past it had been much more of a blowout when they faced off against Ascent.
Yeah, we sadly had to say goodbye to Rebels yesterday as well, but this Spanish squad have been bringing us a lot of diversity as well, a lot of interesting picks. Sadly, they weren't able to take even a map from Ascent, but that brings us into the current brackets.
Yeah, the bracket is so exciting. We've got our upper bracket final today. That's going to be kicking things off. BBL Queens versus Falcons Vega. And then we head to our lower bracket final to say goodbye to either G2 or Ascend. It's one of those matchups we get to see so frequently in Game Changers. And it's always a thriller, despite the fact that G2 tend to take it each time. So it'll be really interesting to see if Ascend can get the better of them. But mind games will be afoot in that one. But in a way, G2, like they would say, they're chilling because they have already qualified for our championship in Sao Paulo at the end of the year, alongside version 1 from NA and Team Liquid Brazil, Tom.
Yeah, no, I think no surprises to see either of those teams in there. Obviously, Team Liquid being able to beat Loud to qualify, maybe upsetting some of the other Brazilian fans, but they'll get their home favorite anyway. And version 1 have just destroyed America the entire year. So I think they go in as maybe even heavy favorites, depending on the form of G2, but they've looked fantastic. And obviously when it comes to then the points of things going on, it does look a little bit confusing, but it does seem almost as straightforward as Ascend. They have to win today. BBL, if they get into the final, well, then Ascend have to beat them.
Yeah, and on the other hand, I'm sorry. On the other hand, Falcons have really to win the whole thing to be able to qualify, and that would be honestly like a good storyline coming from relegation to contenders into probably winning and representing the entire region in the world. It will be an interesting story.
I feel like that would be your favorite kind of story, Nami, if Falcons do make it to Brazil.
Yeah, the representation, honestly, like as much as I love the entire teams and I really love the competition, I've been following it, of course, for years, but having the representation would mean, of course, a lot to all of us.
So, You mentioned competition and a love of it, Nami. So I thought I would put the two of you to the test today, as we love to on our pre-show. We've got to see who the best analyst is. And it's not based on your insight and your analysis of the game. It's purely based on what you get up to in the pre-show. So today we're doing a game I couldn't come up with a catchier name for today. So it's quite simply true or false, right or wrong, conviction or... convicted.
What?
I'm working on it. So, Tom, I'm going to kick off with you. We're going to see a statement on screen, and you just got to tell us if it's true or false, and it's going to be Game Changers related. So, does Eva play the controller role? False. That was quite an easy one, production. Give him hard ones.
No. Keep them like that.
All right, Tom, you've got a few more. So, she started competing in 2022. True or false?
I think false. I think she's been in BBL since 2021. Like in the very OG.
I would have said false as well.
I'm too good.
You're too good. Okay, we'll go back to Tom. She likes to pet her cat on cock as a ritual.
See, this would be a meta play if this is false. I'm going to go true because otherwise that's a really weird lie.
That's so specific.
I would love it if the cat's name was wrong. She does like to pet a cat. It's
That would
got
just
a
be
completely different
evil.
name.
Or like a dog.
We're talking about producer Alberto here. It runs in his veins. Okay, Nami. Her team has not made any main roster changes. True or false?
Well, what is a main roster change? Because they've been through a lot of changes, but they only changed their 6th member to become the 5th and vice versa. So I think that makes it false. Because it's still 6 members and the 5 playing.
Oh.
I got
Nice.
it right?
Yeah,
I
she got it
think
right.
you
but
can
it has a-
overrule production there. Yeah, Wenz is in the
Well,
house now,
no.
but
She
Wenz
said it
is-
was false. I think that's just the sound it plays when it is false.
Oh, okay.
Presses
Oh.
control with her thumb. I'm going to say false because otherwise she's a psychopath.
But depends on which thumb. I guess no, that's so weird. Imagine the one on the
It's
mouse.
weird either way. I don't want it to be true, so I'm saying false.
Maybe
It's
she uses her
probably
right thumb.
true, actually.
She's like,
Yeah, I remember
Wrong
an
answer.
interview.
how did she do? So, oh, hang on a second. Like,
Like the keyboard is so, like, yeah.
Yeah, my friend does that, and I've realized when I try that, it hurts my hands. So, yeah, I'm not doing that.
okay, let's move on to our next player. It's Mad V from Falcons. She won the first Arab Esports Female League, Nami.
Yes, she did.
True. Nami's saying true.
I feel like
yeah,
it would.
It's very, very
I
true.
can meta a lot of these because I feel like they wouldn't be in there otherwise. She studies electrical engineering in university. I'll go true, but I don't know.
It's specific, yeah.
It's too specific to lie about. False.
Who likes? Yeah.
Yeah. Split's the best.
I
The more
remember
I'm
they
getting to
don't
know
like
Nami, the more I feel like she doesn't like any maps.
I mean, she plays all agents, so
Yeah,
false.
she's played
Yeah.
6 agents in the last 60 days. So yeah.
Yeah.
The
That
thing
was
is,
the easiest question.
you put in a question that we have in our pre-show later. So
Oh,
She
that's-
usually plays shooting range and deathmatch before any officials. True or false?
that would make sense.
I'm gonna go false.
I'm going to say, oh,
Damn
it's
it.
true. Okay.
I mean, what else do you want them to do?
Well,
I
some
just thought
players
that
don't
because
do
it's
much
not
warm-up
very
at all.
interesting. I thought that she might do something like weird and she
Alexandra,
always
call you
balances
grandma.
on her head just before the matches begin. I don't know.
Is that what Mitch does before you cast with him? He just balances on his head.
Yeah, he
On his
needs all the blood in his head so
beautiful
that he can
curly hair.
actually think straight.
Are you saying that he doesn't have a great circulation or that he doesn't have much blood? Mitch a vampire?
I don't know. Whichever is worse.
He's a mysterious man with a great taste in casting partners. We should talk about contenders as well, because we've been mentioning Falcons and we're going to be talking about them a lot today. But they actually came from Contenders 2 recently. That's how they qualified for their place in the group stage of Stage 3. And they're absolutely flourishing. Sadly, we did say goodbye to NASA Ignite yesterday. But Nami, you must be so proud of what they achieved.
Yeah, they finished 5th, considering how 5th or 6th, considering how tight the competition has been, and coming from contenders, having also to do some changes between the contenders and the main stage. Honestly, and then 5th and losing against G2 Esports after even taking one map from them is very impressive overall.
Yeah, I think that this is the cool thing that we've seen about Game Changers in general, is the fact that all of the contenders teams have managed to at least do damage. I think these two especially have managed to make it quite far. Obviously, we had Foot that came back through from contenders as well. Tiger and Onimo were there initially. Like, it really has been showing the sort of continuing talent that has come out of Game Changers through rising back from contenders. And even teams that fall still have that opportunity to fight back through. It is a fantastic system, and it means that we've got to see a lot of amazing talent come through Game Changer. I'm sure there's going to be much more to come next year.
And we're guaranteed to see Falcons play at least 2 more series, because we're going to see them play today. And if, unfortunately, they lose, they'll be playing in the lower bracket. So there's plenty of opportunity to see just what these players are capable of. And they performed so well against Ascend. That was definitely a shock result from earlier in the week. But how are they going to perform against the likes of BBL, who are arguably the favourites in this tournament, Tom?
Who's going to be, do you say who's going to be favorites in this tournament?
No, I'm saying that BBL are the favourites in this tournament.
Oh, sorry. I thought you asked me a question. I was like, oh, okay.
I did. I was asking how you think they're going to perform.
Sorry, I misheard. But yeah, I think BBL are definitely coming into this match as the best of the best, I'll be honest. I think that G2 have always seemingly had their number when it comes to the final matches, but G2 have looked far more vulnerable than they have. And I would put them heavily in favor in this matchup. But I will say that coming into this event, I wouldn't have expected Falcons to take down a team like Ascend. They've been gradually getting better and better and better as they go. And, well, this would be the peak if they were able to take down BBL.
Yeah, it will be an interesting matchup to see. They struggled against BBL before, especially on Ascent as a map, but yesterday we've seen them win this map against Ascent, who are historically so good on this map. So I think that they have the momentum on their side, and maybe they will be able to take at least 1 map from BBL today.
Earlier on in True or False, we were talking about Mad V and the fact that she does play more than 2 agents. She plays pretty much all the agents, and she'll play any agent however she needs to for her team. Just how important is this player to the roster, Nami?
Yeah, she's one of the most important players. I've seen earlier a post on Twitter about how Madvi has been like a star player for Falcons. She's bringing the numbers, whether it's ATS on the kills, but also she's doing all this while also being the IGL, the person behind all the calls. She's being able to keep also the communication so stable inside the team. And with how little changes they made and how used she is to her teammates, I think that she's building a really good team around her, and we see that in the performance gradually in this tournament. And I'm excited to see if we will see the same level, especially since she's facing a player who's just as good as her, being Vanya.
Yeah, I think having someone like Madvi is hugely valuable just because of that versatility. Like, it's very, I don't want to say easy, but players having a specific role and being able to be plug and played into a team, it's great. But having a player that you can switch for what you need on a certain map, one of the most valuable things. You look at players like Chronicle, for example, where he's been able to do exactly that for one of the best teams in the world. And I think that's exactly what Madvi is doing here for Falcons, just doing exactly what the squad needs and almost letting everybody else have their space.
It'll be interesting to see which map she's going to be calling on later today. Let's take a look actually at the map pool for Falcons and try and, I guess, predict what we're going to be seeing. Because I suppose that the interesting thing that jumps out to me, Tom, when I look at the map pool is the fact that they do seem to have a preference for the newer maps.
Yeah, no, it's actually, at least for me, for up-and-coming teams, this is a great sign. It not only shows a willingness to go in that direction of, okay, we're going to make sure we're prepared on a Lotus, a Pearl, a Fracture, all maps that they're willing to play, but it also, I guess it stops them falling into the traps of, okay, we have to be good at Ascent like everybody else is at the entirety of Game Changers. They can take teams to maps that they don't want to play because there'll be plenty of teams that go, well, I don't like Fracture and I don't like Pearl. And then, well, you're going to have to play one of them. So it gives them huge advantages in a lot of different series.
Yeah, but the issue I see, honestly, like with Falcons map pool, is that they always have to ban Haven because they simply chose to not play it the entire stage, even if we've seen them play it before. But because they're not playing Haven, they're also giving a chance to like their enemy team to prepare other stuff like on other maps. So we'll probably like see that weakness coming in. But again, it will all depend on like how the map veto will be coming in.
I think it's going to be really interesting to see what happens on this one. I have a feeling we might end up on Ascent, and we'll see if Falcons have been workshopping that one, which I imagine they've had. They've clearly had to have a lot of practice on it recently. Earlier today, though, I caught up with Dana, freshly arrived in the boot camp for Falcons to find out what it's like to be reunited with her teammates and her thoughts on the competition so far. Dana, thank you so much, first of all, for joining me. And second of all, welcome to your own boot camp. What's it like to be playing alongside your teammates at last?
I mean, I'm grateful. Thank God I made it today. And I'm really happy. I think this is it. I've been dreaming about this, 2 days ago that I can make it. And today I made it.
Has that been motivating you in the server? Stay in this upper bracket, and then I'm going to get to go and join my teammates.
Of course. I mean, as soon as I knew that I could come, I was so excited. I barely had sleep. Not from excitement. No, actually, I was busy. But still, like, I didn't think of anything else except being here and playing along my teammates.
Did you imagine getting to this point? Because I know you've had a really tough time battling COVID while competing in the group stage. It's been mad for you.
Yeah, well, life hit me hard, but people who know me know that I never give up, and I won't. I don't care whatever comes to me. I'm gonna fight it, and I have my teammates next to me. They've been there for me, so it's okay. I mean, I just didn't just get COVID. I got sick again, actually, and you can still see like my voice is still not okay. It's not back to normal, but it's okay. I don't care whatever comes to me. I'm gonna fight it, and my teammates are here to help me. We're gonna make this through. I already made a lot of things through, and we only have so much little left. I think we can make it. It's just so little.
3 more days. 3 more days between you potentially and a spot in Brazil. Tell me what it's like communicating with the team in the server. I have seen some videos. I've been stalking you on social media. It sounds like utter chaos, but the best kind of fun. So what's it like when you actually get into the server and you're focusing on winning?
Okay, so that's aside from what actually happens in the server. We are really known to have really calm comms and clear comms, like mid-tournament, mid-games. So whatever happens before that, we're just having fun. We're just, talking to each other's, bantering each other's, and teasing each other's. So it all shows like in the mic. I have so many videos too, but I'm not gonna like expose my team. So
I think if you win and you get a spot in Brazil, I think we deserve to see more of those videos, please. But that's another conversation for another time. I know that you're contributing to some of the calling that Madvi's doing as well. So what's your relationship like with her in the server?
It's not just me. Whoever has like a good idea, or thinks that this her like the idea of hers might work, she just contributes it, And Modi is an insane. Her name is Modi, I guess. She's an insane ideal. She barely needs help, but when she does, we're all there for her, and we basically complete each other.
I know you like to be aggressive, but you're going up against a very aggressive team in BBL today. How do you think your playstyles are going to go up against each other?
Well, yeah, I'm known to have this. I don't think it's a really good... I mean, I think it has, like, 2 sharp ends, if you could call it. Like, it could be good and bad at the same time, my aggressiveness. And against BBL, against really slow team, I will not aggress. They know that I do aggress, and they will be there for me whenever I aggress. So I'm not going to give them this advantage. I'm going to play the things that we practice on, and you'll see in the server.
I'm really excited to see what happens. Really, really quickly, because I'm being told I need to wrap. Do your kids that you teach at school know that you're the coolest teacher in the world and that you're playing video games for a living as well?
Well, not all of them. Actually, some of them who are like really smart at technology really know how to track me and see that I'm a gamer too, not just a teacher. But I'm not really sure that I can expose myself being a player and a teacher at the same time. I'm not sure if parents would be really happy about it, because in my country, education comes first, and if they see like they're not really open to esports as Europe is, so they don't really know how big of an industry esports is. So they just like focus on studying and all that. But yeah, I hope you know that I'm a cool teacher, because some of them do know.
I'd be so proud of you for teaching my baby. Shukran laka. Thank you so much for talking to me. And I'm sorry for messing up my Arabic.
Don't worry about it.
I would love talking to Dana so much. I could have talked to her all day, but I wouldn't have put you all through my sycophantic ramblings. It was really interesting hearing about so much about the team, but also Nami hearing about these new players coming through the MENA region and the fact that culturally it hasn't necessarily been accepted in the past, but when you look at Game Changers right now, we're seeing so many players like Dana absolutely slaying in the server.
Yeah, we've seen Mary before also with the same kind of story when she ended up winning the championship. And now Dana, and also like something that's worth highlighting, especially after what Dana mentioned, is like even with all the culture issue, we see teams like Falcons, for example, taking the entire team for so long for a boot camp so they can like on a high point. Every single time, that's always so impressive. I thought it's so like inspirational to watch and follow.
We're going to be seeing them going up against BBL though now. BBL, it feels like they're definitely home heroes in their country of Turkey. Turkey is just like insane when it comes to producing Valorant players, and they do remain undefeated in this stage. They are favorites. They were favorites though in stage 2, and they weren't able to make it to the grand final. So it's not like they couldn't be upset today, Tom, but I have a feeling you think they're going to probably take the W in this one.
Yeah, I think they lost to G2 in a close match and maybe the most in-form foot we've seen for a very long time. So I think they can be forgiven for that. I think Falcons are going to absolutely have to bring their A game because this team from top to bottom is filled with just absolute frag stars, and they have been like that throughout the entirety of the year. So I do think it's going to be a very tough task for Falcons to just match up even individually to this team, because BBL, in my opinion, are the team to beat this time around.
We are going to head to an interview that I was lucky enough to record with Vanya earlier this week. It's the first time we got to speak to her. So let's find out how she handles being one of the best players in the game, numbers-wise, with actually leading the team. Vanya, Tessa here, thank you so much for joining me. I want to ask you, first of all, about what happened between stage 2 and stage 3 to get you ready for this competition, because like last time, you are favourites to win.
Second stage was bad for us because we made a lot of mistakes. Then we tried to improve our individual game.
And you're brilliant at everything. You're BBL. Yeah. It does look like you are struggling sometimes with the pistol rounds, like against NASA. Why do you think that is?
First, thank you very much. In pistol rounds, I'm using Ghost, and I think bullets are correct on that weapon. Or I was just bad in pistols. I don't know.
You're good at everything else, though. It doesn't matter to me, to be honest. So Falcons have surprised everyone. It's their first time in the playoffs, but they are really impressing everyone. What do you think BBL Queens needs to do today to take them down? And
actually, it was a surprise for me too. They progress very well, but I don't think we need to change anything for beat them today.
You're one of the best players in the entire Game Changers scene worldwide, Vanya. It's amazing to get to watch what you can do. How do you maintain such an insane performance while also calling for your team?
Actually, sometimes it's so hard. I can't focus on my own game, but I similar myself to Reina. I can't get enough of playing games. I was born for the game and nothing can stop me.
I don't doubt that for a second. Thank you so much for talking to me, Vanya. Good luck today.
Thank you so much.
She says that she finds it difficult to do everything all at once, Tom, but as she says also, nothing is stopping her, and I don't think anything is going to stop her today.
Yeah, there was a word I used in our rehearsal, which I really want to use again, but I don't believe her. That's the way I'll put it. I think that she makes playing this game look so effortless that the fact that, like, it makes me feel a bit better about myself. This is, yeah, it's really difficult to, IGL and be the best player we have maybe in the entirety of EMEA at the moment. But she doesn't make it look that way. It's so fantastic when it comes to the fragging power. I think statistically the best controller, while also calling for her team. It's something that is basically unmatched. Like, her average kills are 19. Like, that's a ridiculous number for your average kills. That means, like, that takes all the results where they've had bad games as well. She really is impressive, and I think it might be someone who's a bit too tough to beat for Falcons today, if I'm being brutally honest.
That's just her being humble, I think. But yeah,
Maybe.
To be fair, the entire squad makes everything look so easy, because sometimes when you see BBL play, they're just so aware of each other's positions. Like, they're all checking all corners somehow at the same time. They just make everything look so effortless. So yeah, I wouldn't be so surprised if it's like an entire team thing and not just one player.
It's the Turkish synergy, I'm telling
Yeah,
you. Let's take a look at their map pool, because earlier, of course, we did look at Falcons as well. So it'll be interesting to compare the two of them. And interestingly, their fracture win rate isn't so great, but obviously they don't have to play it today, Nami.
Yeah, they can just ban out Fracture considering it's one of their opponent's best maps. But it's so surprising how they are just dominating in every other single map besides the Lotus. So we can probably just ignore the Fracture and like take a team to Lotus, especially since we saw Falcons yesterday struggling a little on Lotus. So I wouldn't be surprised if I see us floating to the third map this time.
Yeah, I think ultimately the fact that they are 9-0 on maps like Haven over the last few months versus pretty much every single team within the region, it shows that teams have tried to come to their maps and failed. And sure, there might be a map or two on the edges like a Lotus or a Fracture if you manage to get them there, but the chances are you're not going to get both, Frankie. And I think that's the bigger issue. You might be able to take a map off BBL, but they have 5 maps with 100% win rate. It's like it becomes an impossibility to win the series.
Yeah, they have probably the widest map pool in the game, right? I would love, though, to see Pearl, but last time we saw these two teams play, they absolutely broke down Falcons on. It was a 13-4 result. So I have a feeling that's not going to come up in the veto. But let's actually head into the veto and see if we're correct, see if we're going to see something similar to what we've seen before, Tom.
Yeah, no surprise to see the Fracture go out almost immediately for the side of BBL. It's a map that they don't really want to play, and I wouldn't be surprised on the other side. I just mentioned Haven. If that was to go as well. And that's the thing with this veto. I do worry for Falcons. There's only 1 or 2 places I could really see them taking this map pool. On the other side of things for BBL, they do kind of have a wide range of maps that they could head into. The likes of an Ascent would make a lot of sense because it's been an incredibly strong map for them. And it's been played a lot by Falcons, but it's one that they're not got the greatest of records on. Losses to Tiger and Onimo, and of course BBL Queens themselves. Heading into Split for Falcons, though, is a very interesting one. It's one where their record's not bad, even with a victory over G2 Gozen. But the same can be said for BBL. It's not a bad map for them at all. And it means that we haven't seen, Frankie, those fringe maps you were talking about? Well, you haven't got either of them. We got 2 of the maps that BBL look great on so far. I assume we might end up in a spot where, yeah, Falcons are going to take us to Lotus eventually. But I don't know. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't feel too confident in this map pool for them.
Yeah, it will all come out to how the split will be played. To be fair, last time these two teams faced each other on Ascent, the BBL had so much advantage. I think Falcons weren't able to take 1 round on the attack side. They were able to take few on defense, but their attack was just so shaky, I guess. Like, they were so slow that BBL were able to push into them. So I think that if this Ascent, they're able to take maybe a few rounds in it, come in more confident, maybe we can see a strong split from Falcons, and who knows, we will be taken to the third map. But yeah, that will take a lot of work from Falcons.
It's interesting when you look at the map stats for the last time that they did play each other. When you look at the Ascent stats, you see Sandra, who is such an important part of the Falcons puzzle, struggling statistically on the attacking side. So I wonder if they can find a way to avoid her being locked down in this rematch, Tom.
Yeah, the thing that's difficult with a map like Ascent is it's about as cookie cutter a map as you're going to get. There's not a lot of flexibility when it comes to compositions. As we can see on our screen, they both play exactly the same for the most part. So the only way you're going to be able to reinvent yourself is based down to your strategy. And I think going into a map like Ascent, you're going to have to hope that you just get off to a strong start, maybe get both of those pistols, because it's a map that BBL Queens are so unbelievably confident on. As said over the last few months, I think the last time they lost this map was in July, so they've won it all the way through the group stage. I have to lean this map in their favor. I just couldn't go any other way.
Yeah, it will be hard to see Falcons coming strong in this map, especially like we've seen them face each other on it. We've seen the results before on it, and we've seen also the hesitation from Falcons being always punished by BBL. And this is something that BBL are really strong on. They're not going to wait for you to push for them. If you're too slow, they're coming for you. They're coming for these kills. They're not afraid of taking any aim duels. On the other side, Pearl last time, it was the pick of Falcons, but it didn't go the way they hoped. So we see them right now changing it to split.
So if you are Falcons right now, you were prepared for Ascent, how would you think you discussed playing it? Like, what are your options, Tom?
It's a difficult one because I said it's kind of the most basic map, I would say, in the game, like in terms of your normal structure, your setups. I would say, especially, I believe they'll be starting on that defensive side. That's a good sign because, as was mentioned by Nami, they struggle a little bit more on that attack. I do think just setting the pace early, like not allowing BBL to sort of get into their groove of having those sort of executions on the attack side by just pressuring them a little bit. The only problem with that is you are facing up against BBL, so if you go for an aggressive stance, you're going to have to win the Angels versus a Turkish squad, which is the worst plan in the world when you say it out loud, but it is what you're going to have to do, because if you allow BBL to play their own game on the attack, it's going to be a really tough one for them.
Well, listen, Tom, like this is actually something that Lara was able to take from the Falcon squad when she spoke about what's their strength, and they all believe that they are strong aimers in general. And yeah, we talk all the time about the Turkish aim, but there is also some discussion about the GCC aim, the MENA or Middle East aim. So I'm actually excited to see this duels coming in, especially that Alki has been, of course, one of the shining members of BBL. But on the other side, we have a Sandra that isn't afraid of taking any duels. Even if like she jumps in, she finds 2-3 people, she won't be surprised. She will still like try to take the duel. So I'm excited to see how these duels will come in and if it will be an aim difference in the end.
And when you think about Falcons and the way they've played in the playoffs so far, they're so good at being resilient and not giving up. They're very good at taking a time out and resetting themselves and the way that they're approaching the game. And also, they can clutch, and they clutch their way through bracket against the 10 to stay in the upper bracket. So I definitely don't think we should underestimate them. Let's see probably a very predictable agent select on, yeah.
No way.
Oh my goodness.
And a KO and a Killjoy and an Owen and a Jet. I cannot believe. Yeah, that's the comp we've expected to see from both sides. It's become, as I said, one of the base comps for this map. I think, especially the double initiator being able to get information of that mid control allows for some decently aggressive setups with the pop flashes as well, especially when it comes to the retake. And Omen's paranoia on this map is just fantastic for getting in on that retake control. You're going to have a big reliance on Wenz and Ruzika to be those sort of anchors when they're switching up their setups on the defensive side. And of course, your Jets are just going to basically have to dive bomb into the site half the time to try and take the space. It is a composition we've seen a million times. I think we'll see it a million times more.
All right. Well, are you ready to see 1,000,001 times?
Yes.
Yes, brilliant. And you know what I'm really excited about? We get Zach back, but also we get to see what Ender's wearing. So, yeah, wonder no more. Reveal yourself.
Ta-da.
Yes.
Nothing
as always,
special, sorry.
No, as always, a paragon of fashion, really, Ender. You just gotta explain to me how you got that kind of style always going on every time I cast with you. But yes, it is I, Zach, joined by the wonderful Ender today, and we have a pretty fantastic game that's gonna be coming up. So let's take a short look at this bumper before we jump right into the action. So
like our analyst desk mentioned here, under very, very unorthodox Asian compositions, I guess.
Yeah, you know, I'm frankly shocked. We'll see what we have there, because BBL are going quickly. Just Alkia full sending it up into Cat. She is going to be scaling up here way faster than expected. She actually makes it past the first player, trades out Madvi, but it's just chaos on top of this site. Ava, the last player alive, and even in the 1 versus 2, only 10 HP. This just is not going to happen.
Yeah, it looks pretty impossible here. They know exactly where Eva is as well. She tries to go for the reposition, but the recon catches her out, and that will be Falcons taking a very, very quick pistol round. I feel like the entire round was 20 seconds, 15 seconds. They just ran it down, and they managed to get it done. So pretty incredible for them. They didn't get the spike plant, though, if I noticed correctly. So that's going to be a little bit of less money to work with.
Yeah, just super unfortunate for them that the KO gets 2 players on the initial, like doesn't actually get traded out through those players into main. Maybe they were expecting the Alkia to be able to get through tree a little bit quicker, but obviously she had some bullets flying at the back of her head there, so she had to turn around. So nice start there defensively to open for the Falcons. As looks like just going to post Sandra up bottom mid with that Marshall. So if there's ever a rotation out of this B side, try and play for orbs, because you can actually see BBL, I think, took orbs on both sides of the map. Ava got the one over in A main. If they try to rotate, they're going to go straight into that Marshall.
Yeah, I mean, when you don't really have the weapon advantage, the least you can do is get yourself some orbs. But talking about it, it's going to be Sandra to find that first pick. Felipa just goes walking in the open, and on these eco rounds, it's always that Marshall buy that finds such value. No pesky armor to work through, so it's just kills coming through all the way. A second one as well for Rizika on that A side, and now the positioning coming out of Sandra. She's more than ready for this. Speaks into 3 people, not able to find the kill, but able to at least get away safe until Vanya chases her down. Okay,
they're going for the heaven flip right there. I like it, trying to seek out a little bit extra here on this light buy, but yeah, still too many players on that A site, so Falcons are going to go ahead and clean that one up. Good little conversion for them. But we'll see. I believe there's enough money, theoretically, for Dana if she wanted to drop an op for like a round 3 op purchase. I don't think that's what they're going to go for. It looks like they may just opt into like the full bonus here for the side of Falcons. But it's really important in Ascent to get that jet op online as quickly as possible into that defensive half, because that's really how you shut down these aggressive teams. You already saw it from BBL. They will just fly at you with Alki on that jet.
Yeah, I think that Sandra with that operator might end up being that X factor for Falcons, because like our analyst has talked about, so far all the interactions between these 2 teams have gone BBL's way 100%. I don't think that Falcons have even managed to quite yet take a map off this team, so definitely history not in their favor. That said, though, they've been looking much, much more confident over the course of this particular tournament, whether it's that showing in the group stage or that resilience that we saw coming out of them in their game against Ascent. They seem much, much more focused.
Oh yeah, just 1 series away from a final is crazy. Even losing this, top 3 at minimum. See, BBL, they just played the triangle defense outside of B main. We're expecting some early aggression from Falcons, but that's actually come over on the A side of the map. You can see they've scaled, pushed all the way up out of A main, hearing this presence, hearing the dart get broken into B. So they're stacked 3 players ready to defend against this hit.
There's information as well. You see everyone coming in towards the site. The problem is that on this lane, it's going to be Felipa finding the kills. A quick flick will take down Matt as well. And just like that, the site, it's been completely swarmed over. Rizika, the last bastion of defense. Nothing much that she can really do in that situation. Now, just 2 players remaining, both coming in towards main. And BBL know exactly where they are, but still, at least Wenz is able to find that first kill. The crossfire has been set up. Vanya and Alkia lying in wait. The dark cover to boot. There's a lot of utility as well as firepower that the remainder of this Falcon squad has to get through. And at this point, it's just about how much more damage they can really attempt to do here. The answer to that seems to be absolutely nothing, as Felipa, she's the beginning, she finds the 2, and she's the end. She finds another 2.
I mean, yeah, if you need a reminder, Felipa, she can shoot. If today's your first day tuning in, maybe you didn't watch GC since like the last stage or something. Yeah, that's your only reminder, that quick little 90-degree flick. The first and second kills far more impressive than the third and fourth. I think we can all agree. But yeah, Felipa very, very strong, and interesting little setup here from Rizika, putting the alarm bot on the switch, because of course Jet always going to be smoke dashing over towards that switch, so looking to get a lot of damage off that alarm bot Molly combo.
Revealing area. Early 0 point, gonna be detecting just a Sova. I don't think it's caught the Killjoy, so the setup's still looking quite active. This time around, while BBL are putting a little bit of pressure towards that B side of the map, the spike itself is still geared towards A, and I feel like after getting control of that orb, which BBL have been doing consistently over the course of this half, they're happy to just go for a quick rotate over to his head A side instead.
Cool little mid piece there with the KO flash coming out of top tree. That was timed perfectly to when the enemy Omen smoke was going down. So they waited the 15 seconds on that, pulled the trigger, allowed Sandra to look for a little peek into mid. There was nothing really there though. So we'll just be 5 players blitzing on in here with the null command.
Yeah, they get the orb, they pop it, and immediately they're just gonna be running, dashing, whatever form of motion you opt for going in. But under heaven, it's gonna be Luge to find at least Philippa. The problem is that Philippa, she was in her null command, so she's gonna be able to get revived or at least used as bait to get people to peek out of heaven. Vanya able to finally get that spike down here, while the rest of the squad, they're just watching and lying in wait. Not only does BBL get the rest, Alkia finds a pick of her own onto Sandra, and in this 3v5, with Mad V being so incredibly low, the call might just to be to try and save these weapons, because the economy, it's not in a very ideal spot for Falcons. This is their buy round after all.
Yeah, this is tough. You're hoping someone peeks you a little aggressively. You can turn it into a 3-on-4, then maybe you can play, but I think you're right on the money there. Just looking for exits here and to try and see if they can get a couple of players to die to the spike. Seems like BBL have been really diligent in these post plants, though. I'm thinking of the B post plant in round 3, where Vanya used the teleport to reposition and get the crossfire here. They had a really good setup going. Everyone playing forward on site with 3 players there, so no one's going to be able to drop out of heaven. If BBL continue to be this strong in the post plants, I think Falcons are going to have to put up a stronger fight earlier in the rounds on the actual hold itself. So it's going to be very hard to get back into sites, I think. And I think a big part of that is, can they get an operator online? Because they had the money to buy an op in this round, I'm almost positive. Didn't go for it. Now money not good enough for that to happen, so round 6 at earliest, they could get an op online. That's assuming they win this next round. Things could get pretty dire pretty quickly for them in this half if they don't convert this one.
Yeah, it's always the vicious economic cycles, the awkward force up and eco, and then you're not left with quite a buy for that next round unless you somehow manage to win it. So it's just how the game unfortunately works. And now BBL, they're changing up the pace here. They've gone for those patient, measured pushes into sight, but they're melting them alive. Oh my god, Rusika goes down, but still the damage is done. Look at the HP here. Alkia though, undeterred, absolutely. While Felpa might be a little bit low from the molly, still the site has once again been taken, and the explosiveness coming out of BBL. Falcons, they just have no answer. They try to go in for these retakes, but BBL's post plans, like you mentioned, Under, it's just too much for them to contend with at all.
Yeah, I mean, there's an alarm bot in main. What are you going to do about that? Now trying to get on through, but the crossfire's been set up. They tried. It's like they're taking B. It's like they're the attackers here, are the Falcons, but it is just not working out. Mad V will fall to a 2-piece from Vanya. BBL looking great here on the attack, and they took probably 250 damage from the Killjoy mollies. It was just still they were able to find that opening kill, and then the wrap from Alkia just unbeatable.
Alkia is at this, so far from in this game, she's been a heat-seeking missile, man. She's been dashing into the site, unerringly finding the head of whoever is around her, at least one entry. That's exactly what you want to see from your Jet as well, and she's been phenomenal throughout this entire year. But today in particular, I don't know, maybe she got a little bit of extra Turkish coffee or something?
Yeah, you know, she's caffeinated out of her mind, the energy. She also get some help. Let's shout out Felipal, because the flashes are always landing. That player on side, I think Dana got ruined by it. 3 players here from Falcons, but the smokes are there. Oh my lord, Luge, what a shot.
Tapping out of existence, at least in this particular round. Philippa able to get the trade, though, was just a little bit too high. Unfortunately, not able to get the kill with Sandra as that door goes down. So despite it being a 4v4, once again, Falcons, they're in this unenviable retake kind of situation. No major ults that they can really invest in this particular round to make it a little bit more viable. The turret tagging up Mad V to just a sliver of HP. They finally managed to break it. Mad V will survive, at least not going down to the turret, but Alkia still on fire here. Ooh, a couple of Sheriff kills coming to heaven, but Alkia, she will be the final nail in the coffin. 3-4, the Jet, and BBL, they find 4.
Yeah, just chomping up more and more kills. Keep your eye on these post plants too, how Wenz is using that utility. Because a lot of times she's actually pulling back her turret and then like placing it on site, or in the previous hit towards B, that alarm bot was being placed in the post plant almost in B main to deal with the flank. So I do think that she's been pretty clutch in terms of what utility she's been. Not that that decided the round or anything, but it's usually pretty rare that your Killjoy gets value in a post plant with like your info util, unless it is like, you know, the turret outside of B lobby spotting the flank. But just having that extra thing you have to shoot when you swing out wide into heaven means that your retake is going to be delayed 5 seconds minimum. You put some bullets into that before you can actually go out. When you do show, maybe there's a blind put on you, maybe there's mollies thrown on you. It just is that extra layer that makes it really difficult to retake out through heaven.
For sure. I think that looking at this timeout, it's been called by BBL, so it's just pretty interesting, because if you think about it, right, they've been winning all of these rounds in such a convincing, dominating way. So I am curious to see what exactly they're cooking up here. But talking about these executes coming in so far, they're very, very methodical. They've done their research. It's like Alkia, she's been watching these games. She knows exactly where the defenders from the side of Falcons like to play, and unerringly, she's been able to find those entries time and time again. Like you mentioned, there are the blinds coming in from her teammates to be able to enable her to find them. But nevertheless, I think that she is, so far, she has gotten at least a couple of picks every round.
She's been so good. We'll see though. BBL called the timeout and it's a full hit. I think they were, you know, just trying to get this ultimate online because Dana was one orb off of the Sova ult, so making sure you desync those ults so it can't just be easily broken by that Hunter's Fury is a very nice call from BBL. That should give them the site virtually for free. A lot of players here try and spam out bullets, but no, BBL are able to move on in, and it's just going to be that null command from Madvi to try and get something going on the retake.
Also, they're from the shadows for possible information, but now you're going to see the post plan kicking in a different way. In fact, alert coming in out of Wens towards mid, and you can see that Alkia is also playing towards market. So there's, again, one of those nasty crossfire setups that you really want to be careful about.
That's
Wens on the lurk, already able to find Luge on the rotation as she goes in for the flank. Again, 3 players left. Finally, they'll Matt be able to find something of her own, taking Alkia down. There's still that additional layer of pressure being created by Wens, though they have to clear this out, and you can see Madvi looking, hunting for that possible kill. The clock is already running down, and Dana and Madvi, they're doing their best. They found whatever they need to. Just 2 players left. Eva able to find one towards main, and Vanya towards that backside, denying them from even getting close to the spike. For a second, it looked like Falcons, they had a chance, but BBL, they deny any hope and extend their lead to 5.
That's honestly, that's such a simple and elegant timeout, I feel, because like a lot of times you'll call, and now Falcons are calling a timeout because they need to reinvent the wheel over on their side. But like a lot of times you can miss when you only have 30 seconds between a round as an IGL or something. You can miss something as simple as, hey, we have 1 orb off Killjoy ult, they have 1 orb off Sova ult. Playing for B main orb control into an instant exec is the way to play this round, and just being able to call that, come in, execute flawlessly is just exactly what you want out of a call like that. Now on the flip side, Falcons, I'm a bit suspect of some of the decision making because Sandra had the money to go for the operator last round, didn't go for it. Again, we are put in this position where it's like awkward buys. Yeah, Sandra's gonna have the knives here, maybe look to do something a little bit aggressive. If they want, a play I really like is you just like send Sandra into A main, you can flash over the top there and then just unload the Hunter's Fury. Just do like a full A main pop. It's maybe a little bit predictable, not very original, but that can be just an instant swing into a round for them because it feels like playing the retake game isn't working. Falcons need to either get posted on more aggressive lines or do more aggressive set pieces, I feel, in order to get some footing in these rounds.
For sure, like you mentioned, especially in so many of these rounds where they are in that position of having to go in for that retake, they're almost always at a disadvantage because Alkia is just able to find so much value with her entries, and the post plan from BBL has been just oppressive completely. There's just no way for them to really get in without paying in their own blood. Hunter's Fury gonna be invested right now by Eva. Doesn't matter if it's Nico around, just trying to find that additional value. Not quite able to find the kills though. Sandra with the Blade Storm, the only real weaponry apart from these sheriffs in the hands of these players from Falcons, and she has to find something, going on a hunt towards mid. But this fight between Alkia and Sandra, it might decide the pace of the round. Oh no, that's the position given away. The push from Madvi towards A main, finally able to find that first blood for that Falcon side. Looking for a little bit more, not able to retrieve the rifle, and with that advantage gained, she'll fall back.
Yeah, you just give that up right there. Would have been nice to have the rifle, but numbers advantage is going to be more than fine. Let's not forget, Falcons have the Hunter's Fury to try and convert here. Good little juggle to make sure the gun goes bye-bye. Well, imagine you're walking underneath Venice, and then all of a sudden a rifle just bashes you in the head. What would you even think at that point? Maybe you have bigger problems because your city just like exploded up into the stratosphere, but I don't know. These are the questions that run through my mind.
Now they're going to be running through my mind as well for at least the duration of this round. Talking about it though, it's okay. We can talk about it later, but now BBL, they finally make their way into sight. You can see Rustica doing her best to dance around that box and stay alive, but it's not going to be working out. Finally, though, Sandra with the blaze from a nice little jump peek, able to find that first kill, but only a sliver of HP left. Vanya shuts her down pretty quickly. Madvi and Dana, the only two players remaining right now. It's a 2v2 situation, though, and with how paper thin these walls on Ascent are, the kills are coming in. Madvi with 3 already. It's all down to the IGL. Vanya! And you cannot spray like that because Madvi, she will shut you down. She started the round with the Sheriff, ends it with a Vandal and a 4K, and Falcons, they finally managed to stabilize.
All right, that's another elegant timeout. Just buy a deagle and flick them in the head. Problem solved, Madvi. Okay, I like that plan. This round really could have gotten bad, and it ended up being like, it's crazy that Madvi finds that opener with the push out into A main and then is able to just trade out the teammate. It seemed like Falcons, because they were going in sort of buddy system wherever they went, every kill got traded, and then those last 2 fights, BBL are isolated. That's really what the difference was in that 2 versus 2 at the end, it feels like, and BBL not even able to get their one in either piece. Just slips away from them at the end, so very nice little turnaround from Falcons. Still doesn't look like they want to take that off, but I guess rifling is the way for them.
I think because they're put in so many of these positions where they're having to play that retake, they're just trying to not really invest in that operator. Now, though, it's going to be an Command popped here. Rustica with a spray down, 3 already coming in, and now it's just the Lurker Wens to try and find something. Philippa could still technically be revived, though, with the 3 players swarming around her from that Falcon side. Probably not the best idea. Gonna be detected as well by the Recon, so it's just Wens versus the world here. The newest member of this particular roster. She's been having pretty good performance so far. The first one comes through, but Spray, the Vandal, you just can't do that, and Dana will finally take her down there. 4-5, and Falcons, after that timeout, they've just been looking so much more convincing, and I think the biggest change ender is that they're just happy to play a little bit more aggressive. They're feeling a little bit more confident in taking these fights, and they're being rewarded for it.
Yeah, they're fighting way more on the side itself here, right? Because previously it had been a little bit more retake setup, and they just got dove on, instant killed. Here, just a fantastic Killjoy performance. Snapping back left and right on opposite side of the smoke, so very nicely played from Ruzica. And honestly, like, the ult economy feels really nice for them too, because Madvi got the 4K the other round, that null command's already back, lockdown's available, so while it was looking dire, Falcons have a couple of big ults this round and the next, and set up pretty nicely for the rest of this half. Oh my god, what?
Alkia just doing Alkia things. The second one comes in as well. I'm pretty sure we'll be seeing a replay of that, because if you close your eyes, you probably missed it. But yeah, that was just Alkia doing Alkia things.
It's a B
exactly
fake, and
right.
Alkia just solo got 2 openers and is now in mid somehow. What is going on?
Madvi finally manages to find a pick with the takedown of Wens, and now the game is up here. It seems like Falcons know that this hit is coming in towards this A side. They hadn't rotated over quite yet, and they're able to at least get that spike dropped down. 2v3 situation. HP looking quite low on Sandra here. Null command still available, but oh my god, Alkia just holding down the nastiest position along with Philippa to just deny this rotation. Vanya, I feel like the BBL squad, they have like a free lane over towards this B site. It's just gonna be so difficult to really retake, especially with the positions they're holding.
Look, it's a good call on the rotate. That round almost slipped away. If that spike had been held a little bit harder and Ava falls in main, I don't know. Feels like it's gone, but now Falcons dividing up in the 2-on-3. Sandra's gotta be able to find something from Mark, and she slipped the net just a little bit. She is way in front of those CT players.
I think Philippa might have heard her, sorry, because she was making a little bit of noise towards mid, but they're not exactly sure of how far she's gotten. Now a pseudo crossfire here between these DBL members. Ooh, a nasty shot to come out of Sandra, finally giving her position away, but it will be a 1v2. Madvi, a lot has been said about her and how consistent, how incredible she's been as a player. Does have the null command, but not much time to work with here. Runs out of bullets the worst time, and once again, it's going to be a huge 4K to come out of Alkia, but like you mentioned, Under, that round got really, really dicey with that lack of rotation coming out of the Falcon side.
Yeah, that's one of those crazy rounds where as BBL, you're like, okay, we killed 2 players on B So surely the A players leave, right? No, they're just holding hands, you know, having a good time there back gen, and did a really nice job. So I honestly, like, now that the site anchors for Falcons are coming a little bit more online, like this is closing out the half in a much better way, because I thought it was looking a little bit dire for them. They didn't really have the op presence. They weren't really fighting for the site as aggressively, and BBL were lights out in the post plant. Now with another crossfire setup, this might not be so simple if BBL execute in here.
I really like how BBL are just putting in the time to farm up all of these orbs. Like every single round, it doesn't matter. They're just taking control and getting those ults online, cycling them through as quickly as possible. They're getting pretty close to another swing here with that ult economy. Both Philippa and Wen's only a couple away from theirs. That said, though, both Rusica and Madwi have their own null command as well as lockdown available for that retake. So Falcons, for once, that retake, it might actually be a little bit better. Sure, you want to do a little bit of damage before BBL get that spike down, but with the ultimates they have, it might just be better for them to opt to try and play for that retake, because that lockdown, it just single-handedly clears the site.
Yeah, they're not going to be playing for the lockdown on B, though. Like, Rusica doesn't care. She's got the ultimate. She's just fighting straight up from logs, and she's just going to die in this position. Oh, no. Wait, she gets one? How does she get one? How are they holding on here? It's 2 for 2 at the end of the day. The ult into Boathouse. Vanya just clears Luge. All right, now 2 on 3 is the retake. Full util for Madvi, but the positions have already been set up. How do you get in here?
Towards main, one in the same. Vanya, that first point of contact. Ooh, a nice little flick from Madvi will take her out of the equation. A whiff as well from Eva. And now it's all down to Philippa. We've heard a lot about this particular player, but it's going to have to be a 1v2 clutch to come out of her. At least having to buy enough time, knows the position of that first player, trying to isolate these fights, fighting for her life here. Gets that first one. Now a KO versus KO battle, and Madvi will be the one to come out on top. That numbers game could have gone very badly, but Madvi finds it at the end. Falcons, they stabilize 5-6 right now, and with 1 round left in the half, they might be looking at something that's pretty evenly tied up. A nice bounce back from Falcons.
Yeah, I mean, respect to Madvi, just getting it done completely here. I mean, it seemed like a little bit of desync between the player in B main and the player in logs on that post plant from BBL, and Madvi just completely punishes it. The fact that Rusica just sprints out of that full on and gets a kill just gives them a possibility to win this round. But here's what I'm talking about. It looked like, yeah, Ava was really concerned about a B main flank because that had happened so many times previously in the game, right? Like, they're always flanking. Now with the Killjoy util turned off, just look in the wrong direction.
Sandra goes for that early. Not able to find that kill. Instead, it's going to be them still going for the same strategy here. Nasty little fadeaway as Philippa once again gets taken down. And I like how BBL, they sent Philippa in to be that first point of contact. Like, it's okay if you take a bullet, we can always get you back up, and they do exactly that. 1 kill ahead now, BBL. They swarm the site, get ready for that post-plant setup. However, the lockdown is still going to be available for Rusica. Not if the kills come in for BBL side this way around. Just 2 players left alive, and Rusica doing everything she can. Takes down both Vanya and Philippa. Suddenly things looking a little bit more doable. The lockdown for the attackers has finally commenced. The turret as well available. Unfortunately though, the kills, they're still flawless. The conversions from Benz and Alkia to be able to just sandwich these 2 players and take them out, that's gonna give BBO the lead in the half.
Yeah, all things considered, 7-5 on the half feels a little bit closer than I feel BBL was playing up against Falcons. Obviously, Falcons get the pistol, so that's a big deal. But the fact that Madvi and Rusica play that round out, like 4 rounds, I think, with ults up and don't end up using them. That round, they were looking for an A stack, you know. Usually, you'll retake the A site with the Killjoy ult. So I understand the read they were trying to go for and sort of confuse BBL. But BBL, between like playing for the orbs, between like flipping the map and having Alkia fly into spawn when there's Killjoy ult on the opposite side, and the timeout they called to beat the ultimate charge on that first cycle, I think they played really, really well in the post plants and around those ults.
BBL have looked pretty almost flawless for the lack of that half, despite how the score is going, and that's mainly because of how Falcons are ready for whatever they were throwing at them after that timeout of their own that they took. Sandra able to find the opener here, clearing up that A side, making it look a little bit more tasty. Alkia, though, still on the defense, watching the off angle, does spot out Sandra, but Ledge still able to find that kill. Numbers maintained as the trade comes through, but advantage still in favor of Falcons, and now they look to completely go towards this A side. The problem is that BBL have completely rotated over here, and they're just lying in wait. Vanya puts down a beautiful smoke to try and play around on site, able to take down Sandra off the back of it, and suddenly Falcons, they're reconsidering whether they really want to go here. Nah, they're just running out. Nope, they want nothing. They want nothing to do with it.
Let's not run out through one choke when there's obviously going to be a crossfire set up on the opposite side. Now, of course, this gives time for BBL to reposition. And the control Felipa has up through mid already is going to see that cross through tiles. And then two players can play very forward on B. What a great spot to be in for BBL. Even if those shots don't connect, they've got two players back on site with only 30 seconds left.
Yeah, I think at this point, Falcons, they have to come in towards this particular side. And BBL know that they're coming for sure here. They have to somehow break.
They could go A.
Priors. They can. No, but 20 seconds.
If they knew. If only they knew there's players on site.
No. Not like this. Vanya, the IG on the captain. She gets the collapse, and that will be the round for BBL. It seemed like Falcons, they were going to be able to clear everything out, but they do not check the boathouse there, and Vanya punishes them for it heftily.
Wow.
Again, please. A pistol
Just
collapse.
the collat. Double headshot collat. That's filthy, like what can't Vanya do? Straight up. And what a great call on the reposition, beating that rotate time because Falcons went through their spawn instead of through mid, and then had that cross there. There's no way Falcons think there's two players on that site, let alone the first one. Unreal.
It's just impeccable. Exactly what you come to expect out of Vanya after a point here. Now, though, Alkia looking for that wide swing on the kill as that orb gets taken out, but instead it's going to be the classic to come out on top, picking her out of the equation. The Marshal now a gun that could possibly be retrieved in this anti-eco. That said, though, for the side of BBL, they still have, even if they don't have the players, they still do have the weaponry advantage, and they're just trying to play off the back of that. They've already lost one player who went fishing a little bit too deep. Now they're just happy to play for the site.
Now for BBL, mid is a bit of a question mark for them. I think they have the door closed, and that's why Vanya is turning to watch spawn a couple of times here. That usually lets you bunker down on B a little bit more effectively. But it really is just 2 and 2 here on opposite sides of the map, playing committed positions down on A. So we'll see what they can do, because util refreshes are going to be coming on in. Smoke's ready to go. A good counter flash to hit it. Perfect timing on that one. Wow! Felipa just has that ready to go. Sandra just stranded on site here. They're completely locked into this choke. Smokes come out, the nade now as well. There's just no time to play this round through.
3 players left, all of them towards main, and BBL, they're just waiting for them to really come through that dark cover, making things even more difficult for Falcons to really push through here. With the timer having ticked as far as it has, it's just Wenz and the squad farming up these kills. Sure, Alkia went down early on, but there was so much resistance that Falcons, they just fall in the face of it. This round, though, Ender, it's probably going to decide how the rest of the game plays out. Falcons finally going to be having their full buy online, but BBL, they've been looking excellent throughout the year at being able to convert these bonuses, especially on Ascent.
And honestly, if you have util usage like that as an anchor, it's simple. Just the right-click flash right above your dice, but that can just destroy a hit. It doesn't matter if you have a rifle disadvantage. That's where you play against it. But now it'll be a little bit of mid aggro. 4 players ready to go in mid. Looks like maybe smoke mollying tiles so they can threaten walking all the way up cat and pinching down into A main.
Complete mid push, like you mentioned, is coming through. The smokes come down, though, and it seems like Falcons, they have an inkling of what is coming their way. Paranoia to boot, and Madby, that's gonna be the rationale to hold on to this position. Sandra takes the fight, wins the duel, but Vanya there for the immediate trade, gets a second to boot as well, all the way in spawn. And at this juncture, Falcons, it might be a little bit better for them to just fall back and try to go towards the site instead, but they still want to go for this pitched battle, especially with the spike control in hands of BBL. It's such an awkward position for them to be in this 3v4 situation, especially with the spike where it is. Felipa's position in the dark cover, completely untenable. Still numbers in favor of BBL here, especially with Madby looking so low. Another round that BBL, they just call to perfection. And it looks all but done as BBL, they gear up towards getting to 10. A lovely paranoia, though, connects immaculately with everybody. And just like that, despite all of the damage, it's going to be Philippa on top. 3 kills in total in the round, and a bonus extremely convincingly won by BBL. This is why they are the Queens of Ascent. I'm saying it. They're the Queens of Ascent in EMEA.
I mean, yeah, they're just eating up throughout the tournament, throughout the year, and today for sure. And what a cool little play, right? Just like sprinting up through mid. You forget that Wen's also, she went through mid, through tiles, and then went on the flank there as well. That's how she got into spawn, while the rest of the team was running up through mid. They had one player just on a site. Like, Falcons, like, you're just gonna panic in moments like that. That's where fundamentals can just fall straight out of the window. And BBL run that a few times, gonna feel a little bit more comfy on that. Now just a simple paranoia combo off of Alkia's contact into B main, trying to make it so it's just impossible to play for this B main orb or any sort of asset.
Yeah, BBL, they've been very proactive about orb control throughout this entire game. And even after the side switch, despite them having gone over to the defensive side, they're happy to just play for the control here. A couple of dark covers come in from both sides towards mid. Possibility of someone pushing through here, but Alkia manages to catch Rusika on the lurk. That's going to be a little bit of less map control that Falcons have to work with now as they look to go through short instead. But the Killjoy utility, it's all there.
I mean, they just been able to get through here inside of the smoke. Very little HP, and now they are going to be concerned about the timing. Yep, holding this line here. Actually, Philippa drops it, and Dana gets the one. For the rest of BBL on site, though, eats up a wide swing out from Dice from Wenz for the 2K and the 11th round on the board for BBL.
Just 2 away from locking in their map pick, and they've been looking quite convincing so far. This is arguably Falcons' last chance to kind of stop the bleeding. I believe last time on Ascent it said 13-7. So they have a chance of improving their record, BBL do. Second time I'm going to be called by Falcons here. And off the back of that last one, they were able to pull off some fantastic plays. It's now or never. And I think in their attacking half so far, they've just been caught so off guard by some of the set pieces that BBL have been pulling out of their pocket.
Yeah, I mean, the run through mid for sure. And then I think every single exec they've gone for has just been stuffed from good utility usage as well, right? Like that A site's been a bit of a problem for them. So it wouldn't shock me to see them pivot over towards B perhaps. They do have the null command, so they sort of ignore Killjoy on whatever side of the map she does end up playing. She kind of has to play off site and be very quick to react to the mollies before that ultimate goes in. You can sort of hear KO screaming, you pop the mollies and then run, or just start spamming the smoke, something like this. But that is how I imagine Falcons are going to try to play this round, because I don't know. I'm not sure if I love the slow play from them. That's when they've been sort of divided up in a couple of these rounds. So I'd like to just see them maybe get a little bit more committal, although that is a little bit more anticipated coming out of the timeout. So it's always a little mind game dance you have to play with the other team.
Yeah, I think that BBL throughout that first half, they did a pretty good job of conditioning their set plays. Like first couple of rounds, if you notice, they were super slow about it, and then they went for those quick aggressive pushes and back and forth again. Falcon, they haven't really had the chance to set the rhythm here for this half at all. Again, B-main control taken early on by BBL, and that's just so much information available for free. They know that there is a possibility of some utility, but look at the adjustment on the Killjoy turret. They're not gonna hear the sound all the way from there.
Yeah, you have to walk pretty deep to be able to break that one. You can see Rusika pulls it back though, as they reposition over towards the A side of the map. This is a very strange setup, because right now they have both initiators on the B side, which would indicate, hey, maybe they're looking for a fake around the second cycle of util, around that 50 seconds to 1 minute mark. And I still think that's what it's going to end up being, maybe a deep lineup on the dart. No, it's just going to be MadV trying to full fake with the null command, except there's 2 players in B main, so it's going to be instantly red, and BBL are going to be able to react.
Especially that one way, I think that fading is going to be the call to really come in, and MadV pops the ult, goes for the flash and the swing, but they're both just stacked up onto each other. The 1-2 swing, more than ready for it, and unfortunately for MadV, despite that flash connecting, not able to find the kill. That said though, Falcons, they found an entry on the opposite side. The bait, it was taken. You see the rotation coming over from BBL, and the site, it's completely open for free. Finally, Falcons, they might be able to get a plant here and set up for that successful post plant. BBL, for once, they're on the back foot.
Yeah, really wide plant there. 3 players actually inside of main to go for this one. Maybe options to re-wrap on the flank as Luge finds the opener. Double paranoia though, and there's no one to trade for Main. Main's been smoked off, so Vanya jumps onto Generator. Luge takes down 3 though. Luge just solo up on site and winning the entire round. Falcons have 3 spectators in A main just cheering on Luge, and Luge just wins it single-handedly.
It felt like, you know the Killjoy turret, like when it spots enemies and it turns at them and shoots. That's exactly what it felt like, except like at 4x speed or something, because Luge was just swiveling around, popping heads that entire round. Really, really nice plays coming out of Falcons. They took that pause, they made a plan, and they stuck to it, and it worked out. BBL now gonna be calling their second timeout as well. Despite their lead, they understand that this is a very momentum-based game, and they don't want to really let Falcons have that chance to reset completely. They also are pretty close to some of these snowball ults, like that null command from Philippa already available. Lockdown 1 away from Vent, so perhaps if they can make a plan to maybe decide whether they want to play for that retake with those 2 ults, or they might, be playing the long game, the psychological warfare where, they
chess.
just go running in through mid. Yeah, chess.
Yeah, that's, something like that.
Mind chess.
One of those games.
No,
psychological. One is just about making it
damage.
through a game. I'll give you a hint, though, with the timeouts. Last time BBL called the timeout, both their Killjoy and enemy Silver were 1 off of ultimate. Now, on defense, really hard to play for main orb, so I don't think that's going to be the same stratagem from BBL. But it would be funny to see a setup now. It's just going to be a rather deep hold over towards the B side of the map. And Falcons, once again, in this 3-2 split, a little bit heavier towards the B side of the map, but really concerned about some early openings that are going to be taken as Alkia takes that dark cover to get the escort straight on through here. And the turret is not on top of Ticket. So it doesn't spot her going up here. Madvi, I think, was able to see a shoulder. And Alkia fully re-cleared out here with the drone, too, and is sort of stranded down bottom mid.
I don't think she was caught out by the recon, though. Not yet now. Finally gonna be taken out, so the sprays come in. She still holds that position, so maybe Falcons might not expect this. Sandra, once again, though, goes for the peek here. Alkia fighting against the entire squad desperately for her life here. Tagged down to 49 HP to boot. Still staying alive and being a menace, though. And while Alkia is taking care of mid by herself, the rest, it's gonna be at least a lot of information garnered here by that BBL side. They know at least there are 3 players hanging around this part of the map.
I feel like she's got to be crazy. Surely she would have fled into market, just lighting up that wall. No, but the absolute Giga Chad Alkia repositioned on top of bench. That can spot the cross into tree. You can see that's what Alkia is looking for. And Alkia just dealing with Madvi. Where is the trade on that? Spacing not good as Mad thought they had the opener, and eventually it will come through. But 25 seconds, Spike is in spawn. Falcons are saving or what? I have the spike.
Might honestly be the best call here, despite the possibility of match point. They gotta run into the Killjoy site with 15 seconds left. This probably isn't the best idea they've had. They really took the bait on Alkia there, and now with the utility, it's just gonna be them melted down by the Killjoy.
They can't plant now.
Exactly, there's just no possibility at all. It's just Wen's finding these kills, finally being shut down by Rusika, but it's not gonna matter. BBL, they find that match point for free off the back of the chaos caused by Alkia on mid. They spent a solid minute, almost a minute and a half, just trying to take her out, man, and she still gets one.
Like, that's just crazy. She walked out into mid at the literal start of the round, went on a little journey, ate up every piece of utility and the entire clock. Unbelievable from Alkia. I honestly think the fact that she stayed bottom mid and then got spotted out by the KO knife on the reclear, just she was living rent-free in the minds of Falcons. They were not going to be able to walk away without getting a kill.
They're kind of compensating for the slow pace the last John with a quick hit, attempt at a quick hit into this next one. But the null command is immediately going to kind of stop them in their tracks here. Going to be forced back. A lot of information garnered by the 0 point as well. And now the operator, we talked about it, but it's going to be coming out from Alkia instead. Catches Madvi on the jump peak. Now they're caught between an op and a lot of utility on that ace side, and Falcons there once again just seems like they're wondering, what exactly do we do? Because where do they want to go? There's just so much difficult players that they have to try and clear out no matter which part of the map they attempt to go into.
Oh, and having to use the drone top mid and the smoke down on bottom, that's a huge commitment to deal with the Opera when Alkia is going to updraft off of contact from tree and kill them with knives. This is about to look real silly.
She's just waiting out already, going for the swing. The second kill for Alkia at least. Ludge is able to find a couple of trades here, though Alkia still looking for a little bit more. Finally, though, she bites off more than she can chew here. Vanya still playing spoilsport on site, though. The Omen anchoring down the site. It's all down to Ludge here. 1v2 situation. She has gotten everything so far. She knows where Vanya has tapes. Fakes the tap on the spike, trying to smoke out these positions. But Vanya, she's walked all the way around, and there's just no expectation. Despite the heroics of Falcons individually, BBL, they come out on top, and they left no question in mind as to who are the unquestioned queens of Ascent.
Yeah, I mean, that second half was just completely lights out for them. Falcons are going to have to come back strong because that is the BBL form you expect in Game Changers. We're going to take a quick break here before map number 2.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to this upper bracket series on day 4 of VALORANT Game Changers EMEA. It is BBL Queens versus Falcons. And as most people predicted, BBL have just taken their own map pick of Ascent. And what a perfection of a performance from these members. Yes, the scoreline, Falcons did manage to put up a fight, but particularly in that second half, BBL Queens pretty much ran away with it. And Tom, they even won a pistol. Vanya was saying that pistols don't work for her, but she was lying.
All she needed was to kill 2 people with 1 bullet. That's all it took. It becomes a little bit easier when you can get away with stuff like that. Yeah, I think we saw exactly why we talk about not only just Turkish Valorant on this map, but also the side of BBL in particular. Like a lot of strong individual performances, a lot of strong clutch performances, and also just it just looked fantastic from start to finish. A few players able to show off on the other side of things, which at least made things a little bit more exciting in the first half, but that quickly diminished in half number 2.
Yeah, it took some clutches from MadV on the first half, so we can see like some wins. We've seen them usually struggle on the attack side, but this time even on the defense side, we see them not able to play the game the way they play it. It took a clutch for them to be able to take 2 rounds, and I think that's a little sad. We expected a little more, at least from my side. They say there are no expectations, but from my side, I had high expectations for Falcons, at least on the first half, but we didn't see that really coming in at this moment.
This is only the first map, and Falcons might want to warm up a little bit. So let's not call the series too early yet, because we did see some great initiative from the side of Falcons at points, particularly MadV, Tom.
Yeah, I think there's a reason that many people are talking about her in general, and it's just that manner of almost being able to take over these rounds as an individual. Like it was almost looking lost, kicking things off with a pistol, and in this round just on the retake as well, being able to win some of these individual fights which just look like they're not going to go her way. If there's more of that to come on the second map, you're right, there is at least a little bit of hope.
Yeah, it feels like we need a little more than that. You talked earlier about how like we expect a lot from Sandra. We've seen that like the duelist this time from the side of BBL, Alkia, she was coming in hot. We've seen her put in a lot of damage, and I think this is the first time she topped in the ACS Vanya. We usually see Vanya being first, but on the other side, from Falcon's side, we didn't see Sandra really come in strong. We spoke about how strong of a duelist she is, how she's able to put in the numbers, but this time we didn't really see her. So if we want them to go to map 3, we'll need like to see her coming in strong in the second map for sure.
It's almost similar to the last time that these 2 teams faced each other in Ascent. Sandra was just very easily shut down by BBL Queens. Something that Ender pointed out in the cast was that they didn't take the opportunity to buy the operator, the opportunities that they did have, you know, when they had the money to buy it. Do you think that was a mistake on their part, Nami?
Maybe, but honestly, like historically, the op didn't pay off that much for Sandra on Ascent, so I'm not that surprised. I think maybe it would come weird, but I think for me, if they wanted to win this map, Sandra seems more comfortable on Raze, so I would have loved to see her more on Raze, and like something she's more comfortable in, like something she can bring some diversity in, maybe be able to surprise BBL, especially since it's their map, it's the Turkish map, and whenever we hear of Ascent, we expect a lot from the Turkish teams, so maybe some diversity, something that the enemy team wouldn't expect, is what they needed for this map.
No, I think I don't know. I think it's difficult. There's a part of me that feels like in this map in general, especially with the way that Vanya was playing, I think it's always going to be incredibly difficult to face off. I don't know if can we just roll the clips while I'm talking about it? Because I feel like they were just unreal in some of these clutch situations where it looks like they're almost completely stuck in the mud, down and out, and we just have Eva and Vanya who just they're just isolating these battles and then just hitting those shots almost every single time.
Oh, no.
Vanya left in clutches to end out rounds like this. It's like when you have players that can pop off to that degree, there's not a lot you can do. I get it. Like we have expectations. We hope that Falcons, I know especially the person over on this side hopes that they can take a map. But if players like Vanya, Eva are able to just pop off in that degree, I don't know if there's anything they can do.
Yeah, I kind of agree, but in the same time, if you want to make it to the championship, you have to win against the best. So I'm pretty sure that's what they also hope. That's what the MENA fans as well who are watching this map are hoping for. If you want to make it to play against the best in Brazil, you have to beat BBL and also whoever is coming down from the lower bracket, G2 or Ascent. So that won't be an easy fight, that's for sure, but we need them to come up stronger and like to have maybe better day. It feels like it was just a very bad day or maybe bad map for Sandra. So we're expecting a little more from them for sure.
Silver linings though, we saw Mad V call a fantastic timeout in that first half. They adjust, they don't wait for it to get to a post plant, and they did manage to take control of the situation. However, it was very brief. BBL being the queens of this map, they managed to wrestle back control. But now we're going to go to Split. Split, potentially a surprise pick, would you say, Tom, in this veto?
Maybe a little bit. I think that obviously it's a map that Falcons feel comfortable on, going 3-0 on it over the last couple of months. But obviously, I would say the main competition they managed to beat was G2 Gozen. They also had a win over Desire. On the other side, though, it's also a very confident map for BBL, also beating G2, Guild. So I think that this map feels more like a middle ground than a pick. And that's always a dangerous sign. In fact, I almost feel like Lotus is a better opportunity for Falcons to take a map. The problem is I am not sure after that last performance if we're actually going to get there.
Oh no, I hate that. Some optimism, please, Tom.
You're the optimist. I'm the realist. That's how this has to go.
I kind of agree though, because Split has been one of like 100% win rates from BBL. Of course, it's so strong. And even when we look at the wins of Falcons, it was like an overtime that went so long. It was, let me see, like it was I think 15 wins against G2. Yeah. That's very like a very long map, and coming from a loss against like a strong loss like that against Ascent, it will take a lot of energy and a lot of strength in mental wise to be able to like go that far and win it. And also we've seen before the comps coming from BBL changing a lot in Split, so I'm not sure if we will be expecting like a default comp coming from them, or if we will be expecting something new again, because we've seen them run double Sentinels before. I think they also run double Duelists, so I'm excited to see what they will come in with.
Nami, you mentioned that Sandra, she's more comfortable on the likes of Raze than Jet. She has played both on this map in the past, but I'm guessing we're going to see the Raze today, so potentially she's going to be more in her comfort zone.
Yeah, hopefully, because I just want to see her, like, if you're going to come this far and lose, you better lose like in your own style, or like at least play the game, show us how strong you are. I remember seeing in like the forums again that she said that she's going to surprise us in this tournament, so I'm still waiting for her to do that, and this is a good chance for her to show us
Neon,
like what she got.
Are you saying that she should play Neon, Tom?
I enjoyed it the 1 or 2 times that I've seen it played on this map. Defo did it in the past. It looked pretty good, although they did lose one of the longest games ever in history with them playing that composition. Yeah, I don't think we're going to see anything too crazy on this. I think obviously there's slight differences between having the Viper in for one squad in comparison to going with that double initiator and bringing in the breach. I also think that for Falcons, they have an awful lot of defensive stopping power, but not as much initiation when it comes to that attack side. That's going to be what interests me a little bit more.
Do you think
their
just
attack has
apologies?
been, I'm sorry.
Keep going.
Their attack has been an issue in general in different maps, so it will come down to like how much they'll be able to take in mid control and how quick they will be able to go to sites. Because if we see them again struggling and like losing just to time, it will be a little sad.
I think there's going to be some baiting going on from the BBL Queen. So we're going to head over to Zach and Ender in his jumper to cast through this second map.
Thank you very much for that Analyst Desk. And now map number 1, it was pretty dominant in favor of BBL, but it's not over until it's over, and that's why we're going to be heading to Split here for map number 2. Now, looking at these Asian comps, Ender, what are your thoughts so far?
Honestly, I'm ready to go. After Ascent, where everything is just so overplayed, it's the same meta, boring comp every time. The game flow is exactly the same. We are blessed getting to load into Split, where people can play different things, right? Like both these teams actually going the Jet route as opposed to the Raze route is pretty uncommon, I think, for like most teams around the scene, but just goes to show how much they favor having like theoretically a dedicated opper, especially more in the BBL camp, because Falcons didn't seem to like it last time around, and B, allowing you to take like very aggressive, hold very aggressive forward lines instead of playing around that Raze utility quite so much.
Yeah, I think that in particular, it's also a comfort pick for at least BBL's side. Alkia looking just a little bit cleaner on the jet, like our analyst Dusk did point out a couple times. BBL now on the attack here. They look to go in already. An early headshot here. Alkia brought down to 13 HP. No real sustain available either. I don't know if Eva does have that overgrowth available. If so, it might be the points of contention. And despite the 13 HP, Alkia still finds the kill onto Dana. No more smokes available for this retake. Finally being shut down. Rustica, though, tagged down quite low. Eva able to find the trade on BBL. They maintain that numbers advantage. Now, a double flank again coming in. Falcons, we've seen this from them before on a sense. They're always going in for the flank plays. The problem is that BBL, their post plant, it's more than prepared for it already. The flash coming out of Philippa, buying a little bit more time. And it's just so difficult for Falcons to really make any kind of headway onto the site. The positioning out of BBL looking just a little bit too precise. Vanya with the second one in the round as well. And all three will fall at the end to Vanya. And BBL, they take the pistol.
Yeah, nicely done from BBL there. Again, Alkia is never going to slow down. If she's on 10, especially if she's on low HP, that's when she pushes to get that one extra. Flipping it, pushing it to spawn there, and then just turning and dealing with the flank. Like, I think BBL have reacted very well in the post plants, like you were saying back on Ascent. And now, again, a chance here on Split. Now, it does look like Marshall purchased for Sandra over on that A side of the map. So some chances to try and look for a fight, although she gets pulled immediately into mid. And yeah, she actually refunds the Marshall. Unfortunately, this mid push not going to amount to much. And even if they try to activate a fast flank, there is a Cypher trip ready to shut that down.
I think that for BBL's side, the positioning that's been held by Wens throughout that first map, if you notice, she was always creating that additional layer of pressure for these players from Falcons. And with that tripwire being broken, I think the game is up. BBL know exactly where this flank is coming from. Wens, that first point of contact, just watching this opening here. The problem is that it's such a narrow spot. I think if the timing isn't right, it's just going to be free kills coming through for Wens, and she's that first point of contact. The first, the second, the third, the holy spray down finally before Mad V shuts her down. Two remaining players. Mad V at least able to pick up an upgrade, but BBL now, they know where they're coming from.
That's a lot of crosshairs trained on Rizika and the rest of the team where they're going to be coming from. Yeah, no real chance there. Gonna flash it to anyone who are just playing out the clock here. Philippa gonna finish that one off. So now the question remains to be seen, like, is this flank style, is that like how they play Split? Like, are they just gonna keep trying to run that versus BBL, or is this just early round, light buys, going for multi-flanks, trying to do a little bit of early conditioning? Because I think, again, BBL have responded very, very nicely. Obviously, it's a little bit different, if there's players on the site and then that trip gets broken on the flank, maybe you don't, there's only one person coming in. But as soon as A is vacant and you realize they pushed through mid, you can anticipate that almost everyone is going to be coming through from the flank. And that's exactly what BBL did, and we're able to so nicely respond to.
Blinded. Just a bit of a awkward situation there, because there are so many choke points and narrow lanes on this map. And if you're all going to be flooding through it, that's exactly what's going to happen. You're just going to get sprayed down. Now, bonus round for BBL. Playing it a little bit slow this time around. Alkia going fishing towards mid. And while the Trailblazer gets broken, it's going to be Sandra looking to find an early pick or two instead. However, again, BBL, they have this crossfire setup. They're aware of that possibility. If anyone does decide to push through from Falcons looking for a little bit of damage, it might just be a mistake, but they're so patient.
Yeah, this is going to be trouble, I think, for Falcons, because Wen's got this embed up in vents, and now BBL are moving over into the A full take, and it's really just Sandra playing up here. That's a pretty easy kill. As soon as Mad V's attention gets pulled to the side as well, that's exactly when Wen's can activate and sort of stab her in the back.
So much damage being taken here, forced to fall back, and that opens up the site once again for BBL to make their way inside. Sandra at least finds one, and Mad V there for the backup. Alkia finds an opener, but Mad V holding strong here, has control of the spike as well. It's all down to Wens with the ghost, able to pick up that first, retrieves the weaponry as well. trying to find a little bit more damage. Knows there's a second player around the cage here. Crossfire setup, but they walk right into her. A 1v2 situation. The Neural Theft comes out and wins. Almost ready to win it out. The spike in possession of MadV, but it doesn't matter. Wins the lurk, the clutch, all of it coming in, and BBL, they take their bonus.
Oh, I think that's a big error from MadV. There were only 13 seconds left on the clock. She could have tried to play for time there, and somehow Wen's able to win the round. Like, the fact that Sandra was able to get that kill on no HP, then MadV gets 2-3 kills on site. Like, there's no way this round is winnable. But Falcons just lose track of the clock, I think. Again, we saw that in a round back on Ascent, and it slips away there. Yeah, there's full info going down onto MadV, but I really think she had a window to slip away and play clock, because the spike was in such a bad position to be recovered.
Also, like, the way that they pushed Wen's one by one, they're really unfortunate now. Nothing to work with economically, although the Sheriffs, they're still ringing out strong. Legend Ruska find a couple of kills as BBL look to enter into the site. The trades are finally there, though, from Eva and Wenz. Again, coming in through mid a little bit late. Seekers invested now, though, by Falcons, looking to find a little bit more damage here. Unfortunately, Vanya shuts it down. All down to Sandra now, a 1v3 situation. Marshall in hand, the spike gets planted, and I don't know if they know her position yet, but again, BBL, they've just been looking so precise in the way they set up for these post plants.
Yeah, it's about to get found out real soon, I think. And I don't know how this Marshall is supposed to clear all these different angles going into a site.
Oh, she gets spotted.
Oh no, just spotted out by cameras, by tripwires. It's just unfair at this point as Vanya finishes the job. I will say, Falcons were able to get 2 really great opening kills there over on the B site. The anchors have shown up. In these last 2 round losses, Falcons have gotten a lot more than you would expect them to. So yeah, it's 4-0 right now. Maybe threw away that 3rd round. Would have to, go look at it a little closer to know for sure, but their anchor players have done a very solid job thus far.
I think that one of the biggest problems that we've been seeing today throughout from Falcons is the way that they're kind of just going in for these solo peaks. Like, you look at how BBL swings a quarter, right? There's always a couple of players ready to back each other up for that 1-2 punch. The trades are always there, but Falcons, they've been kind of struggling in that regard. Now, it's going to be Alkia dashing up into heaven, or trying to anyway. Rusika stops her, and the stalling utility comes in. The Viper and the Mollies, they completely isolate her and cut her off. Ben's able to find a trade towards mid as they get inside. Vanya, a rare whiff coming out of her, and that maintains the numbers in favor of Falcon's side here. And the quick rotation coming in. Finally, the operator, you asked for it, Ender, and you got it. Sandra, she makes it ring out, and numbers, they dwindle further for BBL side.
A smart reposition into male there. Sandra had been posted up into B main, but holds that mid-cross, trusting in the anchors on the opposite side. Now, BBL have been able to move on in here with 2 players, but there you go, Sandra with the repeat. That's why he picked the Jet. Raze doesn't get as freaky with that one as Sandra does. Eventually will be taken down, but now Eva is just right in the middle of 3 different players. Saw just the very tip of Dana's head. And I think Dana saw her too. Yeah, she absolutely did, but it doesn't even matter. What?
Oh, this is bringing war flashbacks after that 3rd bonus round that we saw, though. Both of these remaining players are looking to go together, go for the double peek, and finally take Eva down. No chances taken this time, but again, right, we talked about it before. These 1v1s that Falcons are giving away when they do have the numbers advantage. BBL are more than ready to take advantage. That said, though, a really nice, strong round coming out of Falcons. The operator, Sandra, stepping up. I think that the AD mentioned it, that she would have to over the course of this game, and she does it just fine.
Yeah, and this is after Ascent. She did not buy the operator a single time. I think she had minimum 3 chances to buy it. So the fact she's putting it in her hands and getting insane value on the first purchase of the day, very important, because you sometimes ask, like, why don't you do it? Is that just a game plan thing? Is that a lack of confidence thing? And, like, clearly that's not an issue. She comes in, she's shooting well with it, so can now run away with that. BBL going to be calling the timeout. Back on Ascent, it was called around like ultimate timings and sort of like how to play around that, both theirs and the enemies. So Rizik having the lockdown is maybe a consideration for them. I think usually like Killjoy gets a little bit less value on Split than other maps. It's not really easy to get a very deep ultimate onto a site, so mostly it's about like clearing out like the closer corners and then flooding out very quickly behind it, isolating the site players into sort of 1-2 positions where they could actually be sitting, as opposed to an Ascent where you could just like delete the A site from the game. So it's a little bit more awkward to play around if you haven't, scrimmed a lot of teams that are running the Killjoy.
Yeah, just again, the combination as well. If you looked at that previous round off that Killjoy Viper, you can just cycle through it. First, you trigger the mollies, cut off the jet that dashes in, the poison orb comes up, snake bite to boot. There's just so much delaying power available. And if you combine that with the operator on the opposite side, BBL, they're suddenly looking a little bit like it's going to be a little bit way more rough, in fact, for them to really make some headway into side. Again, the aggressive peek comes out of Sandra, not able to find the kills though. And the Seekers, they're going to clear up a little bit of space to BBL for BBL to really work their way in through Philippa, just jumping in fact, trying to find some value. Unfortunately, the stack is there on this particular site. 2 for the price of 1. Alkia still looking to find a little bit more, but it's not going to be working out. She will be shut down to boot, and Falcons, they hold strong defensively on this B site.
How about those Falcons anchors again? What a hole. They were stacking with 3 players there, but that was a lot of utility that got thrown their way. And I think really effective counter util against. I believe what happened was Alkia dashed forward into her smoke, and there was a concuss from Dana on the ground she dashed straight into. And that's why she wasn't able to scale properly off of the fault line coming through from Philippa and all of that. So very nice reactive play from Falcons to stay alive there. And again, 3 stacking towards B. They've got all the delay you were talking about, the Viper and KJ on the A site. And they can kind of give up mid. Looks like the last couple of rounds, it's been Wenz looking for the solo lurk through there, and Falcons now aware of that, can shut that down if it ends up being the case. But BBL take immediate advantage of that empty mid space.
Pushing him quite aggressively, already having gone up towards stairs. At least they've made a lot of noise there, but happy to back away now, look to go towards A site instead. The problem is that despite all of this noise, Falcons really haven't moved at all. Still, the anchor players on A site looking very, very anchory. All the utility is still there. It hasn't moved an inch. So if anyone wants to flood in, they're going to be hit by the Nano Swarm combo, the Poison Orbs, the Astra Star to boot. There's just so much delay utility. And it seems that BBL, they learned from their lessons, because now they're opting to go for that Havoc control instead.
50 seconds though, and this wall does have a long time, but the wall doesn't hit the bottom, and Rouge takes that first shot, almost gets a second through the smoke there. Oh my word, now that she falls though, becomes a lot harder on site. Rizka could pop the lockdown if she wants, but the hit's coming in a little bit too quickly. What a reaction! Straight up into the sky to take down Alkia. The site will eventually fall.
Oh, Sandra almost be able to get that kill, but now it's just a 1v2 situation. Falcons, they trade out and maintain that numbers advantage. Cosmic Divide available, but I don't think we're really going to be seeing that used right now. Philippa on the corner, trying to isolate these duels, gives away her position, and Dana will win that fight out. Falcons, they manage another successful retake, and again, like you mentioned, Under, it all comes down to these anchors being able to find that early advantage, and for once they're able to hold on to them.
Yeah, at the very minimum, trading out even, giving their team a chance to flood out with 3 players on the retake. So respect over to Falcons, who now have quite a few ultimates. Now, defensively, I mean, you've got the Viper ult, which usually ends up being put down in mid. A lot of teams like mid or A main. Those are probably the 2 most popular positions to go ahead and use that ulti. I do have to say, I'm not a huge fan of this Viper wall that cuts into mid. It does give you value, that early mid space potentially, but makes it harder to stall if it is going to be the ground hit on that A site. They've got full Killjoy utility there, so that's what Falcons are sort of banking on. But if BBL bait that out early in the round, well, then there's not a lot left to play with come the mid round from Falcons. So BBL don't necessarily have to accelerate off this, although they're certainly going to try, and they're certainly going to fail. Luge kills 3.
On side, Rusical was just a bait, playing around there, and BBL, they take it in spades. Was looking for a little bit more, finally gets shut down, and Wenz, again, feeling all the confidence in the world, involves that neural theft through, tries to go forward, the op shot narrowly missing, and now Wenz, she knows that this A site is pretty free here. Looking for some value, finds that first kill. That's the opener that you really want. All right, 1v2 situation. She's pulled off a 1v4 before. This is nothing to her. And with that spike plant going down, we're finally going to see the rotation coming out of Falcons a little bit late. And Wenz, the position that she's holding, she's playing up close and personal to the spike. Does have the cam for information to boot. Spots out that first player. caught by the camera. Doesn't know where the second is. Will have to go for the peek. Not able to find the kill, unfortunately. And the barrage of utility, it's going to be catching her. She's concussed, held down. The Trailblazer to boot to catch her out, but the shot still connects. And oh my god, another 4K, another clutch. Wens is on fire today, and the Cypher, there is no stopping her.
No. Sorry, that's not real. Wens? Are you kidding me? Gets hit by every piece of utility. Falcons could not have done anything better. Maybe spacing there, but they were trying to play off the dog. They're trying to play off the concuss. Nah, I'm sorry. Falcons played that exactly how you need to play it, and Wens just refused to lose.
That's illegal. That's illegal. I'm sorry. That's just illegal. Another clutch for Wens there, and that's gonna give BBL even more confidence to work with as they now look to venture towards this B site instead. Rolling Thunder invested for them to really make that push through, and Alki again to find a huge opener. Dark cover comes down, and that's gonna cut off these lanes of sight, forcing them to kind of play in for the retake. They do have that lockdown available. Might see that coming in.
Don't do it to him again, Wens. Not again, please. Matthew finds two, but Wens is backstabbing up into Mail. Just delaying now, delaying as long as she can before Dana finds that kill, and now it's all sorts of confusing. Valpo falls, and it's Ava on the reflank. It is planted for Heaven, but there's full awareness of what's going down. Madvi sticks it over to half, and the flash will push her off of the spike. Ava's been able to isolate the fights, and with only 2 bullets left, she's not going to be able to find him inside of the smoke. That's just round over. Lights out as Madvi finds the third, and Falcons secure the round.
Really nice discipline coming out of Falcons there. You know, even though they were a player down, they didn't make the mistakes that they've been making throughout today to just go in one by one and try to trade out. Instead, Madvi holds towards CT, finds a couple of kills, and the fact that Dana was able to win out this 1v1 really, I think, decided the pace of the round, because Eva just didn't have enough time to really make the wraparound that she wanted to. A very, very nice hold coming out of Falcons.
If she was able to take down Madvi, you could see the vision there, but
I think Falcons have PTSD at this point. It's already happened twice under.
It's tough. A big fight over for B main control. One of the powers of the breach. If you want to invest that early fault line, you just instantly can take control of the space as Dana goes to the fight. Actually gets 2 into mid. Oh my word! And that's the spike. BBL just collapsed across the map here on the eco.
Just gotta be Philippa left right now. Sheriff in hand tries to find at least something, but now you can see Falcons kind of closing in on their prey. Madvi the one to find that kill, and a flawless for them to stabilize 5-5 once again. Really impressive that Falcons, they're able to keep their mental strong, not just in this particular game, but throughout this entire tournament. So many of these matches that they've been playing, right? They've been on the back foot at some point or the other, but they're just so good at resetting and playing their own game, so they don't let their opponents dictate it completely.
Yeah, also, this is for sure a 7-3 half for Falcons. I'm sorry, like, Wens, you won those rounds, but those were completely won rounds for Falcons. Like, this game should not look how close it is right now, but BBL are always going to fight you tooth and nail for everything. You can't make a single mistake, and, well, here they go. Fast up, Paranoia in, Alkia in front of the concuss, and catches Dana off guard there. Sandra and Madvi, though, a great combination to take down a few. Not giving up control whatsoever, and it leaves Vanya in a 1 versus 2.
She has her ult?
Ultimate. Yeah, that's how she's going to recover the spike and try to get over to this A site.
She does want to push up manually, though. Maybe try to find a couple of kills. It seems like Falcons, they expect that ult play. Vanya decides
she has
to just
so
go
much
for it.
time. If she reads this, she could actually just push into spawn from here and try to beat, and the turret goes in, although I'm not sure.
Oh, but it's watching B. It's watching B.
It's definitely angled over towards the B site. You could put that so it could scan both sides if you just had it facing straight into the wall, but there you go. Vanya able to pick up the spike, and instead of planting, looking for the kill, what a call.
Smart.
Wow.
Free kill. Brings it down to a 1v1. Now Vanya just playing this to perfection here. Has the spike, has the entire site available, and she doesn't know the positioning either. And note that the player that she took down, that was the Killjoy, so no more lockdown available for this retake. She's in fact going to be playing behind this box. Gonna be watching that Heaven angle. She has to be very careful about how she plays this. Controller versus controller. Ledge already managing to walk into elbow. It's gonna come down to the timing. Vanya behind this box, not quite spotted, playing around, and she gets it! The clutch again for the BBL players. This time around, it's the IGL to come out on top. A 3K for Vanya, and BBL takes 6.
BBL just refusing to lose in these late rounds. What a play. That position is so like, that's such an annoying spot to clear unless you're playing through A main. You're just not going to be looking there, first of all, and you could see the confusion setting in. But it was this call. Vanya reading it, and honestly, a little bit of sloppiness. Falcons not staying connected there. When they hear the Omen ult, you expect Omen to be on the A site, so they're sprinting out a little ahead of one another, but ends up being a big error there that Vanya takes advantage of.
Oh, okay. Despite the flash, Sandra able to somehow get that shot, a quick shot on Alkia to take her out of the equation. Exactly the kind of opener that Falcons desperately need after the kind of heroic clutches that BBL have been pulling off. Falcons have been very good at keeping up the numbers if they don't peak one by one, and I think that has been the biggest mistake that we've been seeing out of their side so far. BBL, they repositioned to try and go in towards Stairs in Heaven. Vanya, the sole player towards B main with the Paranoia, trying to take up some space here. The trades, though, they're going firmly in favor of Falcons. Just 2 players left for the BBL squad. Wen's at least able to take down Sandra. Jumps down, but Madvi more than ready for it. And it's just Vanya once again. She clutched a 1v3 last time around, so nothing very new to her. First kill already coming in. I feel like we've already seen this story multiple times on this map before. Trying to isolate the fight towards CT. Goes back for the spike. 1 in Heaven, 1 towards spawn. It's going to come down to the timing here. Where exactly does Vanya want to take the fight? She doesn't have as much time as she did in that previous engagement. 30 seconds left. She has to make a play.
30 seconds left.
Committing to the stick with the smoke just to wiggle around and actually
my
teleport
God.
up into Raptors. Are you kidding me?
Oh my God, no way!
Vanya now on 5 HP and it's planted for in Heaven. But she's going to try to re-wrap all the way back to B main. If it's not a full stick, she wins this round guaranteed.
It is a full stick though. Rasika knows the lockdown clears out more than enough space for that to be the case and just manages to stick the spike with complete confidence. Now Vanya trying to get that final kill, but unfortunately this time around the lockdown a little bit too powerful. I'm just glad that Falcons finally had a chance to use it because they've had that since round number 4, I think.
Yeah, I do feel like Falcons have been a little bit slow to use those ults even in the last half. It's like, oh, we have the last round thing, now we're using it. As opposed to maybe being a little bit more proactive. But, man, Vanya really thought she was being calm there, didn't she? go for the full rewrap. I actually really liked it. I think it takes some guts there to stick onto the spike, but pros never fake, or so the legends go.
Yeah, but it's very impressive that despite all of the clutches, I think we've seen 3 coming out of that BBL squad so far, like 1v3s and 1v4s. Falcons, they still managed to end the half at a 6-6. The problem now is that they're the ones on attack. And if you look at these team comps that both sides are running, and the way that split is as a map in general, despite the changes that came in a couple of patches ago, it's still quite defensive-sided. So it's going to be a lot of pressure on the shoulders of Sandra to really create that opening space for these engagements because Falcons, they have a lot of utility for that post-plant, but for that, they have to get the spike down.
Yeah, I think it's important to have a successful attacking half to have really effective ways to take ramps and mid control. Here, it is just going to be diving straight onto the site, and really just Vanya here with the Paranoia, isolating Sandra away from the rest of the team, and she finds the opener. That's got time for Alkia to jump straight out of Heaven. The trades are in.
Oh my God.
Vanya just cannot be stopped. A 3K, and it's all up to Luge in Heaven, but 10 HP into prayer is all she's got.
Yeah, just to spam through the smoke, Luge. Not much that she can really do here. I feel like if there was a Killjoy turret on that BBL side, that would be enough to kind of take her out of that equation. BBL, they have every single lane covered here. Already Alkia pushing out, in fact, to make sure that there's no re-wrap around through Heaven. Advanced positioning being taken early on, and Philippa just holding down the angle, not moving a muscle, will find that final kill. BBL, they take the pistol here, and they looked so clean while doing it. Vanya in particular, she's better than the Killjoy turret, man. Like, she just aimed locks like a heat-seeking missile onto whichever angle people are shooting at her from. She just obliterates them.
This goes here.
It's true. I mean, what are you supposed to do? What are you supposed to do? Any single player on BBL can just show up and win a round instantly for them. Falcons have to be on their A game consistently, and I feel like they have. Like, genuinely, I think Falcons have played, on average, better rounds than BBL. but BBL have just been so clutch in the moments that they need to be to win these out. We'll see, though, if they can, you know, secure a Marshall here.
Oh.
No, Alkia says no. It was just a 1-for-1, but Felipo right behind to get those trades out. And now things become confusing. B main's a huge question mark for Vanya because she's repositioned up into heaven. And now there's 2 players that have ramps control. Unfortunately for Falcons, who's supposed to get the spike? Because all of us have really good lurk timings right now, but no one actually has a chance to get the spike. If anything, the smoke coming down makes Rizika a little bit less comfy that she has the B site, so she's going to be the player to go grab that one and regroup with her team over towards A.
Problem is that, again, A side, that's where the Cypher is playing, and you can see that Wenz hasn't moved a muscle at all. Just watching the cam, exactly what you want from your Cypher player. Vanya as well with a quick peek, able to take down Mad V, keeping the numbers in favor of BBL, and with the noise being made towards mid, I think Eva did here. The camera spots them out as well. All the information in the world for the BBL squad here, and the crossfire is just a little bit too much for them to deal with. Sure, it was an anti-eco. Falcons didn't really invest in it, but BBL, they play it clean.
They absolutely do. Good news for Falcons is no single player really supercharged their ultimate apart from Vanya's Omen, and that ult, not the strongest thing in the world, don't really have to be too concerned about that, but I really want to see Falcons put some more pressure around the mid area of the map, or at least look to play ramps, break that Cypher camera that's up in heaven, the real deep one that you can set up some trap plays off of. Instead, it's going to be a pretty heavy contest for B main on both sides, just walking straight into that one. 1-for-1 trade. BBL got to be happy with that.
For sure. The thing is, though, the player that went down, I think they were the one with the rifle, but BBL can just put down a smoke and retrieve it. In fact, that's a second rifle that they can pick up as well if they want to. So definitely some weaponry available if they want to go for a quick upgrade, and they're sure that, you know, there's no one really lurking around from that Falcon side. Talking about Falcons, though, they're gathered around this A side. They know for a fact that there's at least a couple still around B, so they're happy to try and make this as their play. Utility comes down, but Cypher, all the tripwires in the world, they're still going to be present on side, and oh my god, that's just devastating. Philippan wins once again, decimating the squad inside her own cyber cage. Madbeat shuts her down finally, taken down to 50 HP. No real way to heal, and now it's a 2v2 situation. Side control, it is in favor of this Falcon squad, but Vanya, she has their number. Just waiting patiently until that spike goes down before they really try to go together. And look at the spacing coming out of BBL. It's almost perfect. Seekers come out, but it might be a little bit too late here. The concussion is immaculate. The trades don't come through, though, and now it's just a 1v1. Eva versus the world. Knows the position of Luge, hits the flash, connects it perfectly, and the Spectre, it will be enough. As BBL, they convert yet another bonus.
Wow, it goes BBL's way again there. That is crazy. Like, Madvi gets Seekers off of the spike plant, and Ava gets full tagged by them, and it doesn't matter. She just waits it out, then goes to the delayed swing. And is able to secure the round with just a Spectre in hand. And yeah, questions need to be asked. Falcons are calling a timeout, I think mainly to figure out the economic situation, because for a second it looked like Rizika wanted to go for the 4. She could buy a rifle if she wanted to. They could have 2 Bulldogs and a Phantom, and then a couple of pistols, but don't love their odds in a situation like that. So probably the call for them is going to be to save up, risk giving BBL a 10th round, but yeah, if I'm coming in here on the timeout, I really want to stress to Falcons that they need to look to seek down maybe Cypher camera up in A heaven and attack that side of the map. BBL have been stacking pretty heavily towards B side because they know the stall power of the Cypher towards A is very good. Even Felipa's position, playing way down towards elbow, gives her an amazing fault line to make it so that you can't really take A site through the ground, through the bottom level. So I think if they put more pressure on a ramp into A heaven, that's how you break the current defense of BBL, but there's nothing saying that BBL have to go for that same look, because it's very easy to pivot Cypher over towards B, put put Jet and Sky towards A heaven, and just completely fight back instead of playing passive off the trips. And that is what they're going to do. Awesome.
And you're just predicting how things are going to go out. Exactly what you mentioned, Falcons, they try their chances on B instead, but again, it's just the one-ways, the traps, everything ready to go for the Cypher. And Wenz has been incredible as an anchor, just perfect timings off the back of her own utility to be able to play off of like A side looking a little bit empty, just Vanya hanging around there. And mid, Alkia, she has it under lockdown. Just spot out one player, not quite able to take her out of the equation. That's 5 HP.
That is a crazy peek into mid. Your teammates are running through, like, Falcons went through the entire timeout and actually did not figure out what they wanted to do. This is a round where they needed 30 extra seconds to discuss what their plan was. They might not even have been talking about this round. That's entirely possible if they just like need to like discuss map theory and they didn't have enough time, because a minute 30 seconds is not enough always.
Heaven and Sandra playing inside the smoke, trying to find a pick or two towards Heaven, but Vanya will finally take her down. And again, the Cypher chips, they're just such a menace here. And along with Eva, Wenz is able to just decimate this remaining presence of that Falcon squad. One player left, Madvi. She's been fantastic throughout today, but when BBL are playing out of their minds like this, there's just not really much you can do, especially with that economic deficit. 10-6 right now, and Falcons are finally going to have the economy to buy up again. They have to convert this round. There's no buts about it, because BBL, they have the momentum in spades.
Spike down B.
I really want to see Falcons pivot away from this and look for some ramps control. I mean, they've been doing a lot of B main execs. Now, the question is, do they have the ability to sort of like freeze in the mid round? Because right now it is just Omen towards the A side. So if they do go for a full commit, very likely it ends up working. And BBL have to retake with either 4 or 5 players alive. And the smoke that goes down, as a matter of fact, actually just gives Falcons the free cross towards ramps. That's weird. You know, like, usually you don't see that defensively come out quite so early, but they want to play retake, and Vanya just tanks the teleport straight into the wall.
Unfortunate. I'm pretty sure that's not what you wanted to do, looking to get back safely towards CC instead. Vanya gets taken out of that equation early on. Now numbers in favor of Falcon. They finally get the spike down, set themselves up for post plans. Alkia pinning out that crossfire, looking to clear it out as early as possible, but off the back of that poison orb, Lush just able to perfectly isolate these fights. Finally, Philippa able to find some damage, 2 kills to her name, but it will be a Falcons round after a very long time. They make it work out. 3 for Sandra as well, and finally, it seems like we're going to be getting that Jet versus Jet battle that we so eagerly anticipated in that previous map. There's the
I mean, look, like playing rounds is pretty easy. You just have to ask very nicely the enemy Omen, teleport into the wall, and no one else play on site with her. And turns out you can take the A site. Solid. Falcons are going to run that back, but this is what I was talking about. Sky, Jet are now on A after showing so many retake, like defensive, passive lines on A. Now they're just going to fight you with an operator. And Falcons, I hope they're ready for this.
Oh, they're not. They were not ready for that. Luz just caught in the open, and Alkia, I'm more than happy to capitalize. Goes for the reposition towards ramp as well, and look at what a ratty corner. I believe that's Eva who's playing. Alkia has the control of that ramp, gets the shot, but not able to really connect it perfectly. Sandra escaping by just a smidge. Now Bladestorm popped once again.
She's crazy.
They know that, they know that Alkia likes to push here. Going through for Opponent's Cloudburst, only gets 1 kill a second as well. No way before Dana shoots her down. Absolutely insane. Once again, just Rosika and Dana left. A 2v4 situation. At least they will be able to pick up that spike again, but Alkia, how?
Yeah, I'm going to need the aim training routine. I'm going to need the crosshair. I'm going to need what she had for breakfast, how many hours she slept last night. Does she have a weighted blanket? Like, what's the pillow situation? Like, I'm going to need all of that, because otherwise you're just not going to be able to replicate it. It's just not going to happen. You got to get everything.
30 seconds
Like, you need the Turkish genes. Like, I think that's it. We've talked about it before. It takes a Turkish team to take out a Turkish team. That's what we've seen throughout Game Changers at this very year. However, though, Falcons, they're putting up a nice little of their own. You can see that Wenz is willing to wait for her teammate, and Eva and Vanya are quick to react and find the cleanup. The 11th round coming in for BBL. For a second, it looked like Falcons, they had a little bit of a battle plan coming in, but just that initial action coming out of Alkia, Lodge was not prepared at all. And this push, I do not know how she got 1, let alone 2, before being shut down. Just insanity coming out of that Jet.
Just absolutely nutty. And frankly, like, I just like the way BBL call. I don't think it's like, it's not so unexpected, but it's just like very like smart, thought through calling, right? When you show so many passive looks toward A, of course the enemy team isn't going to be ready for it the one round that you do decide to go for that aggressive op and then running it back on a different line with Alkia this round. But Falcons just keep running into these full 5-player hits, and I'm not sure they work. BBL are already here with a crossfire setup ready to go.
Oh no, Vanya playing the elevated angle as well. Sandra doesn't quite check the corner, and now it's just a crossfire spray down. They find 3 before being shut down, and now it's a 1v3 situation. Madvi at least able to find the first. Walks through. If she can find the timing, it might be everything necessary, and she does. Wens takes her down. Now just the operator in Alkia's hands, and it's gonna be enough to deny Madvi the clutch. Match and series point for BBL here in this upper bracket, and they look unstoppable.
Falcons, the buy is rough. No knives to play with. It's going to be Guardian Gaming. It's going to be one Vandal. It's just not looking good for them. And honestly, like, they just need to show a different look, I feel. Like, I get it, you're playing against the op, so maybe you do just want to look for faster hits, but I think at a certain point, if you just keep showing the same pace round after round after round, it becomes very easy for BBL to just snap rotate over, again with another aggro jet line, although this time gets flashed off the corner, and the smoke going down does inform Falcons. The op is ready to go, but look at this. BBL have moved all 5 players over. They have 4 players on A and a flank already underway, 15 seconds into the round. Like, Falcons, you have to stop going for these hits. It's not going to work.
They're just not playing for any map control at all. Like, you saw the impact that the lurks from Wens had for the side of BBL, but for Falcons, they're just trying to find the safety in these numbers, hoping for successful trades, and so far, it hasn't been very successful. Now, the lockdown pop, the flank is there, the Rolling Thunder to try and crunch them in, but it isn't quite working out here. BBL finding these huge advantages. Another one to boot, and now it's all down to Ludge. Has the Viper Spit to work with, will have some space as well off the back of that lockdown, but she still wants to push into this A side where there is such a heavy BBL presence. 1v3, all the hopes of Falcons on her shoulders, but it's gonna come down to nothing. Alkia, pristine headshot to close it out, and yet another 3-0. History repeats itself, and BBL, they move on in that upper bracket.
BBL advancing up to the grand finals. Get to watch the rest scrap it out at the end, but what a fantastic performance from them on the day. And I mean, Alkia and Vanya especially had... what am I talking about? I'm looking at the series overall. Wens and those 2 insane clutches was just completely illegal.
Not once, but twice. We had like 3 clutches in just this map coming out of the BBL squad. 2 1v4s from Wens and a 1v3 from Vanya, and a third 1v3 that almost made it as well. So just insanity throughout the map. We saw a couple of nice rounds coming out of Falcons, but on their attacking side especially, I feel like they just stood no chance. But we're not here to talk about that. We're just here to cast the games. We have our analyst desk to break it down for us. So guys, tell us what we just saw, because I am mind-blown.
I mean, I'm conclutched. That's a Wens clutch pun. Does it make sense? Okay, fine. Let's talk about the match. Let's talk about the match, because we do have to talk about the clutches. Vanya and Wens in particular, just on fire. It seemed like in that first half, Falcons, they could anchor the sites effectively, but they just couldn't really capitalize on the advantage, Nami.
Yeah, every time they had a number advantage, especially against Wens, we've seen them peeking one by one, and also on the other side you see Wens like keeping her cold blood, being able to take all these clutches, and it's been 2 or 3 times in the same map. Honestly, like she's been insane this game, and insane during the entire series in general.
Yeah, I believe Wens at 17 years of age, someone like newly coming into this roster, it's just unbelievable the talent that is coming out of Turkey at the moment, and I genuinely don't know how she's managing to pull off some of these rounds, but that's the thing. It's like, this is looking like sort of a tenured professional, someone who's been around for an incredibly long time, just being able to isolate these fights. You do have to add the critique, though, in on the other side, that these are a lot of individual jewels for her to find, if you're going to give those opportunities, but it's just ridiculous how clean her individual aim is. I think this one in particular from Sandra, it's such a risk, and in fact, Nami actually called it. I was like, oh, it's okay, she's not going to peek again, and then, well, she did.
She has to. It's Sandra. Like, as a duelist, you always want to go for this, like, ego peaks, I guess. But yeah, it didn't go the way she was hoping to, and it ended up giving Wens her second clutch. The unlucky from Falcon's side, honestly. or badly played.
It's really interesting getting to see Wenz really perform and shine as well, because we have given so much kudos to her teammates. But as you mentioned, Wen's 17 years old, and she came in place of Reika, who's still on the squad. And Reika is a player who has spoken about how she needs a lot of momentum, she needs kills early on to really steamroll and get through the game. And maybe Wenz is a player who potentially doesn't always need to feel like she's top of the server to have impact where it really matters, Tom.
Maybe. It's possible as well that just like you have a young talent like that, and sometimes you need to give them a little bit of time as that sixth player, and then you realize, okay, if we're going to qualify for this Champions event, we need to make it all the way. We need this young star. We need someone who's going to put up those extra rounds. And that's the thing. You look at this game at 13-7, and maybe you remove some of the crazy, unbelievable clutches they won. It very easily could have gone the other way. This is one of those rare occasions where I'm watching a BL game and I'm going, no, you know what? It looks like they dominated, but they very easily could have lost that with just how good their opponents were actually playing. I think especially the likes of Mad V was insane throughout that map, and I almost feel a little bit bad for her that it didn't quite go our way.
Yeah, Mad V is a player that we've been highlighting a lot throughout the whole thing. She hasn't had any luck this time getting like those first blood, but we've seen her impacts during the whole game. Having 22 kills in a game like this, that was kind of, if you see the scoreline, favored so much to BBL, but she's been able to bring in those kills. But it came down to like very small things, like I feel like it's small communications when you're not able to like win a 4v1 or a 3v1. It came really to these small things that ended up giving the entire advantage to BBL. But on the other hand, of course, like, well played to BBL. They're this squad, they're coming in so strong. They're always able to play as a team. They're always speaking to each other, and also they're always playing so good on their utility. So I think that they definitely 100% deserve to win this map.
Yeah. It's really exciting to see a player like Mad V dominating the scoreboard, even if the rest of her team are struggling, and hopefully they're going to be able to regroup themselves for the lower bracket, because we're not saying goodbye to Falcons today. They still have the opportunity to make it to that grand final and therefore to Sao Paulo, and I think they'll be doing a lot of demo review, should we say, of those first two maps just to kind of see what they can change, because actually when you look at the second half of Split in particular, Tom, it felt like Falcons were missing a trick. They were not really exploring their options on the map, and BBL were just able to stack sites and pull off gambles.
I think it's always going to be difficult as well when that your opponent has a good attack side. Like getting 6 rounds, especially in the manner in which they did, like this could have been a very sort of dominant half that ended up being very close because of those clutch rounds, and that has to weigh on your mind, especially as a team that's come up from contenders and is now sort of making their way to the top. It's going to be very difficult for you mentally to even just be ready to lose clutches like that and then have to just get back into the game. So luckily for them, upper bracket, still another chance. The games aren't getting any easier from here on out, though, as obviously they'll have to face the winner of this next game, who I think we know these teams quite well, frankly.
Yeah, we know them just a little bit, and one of them has already booked the spot in Brazil and the other is hungry to have the opportunity. So we are going to take a short break, and when we come back, it is going to be G2 versus Ascend fighting for their Game Changers survival.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Do your thing. Bring your shoes, yeah, bring your date. Not gonna tell you twice. We're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat. We're gonna move our feet. Not gonna tell you twice. We're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat. Yeah. You know I got to wake up and dance. You know I got to get up and dance. When I'm in the backyard, dance, dance. When I'm in the graveyard, we dance. When I go back to sleep, I dance. In the realm of dreams, I dance. When I'm in the boneyard, dance, dance. When I'm caught off guard, I dance.
and welcome back to VALORANT Game Changers EMEA. It's day 4 of the playoffs, and we've already made our way through one best of 3 today. Most of the matches this week have been a full 3 maps. However, BBL Queens show that they are the team to beat by sending Falcons down to the lower bracket in 2 swift maps. And now we have to say goodbye to a team. It's going to be either Ascend or G2, metaphorically packing their bags, and it's going to be a bit of a heartbreaker, I think, especially actually for G2 potentially if they do go out today, because they might be going to Brazil, but they have a reputation at stake, Tom.
Yeah, they have the reputation of, I think, winning pretty much every single one of their match. Well, versus Ascend, they've won every single match, but they've also won pretty much every single Game Changers except for the one where they'd already qualified. So maybe that will be the one again. They're also a team that only ever finishes, like, I think it's 3rd is the worst they've ever done. So it really is one of those things where it's like, okay, sure, you might be looking at this and going, oh yeah, you know, there's nothing on the line for G2. They don't need to win this game. But realistically, they always finish within that top 2. So good luck to Ascend.
Yeah, they're strong competitors. So of course they're not coming here to like lose this. But also, you spoke about the last time they qualified with points, but even that time they went all the way until the finals. So we're expecting, as usual, like a strong comeback and a strong lower bracket run from G2, because that's what they always deliver.
G2, absolutely a playoff team through and through. They did have a bit of a shocking group stage in the sense that they went straight into the lower bracket, but obviously they can't afford to lose a series now, and they haven't. Whereas Ascend, they went into the upper bracket, a group stage, good team, thumbs up. But when it comes to the playoffs, the best they've managed to do really is 3rd, Tom.
Yeah, that's the thing. They've got to basically sort of break their own curse this event of like 3rd. It's great, it's fantastic, it's consistent, but with BBL being in the final, they now have to get to the final and win, because obviously BBL, if they win that match, they go through. So it basically is a do or die for Ascend at this point. And I do feel like they're a team that when it comes down to the really high pressure matches, that is kind of where they crumble a little bit, because I feel like even their game yesterday facing off against Rebels, I don't know if you agree, no, but it was definitely a little bit closer than what I would have liked, especially in comparison to their games we saw in the past.
Yeah, we expected them to come in so strong, especially after being undefeated in the entire group stage. But once again, they had some shaky games. But in the end of the day, we feel like Svidoka and Jolina, this addition is bringing them so much, especially Svidoka. She's one of these players that have a good combination of their utility usage and also her aim. So we're expecting a lot coming from Ascent. And also this time, if they lose, they will be 4th place. So it's a downgrade. So we're expecting much more from this lineup.
Yeah, it was a messy match against Rebels Velvet. There was a bit of emotion in the server, I believe, because Jade used to be the IGL of Ascend, but even more emotion given that they are going up against their kryptonite in G2. So I decided to not break with tradition, because apparently every time these two teams face each other, we interview their coach, Asker. So I asked him some questions. Asker, coach of Ascend, thank you so much for joining me. First of all, how is the team doing after last night's victory over Rebels Velvet?
We are doing good. I think yesterday it was a really important game for us to get some momentum, especially in the way we played. I think like things weren't like working super well for us, but we still managed to play well and manage those situations that we were in disadvantage, especially on Heaven. We lost so many entries overall, and maybe we didn't create the best situations for us, but we still played a solid game, and I think like we also translated that to Divine. So we kind of followed our game plan. We did it properly, so everything went fine in the end.
Is there anything you're able to do to get the team ready for those opening duels against G2 today?
Yeah, I think against G2, we have like probably a better game plan against them, because we played them like already 3 times in the past. So it's kind of like we already know each other a little bit, like how we play against them in these big games, kind of. So I think we have like a better plan how to approach the game.
And how much apologies for interrupting you, Aska. I just wanted to know how much your game plan has adjusted since the group stage, as you did manage to take a map off G2, but obviously it was still a 2-1 victory to G2. So how much have you thought about changing things up for this match?
I don't think we will change that much, honestly. I think when we played them in the previous stage, we weren't that prepared. I feel like we didn't have that much time, honestly, because we made changes. We had like 2 weeks and then group stage already. So during the group stage, we had like 2-3 days each week to practice. So most of the setups weren't ready. Like we didn't have the best reactions. We didn't have the right protocols still prepared because we didn't have that much time to practice all maps. So against G2, it was kind of like hard to adjust those protocols or those setups because they play in a different way in some maps. Like they play compositions like the Viper comp on Haven that are uncommon, and we usually don't prac against that. So the setups or the things we do against that type of gameplay, we just didn't prepare that much in the past. But now we are for sure better prepared against them.
I hear you do visualizations with the team, Aska. Can you talk to me about what that entails and what you've been doing with the team to mentally prepare for G2 today?
We don't do visualizations as a team, but I told the players to do that individually. Like try to, for example, like if we do new stuff or if we talk about certain rotations, certain protocols, to visualize that in the heads multiple times, either at the morning or at night, like in any moment of the day, but just to spend like 10-15 minutes doing that so they are mentally ready for the games, for the practice, of course.
Aska, are you mentally ready for this?
Yeah, for sure.
I can't wait. Thank you so much for talking to me today. Good luck.
Thank you.
Aska may say he's mentally ready and visualizing a win today, but it did concern me, Nami, that they haven't changed things since the last time they played G2. The game plan apparently is the same.
Yeah, but he also spoke about how they weren't as prepared last time as now. So maybe keeping the same game plan and actually sticking to it and being able to like play it the way you want to play it can be a difference, because it felt like they always were like game short against G2. They were always not able to perform the way they wanted. So maybe the best way to win is to just stick to your own gameplay, and yeah, hopefully it will bring them further than the third place that they've always been having.
Yeah, it's not looking great, is it? Like, it seems like all the stories point to this being that sort of, well, almost the end of the road. That they need to really sort of dig deep and break a few different trends. As I said, we showed earlier the fact that G2 are basically always finished within that top two. I think the last time they finished third was before they were even G2, playing as the originals. So the fact is they've got to come out here and basically play to a higher level than we've seen from them in quite a while, and then they have to go on and do that 2 more times. So it's going to be a difficult run for SM, but they definitely have the players to do it. I genuinely believe that a lot of the time it comes down to this team, just the smaller details for them not quite being able to take things over the line.
It's interesting that we've got 2 in-game leaders in the server waiting to play against each other who have actually had to take on the role from departing members. So Hated the most picking up the role from Jade for stage 2, and Petra obviously when Giuliano made an exit after they became world champions. So this year we've really seen these 2 growing and learning, but they're also players who can definitely make a difference in terms of their gunplay as well, Tom.
Yeah, I think especially yesterday we saw some slightly quieter performances from the likes of Petra for what we usually see, and I do think that could be some of the difference maker. One of the bigger games in their loss was Hated having a huge performance for Ascend, so I think these are both highlight players for multiple reasons, but a lot of it is when you have these new players in the roster, which both teams have over the last few months, it's going to be your in-game leader that suffers a lot of the time. So hopefully now they've managed to work things out, and especially playing as those initiators, there's going to be a lot on their shoulders going into this matchup.
Yeah, indeed. I'm sorry.
No worries.
Yeah, indeed. But also another thing is that Petra had more time right now to be at the AGL. It feels like she'll be probably more confident. We've seen her coming back to the Sova pick even more now, and she's been one of the best Sovas on the server. So I'm excited to see her back in the Sova and making the impact that we're used to from Petra.
Now, I don't really think we need a reminder of this, but as we've looked at where Ascend have come in Game Changers so far, we should take a look at G2's placements as well. That's a lot of ones, Tom.
Yeah, the third, as said, I think that's before they were actually considered G2. Like maybe they'd already signed to the roster. There's also been a few players in and out over this time. But as said, like for them to finish fourth would be the worst placement they've had in 2 years. And bear in mind, when they were originals, that was some of the players just switching to Valorant. So it truly is insane how consistently good they've been while changing players, while bringing in, losing Giuliano, losing Zaz, bringing in Mary leaving, and they're still there every single time. So for them to finish fourth, I just can't believe it will happen.
Yeah, and just a little reminder that we've seen only 1 second in there, and when they were second, they actually ended up being the world champions. So
yeah,
we have high expectations for sure for G2. You're welcome for this, though.
Exactly. It was like a harsh lesson they had to learn before they went on and beat everyone in the world.
Yeah, they lost that seeding match to finish second.
Yeah, they really learned from their mistakes there and grew as a team and as people and set the example that we all need to follow now.
And smashed NA. That's the important bit about it. Don't forget that bit.
Oh yeah, that's incredibly important, and they're definitely going to be brilliant representatives in Brazil later this year.
No doubt.
Yesterday we spoke to Glance in a post-game interview, and she told us about the fact that the team is essentially chilling right now. I don't know if I believe that all the players are, but let's remind ourselves of what she said. The end of that series, when NASA was starting to gain those rounds, Glance, was there any nerves in the server from you guys?
No, I don't. We were actually laughing at the end of the game more, and I think the most important for us to enjoy when we playing and not focus too much on like anything besides that. And we want to play our game. We know it's more pressure on them actually, because then they don't have a chance to qualify for champs, and we're already fine with it. So I don't think we felt pressure today. We were mostly having fun, I would say.
Well, Petra was definitely having fun. I might try that next time. Next time I'm jumping into Team Deathmatch, I'm just going to do the Petra dance, see if it helps me.
I think you
get
need
some
your
pranks.
hand on your mouse, Frankie, I'll be honest.
That is true. There is, I'm trying to remember which player it is. It might actually be Vanya, I think, who says that sometimes she accidentally like makes a fist with her hand, and that's why she dies in the server. But that obviously did not happen today. Back to the match at hand. Glance, Tom. Glance.
Yeah, she was just utterly insane yesterday. Like this is a player in form that you must feel just hopeless going into some of these positions, because she was just in her opponent's head. Like that clutch we saw moments ago, playing like a ring around the Rosie, fake TPing back into position, always in the right place at the right time. Like she has hit championship level form right now, and that's the thing. I think Jolina on the other side is fantastic individually, but matching up to Glance at her best, I'll be honest, I don't know if there's anybody in Game Changers that can do that.
Not even Vanya as Omen, but I actually kind of agree with you, because she was kind of, it's like a highlight of how Omen should be played, kind of. We've seen all these fakes, all these like paranoias, all this smoke. She has been just insane on the server, and this is what we were expecting from her since the start, because it felt like G2 in the group stage were struggling in many ways, and one of them was Glance not being able to find her consistency. But later on here in the playoffs, we've seen like a whole different G2 roster, and especially like Glance on the next level.
Yeah, Glance is playing a blinder, and Mimi was so fantastic in setting up her team with flashes for success yesterday. So I caught up with her today to see how she's feeling now she's had a bit of a breather. Mimi, thank you so much for joining me. I'm going to jump straight in and ask how you felt after that series against NASA yesterday, because everyone was very excited when you completed the third and final map, but you just kind of sat there like you were breathing a sigh of relief. What was going on in your brain?
I mean, obviously right now we're just playing to hopefully get the first seed for champions. But honestly, it was just like, yeah, kind of a relief, because we kind of felt like that we were the better team. We just have had a pretty slow start to the tournament. So I think it's just like, okay, now it's over, go next kind of situation.
Have you managed to work out why you had a slow start? Was it that you were not on boot camp, maybe?
Yeah, absolutely. I really think that people playing from home, like it's just so easy to be distracted by your surroundings and not like when we're at boot camp, literally the only thing we do is sleep at the hotel, go back to the facility and play all day long. And that's basically it. There's no distractions of family members, of friends, of partners or whatever. It's just like only Valorant, and it helps you to just focus on that one thing and make a better result then.
Is that your preferred way to live?
Could I do this the entire year? I mean, probably. Would I go crazy? Most likely too. So I'm very happy that we're balancing it out and not going like 365 days of bootcamp.
A healthy work-life balance is really important.
Yeah.
You've worked so hard, clearly, with your newest recruit, Sarah, to get her living that G2 lifestyle and get her performing so well and so consistently. How has her role changed in game since stage 2? Because initially we saw you guys helping her out a lot in game, and she wasn't necessarily always going in first and making the most risky of maneuvers. But it does seem like now you're letting her off the leash a bit.
Yeah, Sarah is really good at listening to feedback, but also actually doing something with it. So we don't have to repeat things many times with her. It's like just saying something to her once or showing her something once of how she can be more creative in her gameplay. And you'll literally see it the next round already because she'll put herself in the situation and make the most out of the feedback that she's getting. So she's just very like a vacuum, just sucking in all the information she can possibly get and then using it. So that's really
amazing.
Nice.
I wish I could commentate Valorant properly now so I can call Sarah a Hoover. I haven't worked out a way to work that into the cast, but maybe our casters today can do me a solid and call her a vacuum in game. Before I let you go, Ascend today, this is a team that you typically do beat when you meet them in Game Changers, although they did take a map off you in the group stage, Mimi. So what is your plan for this map, for this series? Is it business as usual?
I mean, obviously, we'll just focus on playing our own game. That's really what's been working the best for us throughout the entire year, honestly. There's no pressure on us, and there's all the pressure on Ascend. I would feel very bad of taking this champion spot away from them, but you know, we gotta do what we gotta do. But I really like it's a team filled with talent, and I wish them the best of luck.
I wish them the best, but I also have realised, Sarah, she's hoovering up the B side. I need to change my role. I'm going to be commentating. Thank you so much for talking to me, Mimi. Good luck today. Okay, 2 things. 1, Mimi doesn't feel bad about it at all. And 2, a Hoover is a brand of vacuum cleaner, but we just use the word Hoover and vacuum interchangeably in the UK. So for anyone who is confused...
Henry Hoover.
Yeah, good old Henry Hoover that's got a smiley face on it. So yes, hoovering up the B site is the finest piece of commentary I have ever committed to broadcast.
Go on, Ender. Go on,
Yeah.
Ender. You can fit that in. I know you can.
I can totally hear Ender. He's hoovering up the B site.
I can hear someone else saying the word veto. I think. I've heard.
Veto. Oh, we've got to do a best of 3 series, and one of these teams is going home in a moment. Okay, fine. Well, Nami, Pearl's been banned there. Oh, what a shame.
Yeah, honestly, we've seen a lot of it, so it's okay. We don't mind. But in the other side, also, we're not going to see Haven this time from the side of from either side. To be fair, Bind is a pick that we've seen banned a lot from, I think, G2 side as well. We didn't see it as much recently, but now we're opening with it. I think G2 historically have been having a good games on Bind, good results on this map. So I'm not surprised by seeing it first picked. On the other side, we'll see what's again split. Some change this time coming in the map veto, so we'll be seeing different maps today.
I almost think that the Haven ban from G2 is a respect ban. That's a map that's been fantastic for Ascend, so taking that out of play makes a lot of sense. Obviously, split for G2, you might be looking at the results and going, oh, they've not been that great on it. But they were using a different comp. They went back to their normal comp yesterday, and they obliterated NASA on that map. So I think their tests didn't work, so they went back to the tried and true. I do think Bind is going to be interesting, but the risk of Bind for Ascend is you don't have anything to go on. Like, you're going off a comp that had Chamber in it before and hasn't been played in a few months. So it's a risk, but definitely a map that I would slightly favor into Ascend. So fingers crossed for 3 maps coming up, Frankie, but ultimately I'm still leaning the way of G2.
Let's head into Agent Select then and see if G2 have got any surprises on Bind. As you say, Tom, it's been a long time since we did see G2 on this map. And we're going to see Glance on the Harbour.
Yeah, that's a little surprise coming in here but we've seen it historically, like Viper and Harbor doing so good. We've seen also Sage doing so good, I think, on Ascend side yesterday on this map. So I'm expecting the same coming in from Mimi, especially since like we've seen her anchoring so many times on this map. So I'm expecting like so much from G2 goes in, and also on the other side, Ascend don't have so much read, or like we didn't see G2 play in this comp before, so they don't have much to read into and to react to.
I believe they played this back in May. This was what they actually used to play up against Ascend in the past. So I think that they've basically gone back to a comp where they obliterated Ascend twice. So clearly they feel like that comp can still work versus this team, so they're going to run it back again.
Is that the comp that Rebels Velvet played yesterday?
I don't know.
I think it might be. Triple wall.
I think you might be right. You are right. I think it's the walls.
Big wally style, and styling out in the commentary are, of course, going to be Ender and Zach. So let's wing it.
Is he still wearing a jumper?
Yes!
I am. I didn't take my clothes off between games. It's crazy, I know.
Welcome back, everyone. We're going to be heading into Series 2 for the day, which is G2 Golson versus Ascend Rising. A possible spot at Game Changers Championship this year on the line for Ascend here. And we are going to be getting right into it after this very nice trailer. Every time I see this, it just makes my day. Had German all the way into Bind. That's where we're going to be heading for this map number 1 here. And that's exactly what our analyst has pointed on. This was the comp that Ascend were able to win quite convincingly on yesterday against Rebels. So that's something definitely in their favor, Under.
Yeah, and it's a comp with so much stall power for G2, although I think it's going to get a little excitable very quickly here. 3 stacking right inside of Hookah. They also just sent the Cascade down B long to go ahead and scoop up that orb. Harbor, one of the best ults in the game. Dare I say, the best ult in the game for the cost. Only 7 orbs on that thing, so you can get it online super, super fast. And now that Jelena spotted out the 3 players spamming outside of Hookah, it looks like Ascend might lean slowly back over towards that A side.
Seems to be the call so far. We've talked about Amy before on this particular map and the impact that she has with her Viper lurks. This wall, kind of a tried and tested one for them to be able to scale up slowly, does fade away though. And G2, they already have inkling of this A hit possibly coming in. Multiple players though caught by that 0 point, still looking to push forward off the back of it. But with that information Ascend, they're kind of trying to slow things down here, finally going in for that actual execute. Mimi, that first point of contact, the bait and switch tactic, the utility to come in and try to find these kills, and Sarah will indeed find it off the back of her paint shells. Numbers still remain in favor of G2, and the lurk is in as well from Roxy. However, Jelena, she had her eyes out, and that's going to be the kill they need to rotate.
Yeah, huge kill left, taking Roxy down. I mean, Ascend were completely pinched, and now they have a free plant over on the A site. Call for Mimi is going to go for a flank of her own, and that timing might come in faster than expected, but G2's players here have to play on their own, whereas Ascend get to stack up together. They have the recharge on the KO knife, which is going to spot the one back towards spawn. And they can set their eyes on that. Jelena's spot. What a nasty off angle here. And now they take down Glance and there's no trade. You'd think they'd be aware there could be a flank on the cards.
They don't know yet. Mimi gotta be walking into site right now. She doesn't know where exactly these players are. Knows one isn't two, but oh my god, she gets the first kill. Not aware of the positioning of the second, and Jelena might be able to wrap around, gets the headshot and the kill at Ascend. They take that pistol. It got a little bit dicey there towards the end, but they played out super well. Just the awareness from Jelena to catch out Roxy. I think that was where the round really changed hands.
Yeah, turning straight around on it, because otherwise you're kind of stuck in this position where you can't really plant. If you jump into the teleporter, there might be a player out sand. I think if Roxy had maybe just frozen on her position, held the exit, But obviously there's so many ifs and stuff that you can ask in the moment that aren't always going to be aware to you in the actual round itself. G2 going for the same exact thing. 3 players outside of Hookah. Last time they waited about 8 seconds before going for the swing. Again, Glance can grab the orb. That's 4 out of 7 orbs already in 2 rounds. When you lost the pistol, that is a great pace to be on for that Harbor.
Yeah, at this rate, she might have it online for that next round as well. Jelena goes for the peak triple. Just Kulala thanks for that Bulldog, and she's going to be feeling very pleased with herself. We were talking about farming up those ults under her. That's going to get her just 2 away from that orbital strike. That's going to be a player in who got caught out by the Trailblazer as well. You were saying?
I don't often condone typing question mark in all chat, but I'm going to say if I was Jelena, I would be snapping the question mark down there instantly. I mean, just 2 sprays of the Bulldog and 3 players drop. That's nasty.
She still has the Bulldog train in that angle as well. So the remaining players of G2, you can see them considering, do they want to really try to do more damage and risk giving away those ult orbs to Ascend, or are they just going to try to die to the spike? The call seems to be towards the second option instead, because they're just holding, waiting for possible exits here before going down to the spike. But that said, Jelena, that awareness that G2 like to stack up towards that hookah. They've been doing this throughout the year whenever they do play bind, and she was just so ready for it.
Yeah. It's also like, I think that play works really well if other teams haven't seen it, because the timing they took on that was even better than the first round, I think, where they stepped out right under 1 minute and 20 seconds. And if they just keep holding shift as they walk down towards A short, if Ascender's setting up an A hit, they are like shooting the back of Ascend's heads right as they're executing, because usually teams will exec around either like the Sky Flash recharge or the KO knife, so that's 40 seconds on those cooldowns. So you have 20 seconds to walk up on the flank. If Ascender posturing for a second cycle A hit, that works wonders. Now, if Ascender just holding there, you get absolutely destroyed and you look foolish, but timing-wise, I think that's a really nice conceptual idea.
G2 finally gonna be having their full buy here. So looking to again farm up these orbs this time around. Mimi is gonna be the one to pick that one up, trying to get the Resurrection online as soon as possible. Ascend in this eco again, just taking their opponent's measure. They've been very methodical around breaking the utility on this B side so far. They're calling for that additional investment of that wall to make sure that orb control remains in G2's hands. And G2 themselves, this is very passive from them. Usually you see them trying to take that early initiative, but they're just happy to wait out and see what their opponents are going to do.
I think compositionally too, they wanted to show the early, flank options, aggressive looks, because realistically, this comp for G2 is much more control stall focused, right? Like Harbor, Sage, Viper, obviously powerful stall, but also like Ray's paint shells can be super, super strong for that. Through the teleporter, down A short, all those things. So I think G2 showing those early looks is important so that Ascend can't just, not be concerned about their flanks, but I do expect G2 to play much more bunkered of an approach from here on out.
Yeah, pretty sure that when Sarah gets going, it's going to be a very, very fun show. Glance inside two taking a little bit of damage. Position gets spotted out with 30 seconds left. The Executor's finally coming in onto this B side, but G2, they have such a heavy side presence here. You do see Ascend trying to get a little bit scrappy, but they're just taking the 1v1s, and Glance still holding strong inside the box here. And G2, the backup arrives, the cavalry charges forward, and they convert this round with that weapon advantage. Only losing Roxy in the process. They're going to be very happy about that.
Oh, for sure. I think they're just 1 orb off the Harbor ult too, so easy down B long. We'll see if Ascend tried to play into that, because so far it's 3 for 3 rounds. G2 have picked up that orb with a couple of different looks, and I would be surprised to see Glance not look for that orb. I think they are going to be playing for that Showers orb this time around. They can use an early Sky Flash, throw up the Viper Wall that cuts off that angle as well, and eat that one up so they can play very easy retakes.
Yeah, again, it's going to be the double cover here, both the smoke as well as that Sage Wall to let Mimi get that orb, and now she's only 1 away from that Resurrection. A lot of these ults that are going to be coming online at a crucial time for G2 goes in here. Like you mentioned, the Trailblazer first to clear it out, and Glance still gets the orb, I think.
Yep, delayed that one because they realized, hey, Ascend, they're not just going to let us have this. They do have to invest a little bit more. But that's okay. You saw that just how much time Ascend ate up in the last round, waiting out the Sage Wall down B long, dealing with the cycles of Viper utility. Like, it's hard for Ascend to accelerate early in rounds when those things are up and gas is plentiful. So Once again, pushed back by the paint shells, and actually stepping outside of Sands, Mimi does find the trade, and that is resable. There's going to be a fight here, though, as Amy comes around the corner, but yeah, HTM just takes down Roxy once more.
Yeah, dying twice in the same moment. Very unfortunate there. That said, though, Petra tucked away into the corner. There's a de facto crossfire available, except that Chanel spots it out. Still not going to be able to find that kill, though. Huge damage. No heal available for Mimi to get Petra back into fighting shape. But still, G2, they have the numbers advantage. They run the clock down once again, in a sense. They're going to be forced to walk into this, and walk into it they do. Mimi with another huge kill. The crossfire too much for Ascend to even work their way through, and despite the HP being so low, Petra still finds another 2 kills to set G2 up for success.
Ah, Petra's so good. It's upsetting to me a little bit. Gets the kill long, then repositioning. I mean, you can see how comfortable G2 feel playing on that site. Right underneath window there, Petra has her jump up completely, and then they're both jiggling out when they isolate down to that final player, so they can trade off one another. It's very, very nice. Now Mimi's got the operator in hand on the Sage. Just going to control outside showers as they continue to just cut off extremities. You can't take B-long or showers versus G2. They won't let you.
Another ult comes online as well, as you do see Petra going for that B-long warp control, gets it online. Mimi will be holding that aggressive angle towards showers, so with the way that G2 are playing on this A side, they have it under lockdown. The problem for them, though, is that Ascend, they still look to go for this B venture here. They have the orbital strike available as well if they want to put it towards backside or elbow to try and take a little bit more space. No other ults available quite yet, and that Trailblazer, it's going to find so much information. I think it caught 2 players already. Seeker's going to be put down on top of that, and that is the information that G2 really needs. And with a minute left on the clock, Ascend, they have to make a move.
Yeah, it also tells Petra she can jump up into Hookah. Now Glance pops the ultimate. They can't make it through. They're going to jump in the teleport now and try to move into the lurk up A short, perhaps. Otherwise, just more and more the clock is being eaten up. Now their lurk gets opped in the face, so the teleport no longer an option. They're going to go for it because they don't have hookah control, but there's a Sage wall here too.
Yeah, I think Mimi got tired of it going down in the beginning of the round, so she saves it toward the end. The perfect timing on the paint shells from Sarah as well. Just such oppressive utility coming in from the G2 side. Orbital Strike invested to try and smoke off this particular angle, but Mimi still has the operator. Doesn't hit the shot though, and Ascent, they charge onto site here, looking to get that spike down, but Roxy doing as much damage as possible. Now comes down to the 1v2. Speedoka was the one to plant the spike, tries to get that 1v1, but Clown's more than ready for the peek and the swing. G2 clean house here, as Frankie mentioned, hoovering up that site. They get the defuse to boot.
Nicely done. So you beat me to it. See, now I'm upset. I'm angry. I was
vacuum ender.
Nope. I'm just gonna be salty, and that's okay. It's just how it is. Honestly, though, like, this is the comp in full form from G2, right? They put everything down B long. Like, even after the Harbor ult comes out and the Viper wall, then there's double cascades. By the time Ascent hit the teleport, there's still a Sage wall they get to get through. Then it's the Molly or the paint shells from Sarah. Like, this is the ultimate stall comp. The only thing that would be better stall, I think, would be like a Breach, because I think Breach, like, fault line is more effective as a stun compared to the Skydog, but obviously G2 don't need any more of that. So this is just about as perfect as it can get for stalling out the site. Even Petra using the Seekers to know, hey, there's no one up in Hookah, so I can jump up into that space, and then there's really no way they're getting out into the site. Like, this is kind of a masterclass so far from G2, and Ascend's best bet is to try and exec with a null command. I think that simplifies things, moving over into the Viper side of the map. But they're going to need to be much more decisive early in rounds. And I think that comes by abusing A short and by abusing Hookah, because G2 are putting so many resources into showers and long that I don't think they can adequately contest them. But hey, walking up, as a team behind this Viper orb down A short and then flashing out from it, that's something we haven't seen yet. And I don't think G2 are aggressively fighting it. We've just seen Sarah jumping up on top of Troc, and that's sort of how they're dealing with A short. But I think Ascent can show a few more options behind it effectively.
Yeah, I think talking about that last round as well, one piece of utility that I really liked was the ultimate coming out of Glance, the Harbor ultimate, to just deny that push coming in. The timing of that was impeccable. Petra pops the Seekers, knows that there's at least 3, if not more than that, towards long, and as they're about to execute, right, Glance just pops the Reckoning. It's completely stalls them in their tracks. And if you look at how all of these rounds have been going so far, with the exception of that pistol, G2, they're running that clock down so well. Ascend, they're just not able to keep track of it. I think that they might need a timeout to just decide how exactly they want to really approach. Like you mentioned, there are a couple of lanes that they haven't gone towards quite yet, and it seems like they're gonna be that's where they're gonna be concentrating their resources this time around.
Yeah, Skydog will spot. I don't think it technically saw Sky, but they saw the util there, so they know it's 2 players in showers. And it is Sarah actually holding a little bit more forward here. She's going to actually just fall back here, not going to want to deal with that wall up whatsoever, but looks like actually the Viper lineup missed on that one, so not going to be able to recover that from the post plant. And will they even have control over U-Haul? I'm not sure, because Sarah's finding the dink. Schnell will finally finish it off, but there's a quick flank coming down short. HCM gets that one, and Descender in the driver's seat now.
Yeah, they get the plant down to boot, so finally they have a pretty strong post plant coming in, though Petra just walks up and is able to take down Speedoka. Amy at least able to find the trade, a second to boot as well, and now it's just Mimi left in a 1v3, swaps out the gun, has the Sage wall to boot, so might just be able to at least try to fake the defuse. Really good at isolating these fights though. She gets both collided through and now has the safety to stick out half, but oh my god, the wall works against her. Amy jumps on top, 7 HP is all she needs, and Ascend, they close the round out. That said though, Mimi just so clean towards the end.
Yeah, okay, it's good to confirm that G2 can't just win every clutch like we saw BBL do in the previous series. That makes me much more hopeful for Ascend, who very much need to come out in top of this series to stay alive here in this stage. But wow, Amy was on no HP too. If she had missed this jump, she just loses to time. But it's all good, makes it happen. And now Mimi going for the Wardell peek out of Hookah. Not quite landing the shot though.
Viper's Pit now coming down as well. We talked about how annoying it can be to get through, and already you see the adjustments coming out of that G2 squad. Finally playing aggressive together this time around towards a short area. Ascend though, they seem to have the expectation that a possible push might be coming. If G2 go further, they're going to be dealing with this crossfire here, and with the Seekers being invested, they're just going to fall back.
Yeah. It's good though, eats up a lot of utility very early on. They have the paint shells to delay, so it's not free scaling for Ascend by any means. Still 3 players on site, the operator back towards triple. Schnell's trying to find it with the rocket, will take down Mimi. She's also slipped the net straight back into spawn as Spadoka clears out the side as well. It's really going to be up to Sarah to find anything with her position still inside showers.
Seems like she's considering going around for a possible flank. Nope, just goes back. And Schnell, she's that first obstacle. Judge versus Phantom at close range. It's going to be the Phantom and the angle to win it out. Just Glance and Sarah left right now. And with G2's economy looking a little bit shaky, it might be better for them to just try and save these guns. Maybe get a couple of exits. But talking about Ascend and their executes in these last couple of rounds, they've been very, very good at being able to just smoke out how G2 are playing. Sure, it took them a couple of rounds, but at the end, they finally have a game plan that's working out for them.
Yeah, I think their actual site hits have been coming in much quicker this time around, because they were getting stalled out to, I think, the 3rd cycle of util before they were going. So they were hitting around 30 seconds or 30 seconds remaining on the clock. And this time around, it's going around 120, 110, trying to sort of beat G2 to the punch so they can try to get in there. And it's worked pretty effectively for them. This time just using the Seekers to clear up down short. They did have to use 2 ultimates, you know, Seekers to take the initial control of short and then Showstopper to take backside. But after that, the fights came in very nicely from Ascend, and G2 were all sort of playing on their own. They were close to each other, but the way and the tempo at which Ascend entered the site meant that the trades weren't instantly there, and G2 did a pretty poor job of reacting to the result that came their direction. They all scattered, and that meant when the fights actually came through, they were all taking their ones.
Bit unfortunate there. Now, once again, you see this play towards that long area. This time around, though, the spike, the orb, it's still not going to be available for G2 because of that immediate reaction from Schnell. Second one, not in reach either, as Hated the Most has her eyes on it. Ascend, they're back into their holding patterns here. And for G2, right, if you look at the buy, it's very, very awkward. Sure, they have the hero rifle on a couple of their players, but both Roxy and Mimi just pistols in hand. And the problem for G2 is that they're not going to be able to really manage a successful retake unless luck favors upon them, because Amy, if Ascend can get the spike down, they have the Viper Spit ready to go.
I will say, if Sarah ever gets a kill, I think this round just becomes G2's. That's going to be a showstopper online. We'll see. Roxy spots this out here, has the flash to try and look for a fight, but can't quite swing off it. And yeah, Petra's going to get punished big time. Schnell takes down Roxy as well, so they can just disrespect that high tide completely, take full control over the site. And G2 with just a couple of rifles, not going to be able to get through this choke very easily, as the mollies just stall them out for eternity.
Ooh.
Okay.
Well, Sarah tosses Hail Mary, rather pinch shell into the side, and it actually manages to take down Schnell as they're trying to exit, but Ascend, they managed to set up their post plant reasonably well. Hated the Most, kind of that first point of contention. Speedoka taking down Sarah already towards CT. One lane shut down, but the trades are still going in favor of Ascend. It's all down to just Mimi. She's able to pick up a rifle, has the res, but the clock gets ticked quite far, and it's not going to be much that G2 can really do with this round. As Ascend, they extend their lead even further, 5-3. This is their map pick, and seeing that split is coming up next, Ascend, they're going to have to really try to push their paces on this particular map.
Planted.
It seemed like the utility maybe a little bit, it didn't come in as quick as it needed to be. Obviously they were like sort of jiggle peeking down towards B long, but the flash coming out from Petra, I don't think quite caught them quickly enough. She wasn't able to play up the first one, is what I'm saying. Didn't see exactly what happened, but that made it pretty hard for the fight to continue down B long. I think there was also some counter util thrown her way, so it was definitely not an easy situation. All that to say is Ascend sort of sticking together pack mentality and then hitting earlier on in these rounds before they can just get stalled out and time becomes a big concern has been very effective. A pivot from them compared to the first few gun rounds.
I think that for G2's side, this is a pretty good timeout because since they have that momentum, that three rounds in a row that they were able to string together, and G2, their plan of really attacking these extremities so far, it's not working out because Ascend, they've gotten their measure. They have to kind of reassess here, and now I think we might see some of that trademark aggression that we've seen in previous maps come out to try and catch Ascend by surprise. They have the showstopper on Sarah. We might see that being invested early on to smoke out some of these positions. G2, they have a lot of ults, 2 ready to go. The Harbor ult's almost online. The Seekers just a couple away as well. So definitely there's definitely a possibility of a good snowballing coming in.
Just once again, early orb control, both sides of the map. And the early Sage Wall into Hookah as well. So that one's going to be dropping around 53 seconds. So it's early walls like that I'm not always a huge fan of. Although maybe they are anticipating a bit of a pace change and to sort of get splits, they wanted to keep very strong control over long and not even deal with anyone walking into Hookah. But generally speaking, if you can put down that Sage Wall as opposed to like 130 on the clock, if you can put that down around 110 to 1 minute, that's where it gives you so much value. Then the attacking team only has 20 to 30 seconds to actually hit late in the round. This time though, Ascend just going to regroup over towards A, going to throw a dog down B long, and then probably pretty quickly scale up on A short, as the Sky Util will fake a little bit more presence than you'd anticipate. But the fact that Petra stepped all the way out of showers is huge. Now the jump speed peak spots everything.
The fact that that 0 point connected with Sarah is huge, shuts down the potential of that showstopper early on. Gladstone still connects the spray through the smoke to take down Speedoka, and with that spike being dropped, that's a spoiler that you really need.
Petra up short! Can't find anyone?
30 seconds
so late! That is so
the lurking Sky on the opposite side, HTM gets the big kill that would have stabbed them in the back. It's just a Skylurk kingdom here. Petra is still going for more, walking up into market, but they've turned around to spot her out. It's not going to work, though. She's going to take them down. Sarah's still on site. What a goofy round. And it's Amy with the spike, but she's all on her own virtually. Oh my word, no way that's going to work as Glance finds 2 more to finish out the round.
Chaos. Just the timing of the flank, and more than that, Schnell, she had the position inside that U-Haul to try and really play around with, but with that flank converging and the TP option, Ascend, they were just completely split apart. Every single player was completely isolated in G2. They were just happy to peek, swing, get kills, and fall back.
What a chaotic round. That's going to be the G2 way, though, especially if nothing really happens for 40 seconds, is, hey, maybe Petra just walks up if she feels good going out of showers and there's nothing that she pings off of a flash. Again, just taking control there. This seems to be the way G2 prefer playing the map. Double up long, double up showers, and then Sarah can sort of deal with short on her own. If she takes a shot, she can just throw down the paint shells, then those showers players can reposition and fight with her. So really solid defensive setup, and I think as far as this comp playing on the defensive side, exactly what you want to see from them.
It's even more impressive, though, that despite the way G2 are putting up this kind of oppressive defense, Ascend are finding success on some of these rounds. Their spacing has gotten so much better since the last few times they've played G2. I think that their trades are just so much more effective, and more often than not, they're able to find that first crucial pick. Mimi now, though, looking for a little bit of action of her own, pushes forward, gets a kill for free, and finally gets traded out. In fact, Roxy, who was going there for the backup, gets taken down to boot, and the problem is that's Mimi who went down, so no more resurrection for the duration of this round.
Look at minimap, though. Look at Petra. Petra's on the full sprint through spawn. No one's going to hear her. Unless Amy steps backward, but she steps forward, so Petra can keep on zooming forward. There's going to be a reckoning on this retake to blitz through the Viper ult as well.
Seekers too, there's just so much utility for G2 to work with, and I think that's gonna prompt Ascend, aware of the possibility of the flame, to just put down this Viper spin. Everybody is playing inside it. You really wish that Sarah had a couple of showstoppers available right now. The crossfire towards CT is just too strong, and G2, they are picked apart here. Despite the ults coming in, it's not gonna be enough for them to really make their way forward, and Ascend, they extend their lead even further. But the awareness was there, like, the Viper spin, I think that's why, despite the numbers advantage, they put it down, because they knew Petra was going to be probably pulling off something like that again.
Yeah, also, as soon as you're playing forward in that, when you turn around, like, it doesn't have to be a flanker. Someone that went through elbow could be in virtually the same line that Petra was going to be in, so they're going to be able to deal with that. And honestly, G2 losing to boredom, I think. Like how Petra walked out of showers the last 2 rounds, that's what they were doing, double walking down B-long, trying to catch Ascend in a timing, but this is Ascend playing a really slow game. The type of game that just loses to G2's comp if they play bunkered, and I think the last 2 rounds, G2, that's exactly what they're going to do. Play deep on sites, quickly rotating a second judge over. They've already got a judge in U-Haul. Mimi's also got one. So we'll see what they can do. I'm scuffed by.
Quite a bit of a stack, too, on this particular side. Oh, Petra with a nasty shot here, still somehow staying alive. Chanel, though, walking in through showers, able to find a kill, and Petra finally taken out of that equation. G2 make them fight for the side, but Ascend still take it with that numbers advantage. The judge, though, it's still in Mimi's hands. Glance able to pick up, I think, a weapon as well, possibly tucking herself into the corner. If this harbor wall goes down, it's going to be a possible kill coming in, and Glance and Roxy between them, able to find a couple. Roxy almost with a clutch here. Hated the most in Jelena, both so incredibly low, but Ascend, they still hold strong and push that weapons advantage forward.
Yeah, G2 making that a little bit too close for comfort, I think, but Ascend winning out in the end, and the fact they've got null command, 1 off Showstopper here, great chance to close out this half with an 8-4 scoreline. I'll be honest, like, they have put together some really impressive rounds. After sort of like waiting out the aggression here, they play a little bit more reserved, I think, when they realize, hey, they could just push us out through the smokes. They still lost a few fights, but very quick to have the trades come on in there.
Blinded.
And G2 get punished again because of the round previous when they went for that walk-up that failed. It turns into an eco, and now Ascend chaining a few of these rounds together.
I think that Trailblazer spotted out Petra. Still, though, it's going to be some information guarded by the Boombot that there is an approach coming up short. Null command now pops here. That's going to be the cue for Ascend to push into the site. No flank seems to be coming out of G2 this time around. Just a quick rotation over towards the site here. Glance now still holding down the showers position, so they might be able to do something as that spike goes down. The Seekers invested as well to smoke out the positions, and that's going to point out that U-Haul is quite heavily contested. Sarah with the swing to take out Speedoka, and that's first blood going in favor of G2.
Right now, Ascend a little bit split up as well. Their flashes and hated the most were stuck down long, although they can throw up that Viper wall and reposition quickly.
Oh my
Shell's just going
God.
for the fight. Showstopper too. She knows players over in showers, but HTM takes the kill before it even matters. Glance, the only one left here in the showers position, and she is flirting with danger. Finds one before being taken out. And that'll be Ascend with 8 on the half. A fantastic way to start off this BO3.
You called it 8-4 looking likely, and it does turn out to be the case. Ultimates managed to perfection by Ascend, and that was after they had a little bit of a slow start as well. They were able to really reset after that timeout, and they looked very impressive in their attacking side, especially in that second half. In the second half of that first half. Yes, very convoluted sentence, but you know what I'm trying to say.
The first half of the second half in the initial third of the round that they were playing, according to my calculation. No, I know what you're saying. Oh man, though, this is big though. Elimination, best of 3. Winner would move on to the semis to try and qualify and play up against a BBL in the final. So I guess it's the semis, but you'd call it the losers bracket final, lower bracket final. I feel like I should know that terminology, but there's too many terms. Okay, let's just ignore. They go on to the match that takes them into the next one, All good. G2 control over U-Haul. They have all the walls in the world. Mimi can drop this down and get a very easy plant.
Uses the wall for some additional elevation as well. Seems like Ascend are kind of aware of that, and they will be falling back. The wall holds strong enough for the spike itself to go down. A cove coming in from Glance as well to block off line of sight, at least temporarily, to let them reposition for that post plant. Now, for Ascend side, no flanks coming in. Everybody trying to converge in through this particular point of contact, but they have to get through this wall first, and there's just Glance in the corner with a shorty of all things. The blue bot smokes out the position though, and Glance still finds that first kill. The maintenance which is successful, and it is just a slaughterhouse here. Brings it down to a 1v2. Speedoka doing her best to keep things alive in this round, but G2, man, that was just such a disgusting post plant.
That was awesome. I don't know who had the shorty, but it was
Glance.
it was Glance with the shorty. He's like, I'm gonna take my 2 shots. Cover me while I reload, Mimi. All right, I got the reload. Cover me, Mimi. Like, what is that? I absolutely love it. Sort of holding hands together over in Covey. It works wonders for him.
They were not expecting that second player. I can tell you that for free. You can see this. You can see the double take. Like, wait a minute. Excuse me. Why is Mimi there?
It just doesn't make sense. There's not room for 2 people there, surely. And there's not room for Schnell to hide in this corner, I don't think. Somehow she survives. Not quite sure how that's even remotely possible, but Ascend called in the reinforcements, and on her way out, they're all going to die, and I don't think that Spadoka's long for this world either. The wrap's coming down short as well, and with a flash in hand, she's gonna fall too.
Yeah, A side gonna be completely taken now. The flank on from hated the most, but G2, they've had more than enough time to prepare for it. They have the numbers as well, so very unlikely that Ascend will be able to find too much more unless they absolutely pull off some heroics. Hated the most. I don't think anyone is watching the short angle quite yet. Mimi in the open. Oh, never mind. She turns at the perfect time, knows exactly when and how to peek. The flash is impeccable, and nevertheless, Roxy there for the backup. A flawless round. Anti-eco to set G2 up for success in that bonus, and they have quite a bit to work with. 4 Bulldogs and a Vandal.
Yeah, and you know, I think looking at sort of stylistically how this comp plays, a lot of people might look at the G2 comp and be like, ooh, I feel like this is going to struggle on attack, you know, not a ton of playmaking tools, right? It's just the Sky and the Rays. To be fair, though, I think a lot of comps do that, especially like the Chamber comps on this map. And realistically, what this comp lets you do is just get very easy plants off of A short. Because of the Sage Wall, the Harbor Cove, there's no way your planter's ever going to die. And that's usually one of the hardest things to solve on this map. The Cascade, too, for like control and anti-op protocols down A short, down B long, ideas like that is going to work. So if G2 basically want to stress is if they ever get onto a site and put a plant down, it is very hard to retake. They're going to permanently lock down chokes between Harbor and Sage and Viper, especially on this B site. So the anchors have to win out for Ascent.
Really, really nice Harbor ult to come out of G2 here as they make their way onto site, smoking out these positions. Hated the most goes down first, so Amy desperately trying to fight for that site control. Jolina in the backside stays alive for so long, but finally Roxy takes her down. Now there's 2 alive remaining for the side of Ascend. Schnell and Speedoka, they're gonna have to work some magic to make this work out. But remember, this is Ascend's full buy and G2's bonus. Schnell on the wraparound, the flank Petra just watching the angle. If she wins this fight out, it might be a possibility, a glimmer of hope for Ascend to bring this back here. That said, though, Speedoka, she's going to have to do some fighting of her own. Boombot not going to really spot out much. She tries to isolate these fights. The pinch is coming in, and Roxy swings to find the kill. Now a 1v2 situation. Schnell versus the world, and Mimi in the corner. Not much that Schnell can really do when you're in the air satcheling. If she hit a shot at that kind of position, I would uninstall Valorant.
I mean, I'm more impressed in Mimi just like clips her in the head straight out of the sky. That's not an easy one to land whatsoever.
It's Mimi, man. I'm pretty sure
Well
she
done.
does it, like every day for breakfast.
Yeah, for real. But honestly, like, this is what I'm saying though, is if the anchors fail, you're just not gonna win the round realistically. And when the Harbor ult is online, it's so hard. So the fact that Glance has that ready to go in round 3 is such a boon for G2. And just solving their attack side. Whenever they have that reckoning, I think you just slam the B side. It's impossible. The other rounds, you can do a heavy dose of A side hits, and just, you know, do it by the book, really. That Molly missed. That's supposed to land where Schnell is standing right here, so there's no escape from showers. But not that it really matters.
Oh, no.
My! Oh my!
Oh, yes.
Hold on, Ascend are carving them up in the showers. What a little crunch play through the teleport.
Very nicely done, especially with the repositioning of these doors. It's just so much more easy to make those kind of set plays. Now, you can see that G2 are worried about a similar play like that coming in. HDM's kind of in the corner here. Still, though, the Phantom coming out on top despite the headshot onto Mimi. Will be able to get a little bit of self-sustain, doing some damage to Schnell in the process. 2v3 situation, Roxy versus the world, and Roxy will be taken down. It's all up to Mimi here. She's come out clutch in the past so many times. Isolates the first kill, gets the second as well, and suddenly things look untenable for this Ascend roster. Jolina finally, though, puts Mimi out and down and saves the round for Ascend. It got really scary there.
Yeah, second time Mimi just barely missed a big clutch. I'm thinking of that fist round earlier, but here you have it. That flash destroyed G2 and allowed Schnell to reaggress in through the front of showers there too. So, I mean, a lot of things went into play. Also, because that Molly missed, that allowed Schnell to play out and then walk back in. If that Molly connects, maybe G2 were able to just like fully sprint her down and just, you know, play through that very nicely. But all credit to Ascend to make that pinch work out and secure that thrifty round. Now they've got Brimult, the Raze ulti as well. Retake Kingdom now for Ascend.
They do have the Razors of their own to try and make some space here. And they're pretty close to that Resurrection as well as that Viper's Pit as well. So if they can take that space with the help of that Showstopper and hold on to it with that Viper's Pit, it's going to be what they need. But like you mentioned, that AoE ult coming out of Jolina, it might be the difference maker here. G2, they create a lot of noise, pandemonium towards that A side, and now they're looking to go towards this B instead. The problem, though, is that Ascend, they haven't really gone for these rotations. Still 2 players playing that anchor role as we've talked about. And the flash, the first guiding light, didn't find any information. So Ascend, they might not be ready for it. Hated the most that point of contact here. We'll see the Cascade coming to scale up. And that's the Showstopper. The signal to launch their way onto site. You can already see that Ascend.
Oh, she hears the running.
Far back. Okay, Amy gets away for a second. It seems a bit hit or miss. But Amy still gets away with her life. And now it's a full 5v5 retake.
Here's where Jolina and Schnell are going to be able to carve, though. Players on this close angle. Sarah, it's going to be really hard to find value. She's trying to get in front of that Raze ult almost and catch her mid-cast. It's going to work. She gets a kill, but quick to come on back. 3-on-3 for the retake. Jolina leading the charge as all 3 players forced off of site behind that Viper wall. Molly's come out as well. They're just going to go for the stick on this one. Amy's just barely not able to get it to half. And now Jolina trying to hunt down for the kills. Roxy around, and it's Badoka to clutch up both kills to finish it off and take Ascend to double digits.
10-7, and a very nice retake to come out of Ascend's side there. Like you mentioned, both of those ults really useful in clearing up that space. That said, though, G2 looked a little bit unprepared for that push that came out. Jolina just goes out in the open, and they could have played a little bit more towards time, especially Roxy when she had it down to a 1v1. But in that heat of the moment, you always want to take those engagements, those fights, and try to make it work. Now, G2 in a bit of a rough spot, probably going to be calling that second timeout as well. Their economy looking a little bit dicey. They might force all the way here.
I'm doing the mental math. I mean, I don't hate a force, especially down 3 rounds. Attacking as well, because Mimi has the res. What I'd love to see is Mimi not be one of the players of the rifle, and you just run around with X out. We've all seen that in solo queue, right? You just press your little X button, you go hang out next to your best friend. I would say that's probably Sarah, although Sarah with the judge is hyper based on the raise. So next up is Glance. She has the highest KDA apart from Mimi, so therefore is the optimal resurrection target. Also, her utility is very good. Also,
they should really
hear me out. Hold on. You use Glance. Glance go int somewhere to get a free ult orb, and then you're only 1 off of the Reckoning. You get a kill. You're set to go.
I think that they should really make Sage able to res herself, because then Mimi would just carry this entire game for G2 the way that she's been playing today. Jokes apart, though, I think I would make that change just to watch Mimi res herself. Like, 10 times every game, because she just farms up those ult orbs and those kills so consistently. G2 kind of changing their focus. We haven't really seen them make so much of a foray towards the short side, and with the judge, Sarah already able to take up quite a bit of space. Roxy does have the Viper's Pit as well, but this high-low, it's going to be broken apart right off the bat thanks to Roxy being able to take down Speedoka. Huge kill there. Viper's Pit invested as well. Early Pain Shell to try and clear it out, but it's not going to really do much here as Roxy still stays alive and looks quite healthy to boot. No flanks really coming in. You can still see a player on that B site anchoring it down. You can see Petra just watching.
That Viper's Pit goes into U-Haul as well, so if anyone goes into Sarah, not only does she have a judge, but they also have to take the decay damage walking through that one. What a nasty setup. As G2, they're just going to hit the teleporter. I don't know about leaving this one here. They have 2 lurks that they left on the A site, but I actually really liked their chances. They just didn't think they could get a plant off without the Sage Wall there to go. And hey, it works out. They get the plant on B and have a second lurk, so the lurk gets traded out. Now Roxy can TP to the team.
You talked about it, Ender. Glance just 1 off of that Reckoning right now. We might see that being the make or break ult to use. Beautiful flash to smoke out the position, but Mimi's still good for the shot. Amy counts back, though, with 2 of her own. And now we're back to even numbers here. Inside side, it's going to be Glance having the Reckoning and getting that kill to boot. A 1v2 situation. Amy with the Viper's Pit of her own, but she has to smoke out these players first. Goes for the swing. Glance ready for it. And she doesn't even need the ultimate. It's just the Glance show all the way. G2, they restabilize with that round 8-10.
Glance is playing so well today. And for Petra too, like the call in this round is crazy. What a chaotic round, but making that snap decision, plant is not going to work on the A site. We're going to gamble a little bit going over towards B, but they'd invested so much and had been on A for so long. The Viper's Pit, like, Ascend, you can't imagine there's a world where G2 teleport off of that, and yet they do. Now it's Ascend with a broken buy. They're going to be playing with a judge inside of their own Viper's Pit down A short, it looks like.
Blinded.
I mean, that's always a pretty reliable tactic, the judge inside a Viper's Pit. I think it always finds value unless you have like a showstopper or some kind of ult that can take out the Viper without really spotting her, because when you get up close to see the Viper and the judge, you're probably not going to make it out alive. We've seen it multiple times. It happens in all my ranked games, man. It's just PTSD. Ow.
Stay away from the pit. Stay away from the pit. Unless you have like Seekers, and then go into the pit. It's a very easy time. You just shoot the direction your Seekers are heading, easy kills every single time. Do you think G2, they were maybe waiting to see, is the pit going to go down and then we can avoid it? But no pit. Amy holding on to that one. They don't love their chances in this round, so saving that a bit. But the fact that G2 are going 5 down B long without an A-Lurk makes it really hard to slam the teleport, and it also means they don't have hookah control, and Schnell could be a serious issue from up there.
There is that Viper smoke, though, to cut off that line of sight at the very least. Something to happen, but off the back of that Reckoning, G2, they're able to once again just flood onto site. Cove as well for additional protection as that spike goes down. And just like that, they get spiked down. Looking at this post-plant setup, they're happy to just play from long. You already do see Roxy position watching for that flank. Speedoka with the null command might be able to make a difference, but these crossfires from G2, they're just so difficult to try and contend with. The spray from Petra, the first kill already, looking for the second as well, but Schnell takes her down out of hookah. Sarah and Mimi between them playing that jump switch tactic, the Bucky all the way across does take her down, and now it's just down to Schnell. Mimi more than aware, just goes for the peak and gets the kill. A triple for the Sage. Another resurrection there, or is it the same one? Because honestly,
it's the same one. I don't think Mimi's res this half.
She doesn't need to.
I think she
Just
might have
kills
only
everyone.
rezzed once last half too, and it was when Roxy got instantly killed.
Oh no.
It's a cosmetic ability. Mimi doesn't need it because she's just going to get the kills anyways. If anything, rezzing your teammate just takes precious time. It takes a rifle out of your hand for like 3 seconds, and Mimi's not going to let that happen. Mimi wants to go shoot people, so, you know, just let her do that. All good.
9 to 10. G2 really narrowing that gap, and it seems like they've kind of figured out Ascend's weak points. They realize that if they can swarm onto site together and manage to find those crucial spaces to get that post plant set up, Ascend, they're not able to really break through those crossfires.
It's pretty tough for Ascend to fight forward as well. You could see sort of the Sage Slorb going down B long, similar to how like Fnatic would throw a Viper Orb just so you can't like swing out into the player with the Sky Flash. It forces Ascend to play very deep on site, and G2 can just leave an embed there. Spike is down B long, but with the lurk going into showers, the battery of Sky and Raze walking down A short in a moment, G2 could get a little pop going, and off of the fake info the Flash just got for HTM, now they can exec into A with 5 players ready to go and only 2 players very deep on the site to hold.
That was such a nice molly, and now the TP as well, additional pressure being created by that possible flank here. Ascend, they're still holding down. The wall goes out at the worst time though, and Jelena just sprays them down. 2 kills before it finally comes through. The harbor wall as well, the sprays trying to connect. Mimi finally being able to get Roxy up. Again, this time she stays alive though, and with that null command coming in, the retake is in full swing. 1 player spotted out, they know where Roxy is, but Mimi's still tucked away into the corner. 1-for-1 trade so far. Speedoka in the open, not quite able to get rest up though, and it's just gonna be a play for time. Glance might be able to make the wraparound. It's gonna come down to the timing, but she might not even be needed. It's just the Mimi show here. She gets so much damage before finally being shut down, and Schnell in a 1v2. It might be better to just save the rifle with the 45 HP that you have. Still trying to go for the clutch though. Taps the spike to try and smoke out these positions, and it's just a bait from Petra to try and get the 1v1s to all done here. Glance though playing it for time will get the round for G2, and now we're tied 10 to 10. Oh, okay, bye Glance.
Glance falls. This is so unfortunate. Jelena had such a good angle and very near to getting 3, maybe even 4 kills there, because all of the early damage, like you mentioned with the molly Jelena threw out, like G2 were so chunked that very easily could have just been the round winner there for Jelena. Instead, it's only 2 kills, then she dies, then there's a res on top, which just invalidates all the great work she did in the round. Set up G2 just perfectly to play out that post. So with things all even, I don't know. I feel like G2 are in a really great spot. Yes, Ascend have 3 big ultimates ready to go, but G2 just 1 point off of Glance, off of Sarah's ultimate being online as well. And we've seen how effective those have been, especially for taking the B site of the map. Would not surprise me to see maybe just that B-Long play again, or Showers play. They've got Slorb lineups for B-Long. They've got Viper Molly lineups for Showers. So wherever they want to play, G2 are just going to get a free ult orb and then be able to exec off of that.
Yeah, I think we've seen that multiple times in the past before. Adding to that, right, Ascend, despite this being a swing round for them, they don't really have the purchasing power to really get any kinds of impact. I do see a Stinger in Speedoka's hand, so that might be coming into play, but either we're going to see multiple of these ultimates used in a bid to try and win this round out, or we're just going to see them carried and the loss kind of swallowed, hoping to save them for that next. It could genuinely go either way, and so far G2, they've been great at teasing out the positioning of where exactly Ascend are playing on this defensive side. They've been incredible at finding those first picks, and it's not just Sarah being able to take that space, right? It's just overall the way that if they're hitting that A side, for example, they kind of split through that Showers, but there's always somebody who's a little bit late on that flank or in that positioning, and they're just so much more aware.
Late dog in a Showers isn't going to find anything, and that creates a big question mark for Ascend. There could be a lot of players inside Showers. The knife went in fairly early, so it realizes that they're not quickly scaling off of it, but it's unclear, is no one in there? Is it just the Sky? Is it more players that were taking it a little bit more slowly, maybe shift walking on in? Regardless, the end result is quick pop in about 5 seconds here from behind the Viper wall. G2 have full contacted up. They're going to be able to flash outside of Showers and maybe not even do that because they've just walked the whole way on through. No U2 required. That's a free site.
Oh, but still, Ascend, they're going to be investing quite heavily. Orbital Strike will in fact take out Glance, a huge kill to find right off the bat. It denies the plant as well, forcing this rotation out of G2's side. With 30 seconds left, they have to go towards B. Petra still on the lurk though, might be able to find a crucial flank here.
Oh, they're
and
coming
G2,
back.
they're just going back towards A. Petra knows. Petra calls a rotate and she calls for her own team to come back, but because they have the A side, the fake not exactly working out in Ascend's favor. All that space being taken up. Look at where Petra is now. They're gonna have to get through her first to even have any hope of making it back towards site, and they will get that plant down just in time. It was like exactly about 4 seconds left on the clock, I think.
That is a perfect round call from Petra. Let's see if Schnell can fight back. Showstopper into U-Haul, destroys Mimi. 5-on-3 now, but Rifle's down short, and Petra in a really tough position to clear outside Showers. Ascend stacked up outside of U-Haul. Sarah, the first contact here, coming around the corner. Can't quite find that first kill. It's quickly traded, but the Showstopper might just find two, and it does. Petra, the sole survivor, but it's a round win for G2.
Insanity coming out, and remember, that was awkward buy coming out of Ascend. They invested almost all the ultimates they had in to do all of that and still not be able to win out the round. That's just a testament to how good Petra's calling was throughout that round. The presence of mind as well from Sarah to use that Showstopper, not try to peek, but keep that numbers advantage up. And finally, that swing out of Petra. Flawless calling from G2 throughout that round. Really, really nicely done.
Also, if anyone else is in Showers and not Petra there, they go for the shot in the back of the head on Schnell. But Petra knows that getting all that space off of the over-rotate from Ascend, the space is more important than the kill, and that's what explodes the round. So just phenomenal play from her. Once again, G2 taking a little bit slow, but Glance has that reckoning, and we're going to see a very similar look. You know, Dog coming into Showers, this time runs into 2 players, so that might change things for G2. Now repositioning down towards short. They're actually going to walk into that space, but until they have the Sage Wall, it's a little bit tough to plant. They do have the Cove as the first layer of protection, but they're just going to use that Reckoning to take full control over U-Haul and then maybe re-wrap into Showers. Watch where Mimi's going, because she could be the end of this round for Ascend.
Oh, but the flash peek is there. I don't know if Ascend were able to spot out this player. The wraparound is there from Showers as well. Sarah crunching in onto this Ascend squad. Spots out both of these players. And now it's just Vidoka caught between a rock and a hard place. Nothing that you can really do there apart from just deal as much damage as you can before going down. Ascend staring at the barrel of match point. Really fight situation on the retake. The spam is there, but the shots don't quite connect. Petra smoked off utility as well. And Amy might just try to stick the spike if possible. You can't really do that though when there is so much post plan available for this G2 side. They're buying more than enough time to really work with Glance as well with the spray down. 2 kills on the board. Looking for a little bit of a third. The Shorty at close range. It might be enough, but the flash connects and hated the most with 3 already. The clock is ticking hard enough though, and she has no choice but to try and stick half. G2, they get to match point on a sense map pick.
G2's A hits have looked very, very good so far. Again, it's so hard to find an early fight against them because of all the control util they have. And then with that late Showers pinch, maybe there's a world where those fights go Ascend's way a little bit quicker and they can do something with it. But the fact was, Mimi was always going to be a problem coming in from behind. And now G2 map point here. Light armor, a couple of Guardians, Seekers. It's doable, but not the best spot for Ascend to be in now.
They can scrape together to buy, so it's not entirely hopeless here. Just 2 rounds down between them and overtime. The problem here is that they really don't want to let this map slip out of their hands, because Split, it's historically been kind of one of G2's favorite maps to shine on, especially with how effective Mimi is on that breach that we've seen from her throughout the years. So I really feel like they're under pressure now to try and close this one out. G2, they're taking a different angle this time around through Showers instead. They've been finding so much success on this A side, and you can see that Ascend are looking a little bit more stacked up towards this particular side to try and deny that exact outcome. That said though, G2, after making all of this noise, they're just falling back towards short instead.
Yeah, but look at the cascade they threw. It threatens that they walk out of Showers onto bench, I think. Just a little bit wild there. Now throw up. Both orb and wall full contact. They can flash out on this side or just take U-Haul control. That's the idea. There's the flash wall down and everyone holding the angle. You just can't play Cubby versus the Viper. It's just not gonna work. Lucky that Schnell trades out the kill, but
seconds
still not easy to plant the spike. They're going to jump into the teleport. Again, Ascend are over-rotating. How many times are they going to get burned by this?
This time around, though, the site, it's actually going to be towards B. Caught in midair. HDM takes out Sarah, though, so that will bring the numbers back in Ascend's favor. They're going to be able to flood into site already. However, Jiroxy and Glance, they're just shredding them apart. It's just going to be Speedoka versus the world. 1v2 situation. Glance has the Harbor ult. Again, the Reckoning comes into play, and it's just going to be them watching off the back of it. At least Speedoka knows exactly where both of them are. Brings it down to a 1v1. Okay, suppresses Glance as well, and she knows where this last player is. Has to win the head-to-head to keep them alive, and she does. Speedoka, she keeps Ascend in this, and we go again.
All right, we're still in. I'll be honest, I thought it was over. I think a little bit of an overfight from Hookah perhaps there. They could have set up the crossfire, but that could be exactly what Ascend needs to stay alive. And yeah, I'm liking their chances. The buy a little bit awkward once again, but they have some serious options if Snell is able to find a couple of kills, and I think their read is a little bit heavier of an A stack. No, it does look like Amy's going to run back over towards the B side, just threw down the early orb onto A. I think has been throwing that one, or no, just throwing it on the ground to try and deny the plant. That extra decay damage doing nice stuff for them, but G2 going to play 4 down long here initially. And for the first time in a long time, are activating a Roxy Lurk in the showers.
Yeah, I mean, they've done the conditioning of this 5-person run around or crunches towards the same site, so we're going to be seeing a bit of lurk action. In fact, you're going to be seeing a double flank possibly coming out of Ascend side as well. Look at how far they've taken short control. All of this noise by G2, though, was probably just to get that resurrection available online. They don't really have the economy in their favor. A bit of an awkward buy, as you can see. So these ultimates are going to be what they probably need to try and close this round out. A triple stack by Ascend towards his B side, but it's just a switch play. They put down the smoke, but they still go towards A instead, where they're still 2 towards short.
Yeah, Petra's going to have the ultimate in the post plant too. Wall down, but Schnell still has a line. There's 2 players on short here. They need to get the fight early though, because Sarah's going for the wraparound on short, and that's exactly what they're looking for. Rez on through. Jelena finds a couple, and a third up from heaven. She is eating G2 alive. It is Petra versus the world now, and I don't think the world is going to give her a chance.
1v5. If Petra somehow pulls this off, I'm saying it, G2 are winning championship this year for sure. Oh, the trigger discipline spots out 2 players, but unfortunately Amy was watching for the play. A flawless round for Ascend, and we are having overtime on our first map between these 2 squads. Like, remember, Ascend, they have to win this and the championship to qualify for Sao Paulo. On the other hand, G2, they're looking very comfortable since they already have that under the back. So Ascend, they're thriving under the pressure.
Yeah, I mean, they bounce back. They take the chance G2 gave them in round 23. Because, look, I'll be honest, like, I'm going to be tough on G2 because they have just been the best team in EMEA for the last, 3 years now? They won champions last year. Like, but this game was over. Like, they had a 2 versus 1 with a perfect, swing off of contact. I think Glance was on site back on that B site 2 rounds ago. It was done, but Speedoka gets the fight into Hookah, then converts in the 1-on-1, and now Ascend could just run away. This is an elimination match. Don't forget that. This one matters, and G2 now have to fight tooth and nail through OT for it.
They're back to their orb-seeking ways here, already getting early control of the 1 on B. Heavy presence towards showers as well, so you can see the split coming out of the Ascend squad, just going for that default, hoping for an early flank possibly to come out of the G2 side, because they've been very quick in some of these rounds. Now that that's not happening though, they're just regrouping towards this A short instead. They found a little bit more success and plans on that A side than B, so I think that they're just going to be going to try what has worked for them in the past.
I like that G2 aren't getting bored and over pushing. I also like that they're playing an actual aggressive line from Roxy and Hookah. That's something they didn't show really at all in the last half. So some micro differentiations going into this one. And the hard wall to try and stall out here. They're zooming on in, and there's not a huge defense ready to go, especially now that paint shells have been used. But there's no way they can jump in the teepee. Look where Roxy's walked all the way into sand, not flanking, just making sure there can't be a teleport so far.
Does seem like since they want to go for the plant here, though they will be able to possibly get it down. You can see Amy, though, walking through the smoke, looking to get out early on. The smoke goes away at the worst time, and it's a team flash, in fact, that will let Julina take Petra out of the equation. 4v5 situation. Again, just the spacing for G2 so awkward, and Ascend are quick to capitalize here. It's just going to be the Ascend show throughout, and they win their one. They take the lead again, and 13-12. They have a chance of taking this map away.
Ascend 3 rounds in a row now. Their backs were against the wall, and yeah, G2 gonna call a timeout. Honestly, like, G2 looked stronger overall throughout regulation. That is absolutely true. So let's recap what was working for them, because I think so many of their A short execs were really, really effective, right? When they just were able to walk on down there, throw up the sage wall, eat up all the util in the world, and then jump into the teleporter, that worked very nicely. But I also think Ascend, what they're going to be talking about is they need to make sure they do not over-rotate on defense. This is bind. Teleports are always in play. You never leave a site open on defense. There's always got to be a hard anchor. Maybe you put them down B long so they can then jump in the teleporter. You wait until the spike is fully planted before TPing. And I think if Ascend do that, and G2 play the way they did on their attack, Ascend can just win out here with one delayed anchor on B. That A into TP pop isn't going to work, and G2 are going to let this one slip away.
That's definitely a good call, because Ascend, they have been able to make these fine adjustments before. That was kind of what won them that 24th round in the regulation that we just saw. Now 1 round away. G2, they've been very good at taking these incredible timeouts, though, to really help them optimize their strategy. And I think they expect Ascend to look for that A short push that has worked for them so many times in the past. So they're looking towards B instead, but that's going to be a really nice flash for some early information. They know that this B side is still under a bit of pressure.
Yeah, I think it was kind of tough for G2 to take the B site when they didn't have ultimates ready to go. But very likely Glance will eat the orb here, has Spike in hand, so get that, the plant, and a kill. Maybe you can do something. They're going to have to deal with this Hell player, though. Hated the most is straight underneath, and she's ready to eat up. No, Petra shoots straight on down into her. Jolina falls as well. G2 just rip it open here on B.
Oh, and Petra is aware of this flank as well. Not 1, but 2 players coming in, and Petra just lying in wait for them. Spidoka, once again, in that kind of clutch situation now for the possible victory on this map. A 1v3, her position is known, tries to go towards long instead, but look at how G2 are playing this. Every single angle is covered, and Glance, that backup plan here, that 3rd point of contact, a really nice flash to try and take some space here, but unfortunately this utility, even if it's pristine, isn't exactly in the right spot. The possibility of a triple spin coming in right now, at least 1 for Spidoka, but it's not going to be enough. The post plan from G2 just a little bit too strong, and we go again.
Switching sides.
We run it straight on back. These are my favorite games, because each coach, of course, gets an extra timeout when you head into overtime, and you never want to be too late on it, so you'll just see those timeouts get eaten up super, super quickly. Both teams taking them one after another. But you also, as the coach, have to like spend half your time kind of talking about this round, but also talking about the next round, because coaches are done after this. Both have eaten their timeouts up. So you kind of have to talk about like, hey, as Ascend, how do we also win on defense? Because we just lost there. If I'm in the coach's shoes, I'm probably saying we need to take earlier fights against G2. We can't just let them contact up B-Long and Hookah and then expect to win on the site hit when they don't have to use any util apart from a cascade and a slow orb to take that space, right? Take earlier fights, but then also on attack, how do you get around G2's defense? Well, they've been playing so aggressively for showers. Can we just blitz up short again? And I think that has been working so well for them. I don't really see a reason to change that too much.
Yeah, I think that one thing that we haven't really seen too much of is lurks from either side. Both Roxy and Amy, towards the beginning of the map, you saw that coming into play, but they haven't like really focused it. So I think that this might be the time to try and make that a particular factor, because it hasn't, the conditioning is there that it's just going to be a full person rush towards a single site, not much lurk action. So I think that might be a possible difference maker here. That said, though, I think that for Ascend's side at least, they've been looking reasonably comfortable in their attack as long as they find that early advantage, because the moment they lose a player without a trade, they just fall apart.
I think it's very important G2 don't get bored on defense either.
Yeah. Oh yeah. That's just like me in my
I
ranked
think,
games, man.
like, we've done 20 seconds and Ascend have done nothing. Like, one Sky Flash, I think they used a Sky Flash and a KO knife, which, like, okay, sure. Fair enough. They're realistically just waiting out the Sage Wall so that they can open up a fourth lane to play through. Because when the Sage Wall is up, it's very easy to play defense from G2. But I think when G2 were stepping up, that's when they were actually running into a lot of trouble. At least when they're stepping out before Ascend have committed a lot on one area of the map. And that's what Ascend are trying to do. They're going to use a Skydog into Hookah to feign a little bit more pressure and then walk up A short. They ran this a couple of times on their attack. I don't think it was super effective for drawing a rotate, although you can see Sarah got baited for just a second and now is moving straight back into the angle.
Now satchelating in, they have the site available here. Shower's control still hasn't been taken, and that's a really, really nice pain shield, doing quite a bit of damage when you combine it with the Molly. Sarah tagged down to half her HP, and Ascent, they will be able to get that spike down. They've taken bench control as well, and now G2, they're in a full 5-on-5 retake. No ultimates to work with quite yet unless they get a couple of multi-frags. And if you look at the positioning of these Ascent players, right, they're ready to fight for it. Roxy, though, finds an opener onto Schnell. That's going to break that crossfire, make it look a little bit more vulnerable. Roxy with a second to boot. If she can get another, that's going to be the Viper's Pit available online. It's going to come down to the timing here. Will Speedoka be able to get these kills as they go down? No, Glance just comes through and takes it all the way. Now the cold to boot. Glance able to get half the defuse out without too much trouble. A beautiful flash from Petra to get her that second kill as well. And G2, a flawless retake. They only lose one player in that process. Excellent work coming out of them.
Switching sides.
Nicely done. I mean, Glance just destroys the player on short. That was absolutely filthy. Yeah, and also getting that kill on bench early on, untraded, was a very big deal for G2. Taking it very slow on the retake. But again, I think for Ascend, what I'd like to see is some earlier fights on defense. The problem is, because they're throwing the Viper wall on B, then running A to throw this orb, Viper is always late to the B side of the map. I hadn't actually clued into that before, but I think she has been pretty late most of these rounds, which means it's hard to get an early walk-up on that side of the map at least. And Ascent not doing too much over towards Showers, just taking that jiggle angle, playing the wider angles on A short, but it opens up a big question mark inside of U-Hall again. Like, is there a player there? We just frankly don't know unless we're cycling the KO knife around it.
Yeah, this time around, it does seem like G2, they once again look to go towards this B site. It hasn't really worked out for them without those ultimates like you mentioned in the past. They still want to push the issue though. Have the cascade to try and scale up with, and already you can see Ascend ready with the utility to try and stop it. However, though, Amy under the hookah, caught out by Petra. That's the opener they need to really make their way onto side, and Sarah just satchels in, shuts down, hated the most. This is suddenly looking very dire. Julina at least able to stop the bleeding with that spray kill onto Petra, almost getting a second as well. Sarah so low here. Final shot doesn't quite connect though, and there will be a little bit of sustain coming back in. 4v3 situation, the spike goes down, the clock is ticking, and immediately the boombot gets broken down. So Sarah, she's gonna be that first obstacle that Ascend need to somehow plow through. No real crossfire setup quite yet, although there's a triple stack on the site, ready for that contact play. The knife gets broken as well, so there's no real information. How many players are so close? Sarah, a 1-for-1 trade, and it's just going to be a 1v1. This time, the Roxy, she's playing the time. She's not swinging off the teammates. Speedoka goes for the tap, waits for the peek here. Looking in the wrong place, though, and Roxy able to confirm that the spike hasn't been diffused yet. Speedoka has to stick the half, goes for it, gets it done, and will get the clutch as well. And holy from Speedoka, she will keep this going. And oh my god, my heart, I can't take this.
Again? Spadoka doesn't, don't forget, round 23, it was Spadoka in the 1v2 that wins it out, and this round looked unwinnable. G2 had double mollies on that choke point, but Spadoka comes in for the trade and then won.
I can't.
And then just barely, the fact she gets it to half, that's what wins the round. Just a tenth of a second, 2/10 of a second there on the timing of Roxy's peak, and maybe that's a different story, but Ascend stay alive and keep us in this one.
If they don't win this map after Speedo has 2 clutches to keep this game going, it will be a damn shame. That's all I gotta say. But that said, we're resetting. It's back to basically 0-0. Whoever wins 2 rounds first, they get to take it through this OT. And now you see Ascend focusing a little bit more on that ult economy as G2 have been doing throughout this game. They take control of that Showers orb, working up that showstopper. And G2, look at how heavily they rotated already.
Yeah, well, G2 are playing double U-Haul, which is new, and I feel like Ascend should think something is up because of how passive the Showers hold was. Like, you've got to expect there's going to be either a backside stack or a U-Haul stack. And there's two players ready to sort of swarm out from CT as well. This is a big deal for G2, ready to fight back super quickly. Although paint shells have usually been used inside of U-Haul, and there's no util that can fire back. That gets instantly cleared. Now they can take the space, which works. Although Glance is there for the trade. Jolina pushing out back spawn. What on earth is that? They just won't stop. Spadoka gets a kill with the Molly. Schnell is alive with a rocket. It's a 2-on-1 for Ascend.
Just Roxy now has to try and clutch it out here. We've seen it come out of her before in the past. The problem is that with the way Ascend are playing, they're just sticking together, knowing that all they have to do is find that successful trade. Roxy has so much territory she needs to clear out before she can really try to clutch it out. And Ascend, they're happy to just fall back and concede that space, knowing that it's going to be more than enough time. I don't think Roxy has her orb in her inventory either, so it's going to be a little bit more difficult to pick up and get that diffuse. The plant is for Showers, but both players towards short. She doesn't know what to expect or where to look. They go for the double swing. No, it's not going to be the case. The paint shells as well as the knife comes through, and Roxy only finds one. The trade is there from Speedoka. Immaculate as always, and Ascend, they take the lead once again for match point.
All right. Looking forward into this next round. Ascend have to be able to close. They've gotten punished twice now with just B execs, double walk-ups in Hookah and B long, and a player under Hookah that's just been cleared with no real trade. So I think Ascend need to give up on that under Hookah position. Again, it is that delayed orb thrown down on the A site, so half the round is Amy running through spawn to get back over towards that B side. But they're not really rethinking their B defense. They're just assuming eventually G2 is going to stop running the B pop. But it doesn't look like G2 is going to stop running the B pop, Zach.
Yeah, it's been working out for them, a little bit hit or miss, but it seems like they finally found some confidence. The adjustment is there from Ascend, though. Amy holding down the aggressive angle. I don't know if she spotted on Petra's shoulder there. Instead, Petra somehow finds that kill. A beautiful paint shells, though, to take her out. The wall bang to boot from Schnell. All right, we're still in a 3v3 here, but there's going to be some additional pressure from Hookah. The wall gets invested, but they're going to be rotating over towards the A side instead. Speedoka still playing spoil sport, giving away her position, and gets spotted out now. The wall bang damage, trying to chime in to take her out, and she's buying more than enough time for the rest of Ascend to possibly make their way closer. Mimi goes for the swing, and they all fall. Ascend, they take back number 160 to 14. They bring it back in style, and they take the lead in the series. Insanity throughout.
That is crazy. Ascend clutch it up. They were on match point, but Spadoka with 2 clutches and then a sight hold there to finish off the round on top of a pivot. Right, the round they start playing up in Hookah. They fight into that with paint shells flying in. It shut G2 down. They steal bind away, and now G2 are on series and tournament point. Will it be over 2-0? We'll find out after the break.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Usually when I see a target, I won't miss. I try to find weaknesses wherever they are and just game by game try to pick up on anything I can. So this training course is a way for me to really showcase and demonstrate all the questions you guys have been asking, you know, how to get better aim, and it really enables me to answer a lot more and kind of expand on the first video I made like so long ago about VALORANT fundamentals.
Sleep, I dance in the realm of dreams. I dance when I'm in the boneyard. Dance when I'm caught off guard. I dance. I got a feeling I can't shake, but I'ma try to shake it anyway. I got a move that I can't break, but I'ma break that thing anyway. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, we're gonna move our feet. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, whoa. You know I got to wake up and dance. You know I got to get up and dance. we dance. When I go back to sleep, I dance. In the realm of dreams, I dance. When I'm in the boneyard, dance. When I'm caught off guard, I dance. Feet on the ceiling, feeling great. Don't tell your mama we shaking, babe. Break the rules and do your thing. Bring your shoes, yeah, bring your date. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, we're gonna move our feet. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, yeah. You know I got to wake up and dance. You know I got to get up and dance. When I'm in the backyard, dance, dance. When I'm in the graveyard, we dance. When I go back to sleep, I dance. In the realm of dreams, I dance. When I'm in the boneyard, dance, dance. When I'm caught off guard, I dance.
Battle stage, multiple clutches and multiple overtimes. If you've just joined us on VALORANT Game Changers EMEA, you have missed a barnstormer of an opening map between G2 and Ascend, and Bind did go the way of Ascend in the end, but they had to fight incredibly hard for it, Nami.
Yeah, the fight was really so hard, and we've seen like so many good plays from the entire squad of Ascend. I see that like Chanel has the highest ACS, but in the other side we've seen Jolina coming in so strong in the middle of the rounds. We've seen also so many crazy plays by Spidoka, saving the entire game for Ascend at some point. So yeah, a bit unlucky on the side of G2. We expected a little more, and we've seen them getting so close to the win, but it was just not enough.
Yeah, it is kind of ridiculous when you look at it and you see that they have double the amount of first bloods. They got into post plants a lot of the time, and it even had a very good attack side. But the fact is, in this case, G2 weren't able to close, which is not something I'd say too often. Like, I feel like they very easily could be walking into their own map choice with an advantage after what was an impressive attack side comeback. But a few times they definitely slipped up. You could argue that for both teams.
There was so much chaos in that match. It was definitely delivering on the chaotic front, but we should talk about the controllers. The reverse of chaos, you might say. Glance and Jelena both proving disruptive for their opponents, but also, I guess, in different ways, Tom.
Yeah, I guess so. It's like, it's interesting when you see, like, especially moving away from an Omen to a Harbor, and even having a Brimstone, where they're both putting up really solid numbers. We highlighted these two going into the match, and they were both performing all the way throughout the entirety of these games, having high impact kills. And Jolina especially is someone that we've sort of mentioned since coming into this SM roster, previously on Alliance, and even then just previously picked up from the open circuit. Someone who has always statistically been shining when it comes to this controller role, and she was utterly fantastic in this game.
And yeah, something I want to add here as well is that like they told us, Asuka told us come into this game that like they had more preparation, and we can see that coming in. We see also the roster coming in together in this game. We've seen them playing together. We've seen a lot of clutches. I've seen also that even against the same like agents, like the same agents that destroyed them last time, they're coming like strong and they showed us a good fight.
Yeah, we saw many highlights. I know that we, early on, before we got to overtime, we picked out round 21 in which we saw Sarah getting a mighty 2 kills with the showstopper, an ult that we know doesn't always net rewards. But Sarah had some fantastic moments, particularly in regulation comp.
Yeah, this was almost something that we were like building up for the G2, like looking like they were going to close out the game. They're running away with it, and it would have been quite a funny way almost for them to close it. Just a little bit of luck, like getting the kill, getting the showstopper online. But ultimately, so much happened past this point that I almost forgot that it happened. I'll be honest with you.
Spidoka happened, kind of.
Spidoka did happen.
And then she happened again, and then she happened again.
Yeah, exactly. Even if she wasn't quite closing it, she was the last person to trade out for the round. Like she was. Well, I was about to say she was everywhere, but really it was the B side where she did her best work. She did save them. She's such a mature player. She doesn't panic. She's one of those players who could be an unsigned hero. She's not looked at to be the star of her team, and yet she was the savior today, Tom.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like these were, in my opinion, done deals. Like I'd say 9 times out of 10, I'd expect G2 to close these rounds, and I don't know if they panicked because it was her on the other side, but she was utterly incredible. Like each time, as you said, very patient, calm in these clutch scenarios, but also each time it was G2 with some sort of crossfire that she seemingly just managed to bait out or abuse, or even like looking in the wrong direction in certain moments, just played everything to perfection. And if it wasn't for her, 100% they lost this map. No doubt in my mind. They would have lost it 3 different times. So yeah, incredible performance from Spidoka, and she's going to be needed to do that again in map number 2.
I'm looking forward to see.
I just agree with you.
Apologies, Nama. Yeah, you're agreeing. You're agreeing. We're all agreeing. I just want to see now what happens to the mental game of these two teams, because surely Spidoka's performance is going to be very inspiring for Ascend. Meanwhile, at G2, they've been known to be able to dust themselves off, but if they lose this map, then they are out of stage 3, Nami.
Yeah, but something that we know about G2 Esports, like we see them yesterday, even after, like, even if they lose a map, they're coming in strong. Like, we've seen Petra dancing and being so happy that, like, they're going to more maps. So I expect to see more from them, and I expect to see a better split from their side, especially that it's their pick. It's a pick that's, even if, like, we've seen Ascent shining on it, but they shined against a less good teams. But coming against G2, it will be a hard opponent for sure. So I think it's not a team that would lose the mental and like would just go mental boom in the second map. We've seen them coming in strong so many times.
Well, especially with the composition that G2 has gone back to, like the sort of Breach, Cypher, Omen, Raze, Sky. They were formidable with this comp. I think only it was Falcons in the group stage that managed to take them down, and that's what warranted their change. They went back to it yesterday and destroyed NASA Ignite. So clearly going back to that sort of comfort pick. For Ascend, it's also not a bad map. It's just whether they can sort of take that extra momentum they've just garnered from this long slog of a game and take that into a 2-0 victory, because that's the one thing you always need to remember about G2. Until they are out of this tournament, they are not out of this tournament. They come back every single damn time, no matter how bad they look in a certain match. They always seem to turn it around. So Ascend, I almost feel like they need to finish this now. They need to put them down before they get back up again.
On paper, this could be kind of scary because G2, they've got a 40% win rate from this event. Meanwhile, Ascend, 100%. They haven't lost it. They've played it 3 times. But you then need to take into consideration that some of those stats where G2 did lose was in the group stage. That was when the players were playing from home. Exactly, they swapped comps. We're going to see Glance surely on that Omen, not the Astra, and she's going to be taking space, and she's going to be taking names today, Tom.
Yeah, I'm not really worried about their group stage performance. As I said, they lost 13-11 to BBL, fair enough. 13-8 to odd one out, and then they instantly swapped back and won their next game dominantly. I think it's a new playing field. I will say though, I feel like for Ascend, they've got to go in feeling pretty confident about this one. I would be surprised if we saw too many changes coming into this one for either side, and by the looks of it, we're not going to get anything different. I think both teams feeling confident in what they run. We're also getting basically the same thing on either side. So yeah, it's just going to come down to the individuals again. And yeah, I feel like for Ascend, they can feel confident in themselves. But as said, they really do need to try and end this here, because it doesn't get much easier going over to Lotus for the decider.
Yeah, and also we're having, once again, like the same comps, no real changes, but on the side of G2 Gosen, they run this comp against better teams. We've seen them dominate. But on the other side of Ascend, maybe like the mental side is what will help them here the most, and also like the individual plays, like you said, we will need Spidoka to shine again, so she's able to give them another win.
Okay, guys, before we head to the casters, is this the map we see G2 lose their stage 3 campaign on? Tom?
No.
Nami?
I don't think so.
And what about you guys? And
what about
what
you, jumper boy?
No.
I'm gonna go ahead and be the sole voice of dissension and say yes, not because I don't believe in G2, because I believe in Ascend. They've been looking pretty good throughout their tournament run, and I would like to see them play on that stage. In particular, after those clutches out of Spidoka, come on, man, they deserve to win this. But talking about Spidoka, right, our analyst just did bring it up. It's gonna come down to that breach versus speed, breach confrontation. I think that throughout the year, we've been highlighting how effective Mimi is at that breach ender. And Spidoka, she has a lot to step up to.
Yeah, I mean, they've both been fantastic, and I think it comes from a mix of, like, obviously we saw the gunplay, but also on a map like Split where you're playing Cypher and Raze, there is so much built into using the fault line to set up that Raze to go, like, get millions of kills with the paint shell. So I'm always looking at that, especially when it comes to, like, mid-control and setting up trap plays with a comp like this to generate a lot of value. But you always know in the late rounds, those players are going to be exceptionally deadly. But I would like to stress that G2, when their backs are against the wall, like, they attack like a wounded animal. They are fearless. They are terrifying themselves. You don't want to play against it. So beware, Ascent. Here they come.
Here they come indeed. A beautiful fault line, though. We talked about it before, and that's going to stall this push right in its tracks. The flash comes in, the counter ready, but they don't check their corner. And Amy, fighting for her life, gets 2 on the round already. Looks for the reposition, gets another one. No, not quite. Lance is able to at least find some damage, although Jolina there for the trade. Now Mimi, all alone, suddenly her team decimated. Spike dropped in the open. A ghost in hand, full HP, has a flash to work with as well. Does spot out Schnell with the jump peek. However, there is a lot of space that she has to re-clear, and she can't even do the first obstacle. Jelena is just clean with the classic, and Ascend, they take another pistol.
Look, if G2 are a wounded animal, Ascend just put them out of their misery. Oh my god, that position from Amy, no one on G2 was ready to clear it. They were looking at the floor, trying to kill a little tripwire, getting flashed from backside. And then just right around the corner, Amy does some impressive work, only losing 1 player on the pistol. Ascend very successful on that front so far, so a good start from them. Again, similar trip setup, but this time playing on the opposite side. So now when they try and clear Flower Box, it's going to be Amy swinging out from backside. So just really fluid with that positioning back there, and there's always going to be that snap of Spidoka's fault line down that long position. If anyone runs into anything, there it goes. Although Spidoka doesn't actually fight that line, was concerned maybe someone's going to re-swing into that angle after showing the same thing the previous round.
Oh god, the judge. Schnell just lying in wait here towards the stairs side. Thankfully, it seems like G2 don't really want to contest that area of the map, going in through vents instead. They've taken mid control, and immediately you can see the awareness out of Ascend's side. Trailblazer invests to smoke them out here. Paint shells as well to push them back, take a little bit of space. Amy still on that backside, runs in the open. You can't do that against G2. They're going to take you down, and Roxy does indeed manage to do exactly that. Spidoka, though, goes forth, tries to find the kills, but in the close range, the classic more than good enough. Mimi able to retrieve a weapon as well, and suddenly this round, it's turned on its head. Ascend they do have 2 players left to work with, some utility as well. You can see Chanel looking for the satchel, seeing where to go, and with the judge tries to find some value, but again, the positioning, the awareness, Jelena in a 1v2 has the dark cover to work with. Is not aware of where exactly both these players are. They're staying on site here. Knows at least there's one though, so she just has to isolate these fights. Bulldog in hand, the clock is ticking, and G2, they're getting ready for the double swing. They succeed, and Roxy finds the kill. The anti-eco goes their way, and they steal it away.
Gorgeous play there from G2. Just full control over Heaven. I mean, I didn't hate the idea that Ascend were full giving Heaven and playing a little bit deeper, you know, not playing in a position where if anyone dies, the rifle is going to be recovered, but G2 just ran over that site completely, and I think that the way they attacked, sort of pinched in through mid and through ramp into Heaven control, is exactly how you want to play against a Cypher that anchors on site on A. You sort of invalidate the trips, you can take fights and just sort of jump over them when you exec in with the raise, instead of, you know, dealing with it through main where it's going to be a little bit tougher. So nice play from G2, and I expect to see them continue playing heavy mid control in a lot of these rounds. That's going to be tough for Ascend to deal with.
For now though, G2, they have their sights set on B. Cypher has rotated over. No pesky trips this time around as much because probably of that economic disadvantage. Yeah, the paranoia, the dark cover, all of it. It's a little bit too much for them to deal with. And if you look at the positioning of Ascend on this map, they have all of their players stacked up towards mid and B. And with the lurk coming in out of Roxy, she's like, hey guys, don't worry. The A side is completely free. You can just come get that spike down. There's a Cypher cam still towards elbow, but aside from that, nothing else.
Yeah, that was the double lurk too. Petra was holding Roxy's hands, having a good time there. By the way, I'm just gonna say it now. Petra likes to lurk on this map a lot on the Sky. Usually it's just like running up through mid, but she just will full on take the reins in a lot of these rounds. I kind of lost my mind with it last stage, but it's a real thing that happens and she is very effective on. So always you got to keep that in your mind if you're Ascend.
I don't know if there's a tripwire for this flank here, so...
Yeah, but you don't hear anyone in spawn. I think you're going to be ready.
They do have the crossfire set up as well. Ascend going towards Heaven. Pretty interesting play here. Petra does spot them out. Amy, though, through that area, is able to find 3 kills, picks up the Bulldog, and it's just a slaughter towards Heaven. Now Mimi goes to the wrap around a 1v4 situation. Has to try and clutch it out here already, though, up close and personal in the smokes. Fioka will take her out, and that's another thrifty, this time for Ascend. And let's just see some of those shots that Amy hit, because she just came up through on that zip line, whatever you call it, and she was like, surprise, shot. It's like the Wild West up there in Heaven. Yeah.
What is going on, Zach? This isn't how Valorant's supposed to be played. You're not supposed to win when you have no guns. But G2 did it, and then Ascend did it right back. Now G2 don't have guns. Are they just gonna win? How does this work anymore? Nothing makes sense.
It's just who hits the more nutty shots. I feel like your accuracy on that zipline is not supposed to be as good, but somehow it always just gets a buff, especially with the Sheriffs. It's just insane. Sarah now taking the lead here with the Judge satchely in, taking that control of B. Heaven. The problem is that if you look at this presence from Ascend, they've taken game control already. They're going to be able to clear it out as well, finding one player. So with the way that G2 are flooding onto site, Jelena finds a kill to boot, so that's the lurk taken out. They're not going to be able to make their way in. Oh my god.
Yeah, the Heaven players can't do too much, although Roxy does have the rifle. Oh,
no way.
Not another one. Not another one. Okay, Schnell gets the job done on the floor there, but hey, Ascend are criminal over-rotators. They have left a site again. You have to stop doing it. G2 are just gonna flip-flop between the sites. It's how they play. And just like on Vine, G2 have broken past it. There's concerns, though, that Cypher is on site, because that's where the cam is. They just broke. That's why they're gonna re-clear spawn, but now they hear 2. That means the plant should be safe enough for them. Well, they are gonna be stuck on site, and wait a sec. They have a Judge and a Sheriff. They don't have really anything to fight with. It's all going to come down to Sarah playing up here close in screens.
Oh yes, Sarah gets both, and that's the power of the Judge here.
I quit! It doesn't make sense! The team with the guns always loses!
Oh my god, that's the third 15 in a row here. This time around, won by G2, but at least they had a Judge with her. Come on, that gun is just busted no matter how you look at it.
I hate Valorant. How? It's so silly. But honestly, it all comes because Roxy gets the 2 kills with the rifle. Sure, she gets that. But Ascend do just over-rotate off of the A site. It happened to them right there. And G2, you can see, I think almost every round has been some variation of a fake or a pivot. Not necessarily like with the intent to fake off the bat, but with the understanding of hearing rotations, the context of the round. Petra is so good at making those mid-round decisions, and they have broken Ascend's ankles all day, even in that map 1 loss.
Finally, though, we're going to be seeing a round where both teams have guns, so now we really don't know who's going to win, because before we could just say, yeah, the team with the less money wins.
That's true. Well, hold on. Hated the most only has a Spectre, so I'm anticipating a 5K.
Me too. That gun is just brutal at close range. Right? It makes sense. I'm not even being sarcastic. It could generally work out.
By the way,
the
Petra lurking mid. It's just happening again.
There's a camera towards heaven, so at least perhaps you might see AB being able to smoke it out. It's gonna come down to the timing here. G2, they do look to go and commit towards this A site. Still gonna be Amy playing Anchor and Spoil Sport. And the camera, the concussion is gonna hit just in time so that the camera doesn't spot out Petra from the shadows as well for some additional backup. And Amy to find that opener onto Petra is huge. However, the trades are gonna be there. Finally, Mimi finding 2 before going in, and it's just gonna be the numbers advantage in favor. Hold that thought though. Schnell finds Mimi, and now it's a 2v2 retake attempt. Paranoia still in Glance's pocket. They might be able to use this to kind of find the advantage in this kind of situation. Pain Shells to clear out the elbow, and they're gonna walk all the way around, spotting out the barrel of Sarah's gun. It's a double peek in the swing, and Hated the most finds Bone to go after her to take the round, and you were right. There you go. The team with the Spectre wins.
It's actually insane. Okay, to be fair, Hated the most upgraded into the Vandal over in screens. The Spectre absolutely would have lost that fight, but yeah, it just makes sense. It keeps on working out. I think HTM might have accidentally shot a few extra bullets there. I'm not sure if there was some lag or what the situation was, but it seemed like she wasn't quite sure she'd gotten that second kill. So maybe we can check that in the replay. But I mean, honestly, nice hit from G2. They were absolutely in a winning position, but then this reposition right here, and then the swing with HTM. The collat through Sarah to get Glance. Nicely done.
Oh no, we're gonna be seeing another eco coming out of G2's side. A timeout call by them as well. So they have a couple of ults to work with here. The Showstopper, the Rolling Thunder, I think both of them could be really, really essential in getting their way onto site. The problem is that Ascend has been able to kind of pick apart the way G2 are running down these post plans. And I think that the biggest success factor that has been in Ascend's pocket is just how they're able to move a bit comfortably on this map. They looked way more confident after their victory against Nasser yesterday. I think it was a 13-4, and that has really given them the confidence to come out of the gate swinging here.
They've looked really, really sharp, and this is going to be a big swing round. If G2, I'm surprised to see G2 not actually buying in here. Just 2 rifles, because they could, with like the Sheriff purchase on Mimi, Roxy could have something. They're deciding to build their economy. I think because they have Showstopper and Rolling Thunder, they can try to play this round like picks early on, then maybe use the ults to convert and make sure this isn't a swing round, because that was gonna be my big concern, is that if G2 lose this round after investment, that's bad news. It means they're also probably using ults and Ascend were close, but this is a really interesting timeout decision from them. And they might get punished for it. Quick trades in mid, Petra finds 2. It'll go even when all is said and done, but Mimi finds the Sheriff shot as well, and now G2 look like geniuses. Get everyone a rifle. We're feeling good about this. Glance could even use ult to pick up a rifle and cancel it like you would with the spike, but they're going to comfortably waltz into the site anyways.
Oh, but Schnell is still tucked away into the corner, though. I don't think they've quite cleared her out yet. And she gets bowled there for the punish. Showstopper to boot. There's just nothing that Glance can really do. You don't even need the ult at that point. She's just surrounded by Ascend and gets taken out. Really, really nice round to come out of Ascend once again. Sure, it got a little bit scrappy towards mid with Petra fighting the double kill, but aside from that, they looked really, really nice when they swung together to take out the remainder.
You know what? I don't think I would have had a hair left on my head had G2 won this round. I would have absolutely lost it. They were in a winning position, though, just straight up. Schnell just had a really nice spot over in Hell and did use the Showstopper to guarantee the round. G2 didn't use anything, so now they look a bit like geniuses. Although they're also a heavy armor team, so And I guess that was part of the call, is they just prefer going for heavy armor in the last round, why they didn't just go for light and rifles. Because this absolutely does turn into another swing round for them. You can see they've got just virtually nothing. And there is a counter Rolling Thunder in Spadoka's hands, so there's a lot of options here to stall out G2 if they take too much more time trying to get out into A. But I think they're just trying to play offsite here, make sure that Sarah's ultimate can't actually find a kill. They're happy to give up the site to those ultimates and then retake with one of their own.
Unfortunately, Showstopper not going to be finding any value. Like you mentioned, the awareness from Ascent just play off site there. And now they have a Rolling Thunder of their own available for this retake. Going to be forcing G2 to take up a little bit more aggressive positioning. Seekers invested now as Ascent. They commence that retake attempt. Not going to really find too much value here, but at least will confirm there's enough players on site worth investing this particular ult. Oh my god, Schnell just goes all the way in to find that first opener. The trade still, though, they go in Ascent's favor. And now it's just down to Mimi. So it's going to be the neural depth as well. Ascent, they're taking no chances in this particular round here. A 1v3 to close it out. Schnell already with half the defuse, and there's just no time for Petra to make the way around to heaven. Unfortunately, another round for Ascent, and G2, despite investing so much, they find nothing.
I mean, look, it's a good call from Ascend to play heavy into heaven there and then retake, but I do think G2 maybe just jumped the guns trying to blitz onto A site. If they'd, tempted towards heaven first, played for information before just slamming the ults on the site, then they would have had a better chance. I think you can look for a play like that. Say if Spadoka doesn't have the ult, if there's not a strong retake ult on the other side, then just slamming your ults into the site feels a little bit less bad because, hey, you have 5 players alive, you can set up for a nice post plant, that works. But when there's breach ult on the opposite side, I think you need to play a little bit slower for info first before just slamming into that site. Maybe playing through mid like G2 are setting up for now. Oh, they are going to be a little bit worried. The last time they did this, there was a Paranoia and a Sky Flash, and Ascend just absolutely fought them for what they're worth. But this time around, Petra's just taking the time. I mean, look at Petra! Giga Chad going around the corner. Sarah there too. Petra is leading by example.
Oh, but Jelena, she still has control of the spike here. She's gonna get crunched on this, so she has to take the spike, pick which one she wants to choose, and she gets it. 3 on the round already for Jelena. Absolute insanity to keep this alive for Ascent. Now, it's all down to Petra. She started this round with the opener, has to find the remainder as well, has figured out Amy's position, knows that the breach is probably going to be on site, but now the double swing, it looks inevitable. Petra, she has so much work to do here, especially with the spike in her control. And, oh, the fake flash is perfect! She gets the clutch! A 4-gamer Petra in the IGL. She does it all in this round, and, oh, I have no words. I'm just lost.
Petra's my goat. I'm sorry, Petra is so good. It's just not like actually Jolena played a disgustingly good round. This was fantastic. Like that should have been enough. But that play from Petra, on top of the fact that she just led the charge through mid, she realized her teammates were slow. And sometimes, as the IGL, you just have to say, I see the moment, I'm going to take that moment. And that's what she did. She got that opener, gave her team a chance, and then that 2K at the end was just sublime. Literally Ken from Barbie, sublime moment.
Well, talking about sublime moments though, despite the paranoia, Sarah gets up in Schnell's face to find the trade there. Still a 4v4 situation. Petra has been taken out though, so there's going to be no more Sky heals to kind of top Roxy up. That said, G2, they're going to be giving out that hard-fought control towards stairs, opting towards another part of the map instead. B main looking a little bit tasty. Hated the most though, still has the angle, just jiggling around the corner, has the flash for information. Here's multiple guns firing on her, and immediately gets out of there. G2 finally looking to converge onto this particular site. Already though, the utility from Ascend, it's looking impeccable. Julian towards the backside as well. The crossfire, a little bit too much for G2 to contend with. The sprays come through and the kills as well, and Ascend, they get to 6.
Jolena is locked in right now, like peeling away from the Sky Flashes, the Breach Flashes thrown to her, the repositions on top of the previous round's B main performance. Like she's sitting at 12 and 5, but I just think round to round her micro play has been fantastic. Not just the gunplay, but how she's moving around the sites, repositioning, dodging away from utility. That has been absolute money. And that is literally why Ascend are looking so dominant thus far.
Sanity is the word. Like some of these rounds, they've just been making me question why I play this game so much, the way they've been going. That said though, G2 now looking for a quick gear. I think they heard you, Andrew, when you said that they could have taken a little bit more early information. They take Heaven control right off the bat, and now
they
look
know
to
through
advance.
on A site.
Yeah.
Right? The Seeker's giving them perfect info, so they move straight into Schnell. But I love Schnell's position up on Raptor here. This is going to be a tough angle to clear, and there's options for her to take this fight and then fall back into halls.
Oh, Schnell just holding down that anchor position. Hated the most with B-main control as well, so that's another obstacle that they have to worry about. They take sight, but the spike, it's going to be in a bit of an awkward spot. Mimi having to go back up and retrieve it before too much happens. Numbers still in favor of Ascend, and Hated the most just probably looking to create some pressure and rejoin with teammates.
Scout destroyed.
Dog out through main, so they know where HTM's going to be coming from. Fault lines come back up from Spadoka, but it's really tough for Ascend to scale up here. They're taking their time, and this position from Sarah could be everything. Peeking out of the smoke, the timing she takes could just win the round, but the initial shots don't land, and Ascend are gonna win every single fight. Easy as that for them, up to 7.
Yeah, they have looked incredible on this defensive half. That said though, remember, this is split and this is defense, so I'm not super surprised to see them really thriving in this particular half. That said though, I think individually they look much more confident than they were in the beginning on Vine. I think that having Speedoka kind of clutch it out so many times has really woken up the team to, and inspired them to perform at their top level as well.
This goes here.
This is the best we've seen Ascend perform against G2 since ever.
Straight up, like, and this is coming after they had a hard-fought match on Bind. That was double, triple OT. Felt like it was stolen away from G2 at the last second. Now G2 backs against the wall nearly in this half. Using the dog here, only catches the first tripwire, so the second one could be an issue. We're gonna hear it on Sarah and break that one out, but it's a retake flood ready to go for Ascend. They've got 3 players ready to pop out of screens. Huge opener from Petra, again leading the fight into the site. And it'll be down to Schnell with the showstopper on the retake to swing this back to Ascend.
Spike goes down, plants it for Heaven here. You can already see G2 kind of opting to try and find a little bit more control, playing off of site because of the potential of that showstopper stacking through. Both players on site, the spray comes in and Glance takes her out, but not before the showstopper actually connects. A late lurk as well might find some impact here. You can see Jelena kind of watching for G2's push up towards this point of the map. The camera comes
Gotta tap
out
the
though.
spike quickly. Jelena's position's now been given up, but HTM finds the kill in main. Jelena has control over Heaven. They can stick on the spike, but it takes too long. Roxy finds that kill, and it's the Roxy Mimi show. 2-on-1 now. HTM can't really defuse from behind this. They can look for the wide swing out. Yep, there it is. HTM tried to go for the stick, but Mimi finds that kill. I really think Ascend just took too long, right? They gave up Jelena's position, but they were so worried about main instead of Heaven that they just didn't get on the spike quickly enough, and Jelena got burnt on that spot.
Yeah, that was really unfortunate because Jelena, she did have control completely of that angle, and it's not like G2, they're gonna have a free peek from main as well, so somebody could have actually has hit that spike for quite a while here, especially with the angle that towards the end you saw Hated the most using to defuse. That's not visible from main unless you really push it to site, so definitely could have been a bit of a pro stone fake moment that was wasted, for lack of a better phrase. But Ascend, they still have a bit of a lead here, the opportunity to close out the half 8-4, and G2, they're going back to what has worked for them before, these kind of crunches through mid, knowing that Ascend play very fast and loose with it.
It's really important, though, that Sarah can find the pathing to delete Spadoka from the game, because if it's a heavy ground hit, Spadoka with the fault line in hand is going to destroy the players coming in through main. So dealing with the breach is first and foremost the priority on the raise pathing into sight. But now that Jelena's made it over to screens, it's tough to follow this dog without getting shot in the back.
Oh, Sarah knows exactly where the Cypher is playing.
She stuffed the satchel!
Amy gets it. The trades are still there though from G2 side. Spinoka still in the corner, forced to make a play thanks to that neural theft, at least able to find one before being shut down by G2. They still get the plant with that numbers advantage. They also know exactly where that retake is going to be coming in from now. Schnell still with a decent amount of utility available to make this work out. The flashes as well for HTM. They got to go together and find these kills. Still a player in heaven as well. The awareness from Schnell though to find the kills. Just like that, it's a 1v1. Roxy versus Schnell. Schnell knows exactly where this player is. However, Roxy, all she has to do is play Ring Around the Rosie, buy enough time, and she swings instead to find the kill. A triple for the Cypher, and G2, despite that slow start, they close the half 7-5.
Yeah, well played from Roxy at the end there. You can't just sit on your laurels too late in a round like that. You got to make a move. Goes to the wide swing and it works. But yeah, you can see there, kind of a weird little, the jut out on the roof of that thing there that just stopped the satchels from going in. But it ends up not mattering so much. Roxy also got the trade onto Spadoka, who I really thought was going to be able to bust open the round. But Roxy plays a really solid one there, gets the 3K. And keeps G2 in spitting distance of this one. Reminder for anyone tuning in, this is lower bracket, this is an elimination match. And if G2 fall here, it would be a 2-0 and they would not be able to defend their domestic title. Still qualified for Game Changers champions in Brazil, but they would not have a chance at being the #1 seed.
I mean, it happened last year and they still ended up winning championships, so I don't think they mind too much about that particular aspect. That said, though, it would be nice to get the 3-peat this year at the very least. You can see that in this pistol round ascent, they look to flood in, but a beautiful paint shells will cut things off. However, Sarah, she swings a little bit too fast and immediately Schnell is there for the punish. I really like Skye on this map as well because of the fact that she's just able to provide that additional bit of healing for the rest of the team. Beautiful flash from Petra, though, to smoke out the presence towards heaven. And now all of these players, they're still on the safe side. They have no control anywhere else on the map.
Yeah, but G2 have no control of their own spawn either. So in about 5 to 10 seconds is when Glance is going to be, they could be A heaven, they could be walking into me in mid and male, they could be in spawn. So that's why Petra has to reposition here. Just looking for the fight. Yeah, she's aware of the timings, but sight is wide open. Mimi swinging around, looking for the fight. Gets a lot of damage done, and Petra's joined the fray as well. She will not go quietly here. It's 2 kills before she falls, 2-on-2. And Juliana pushes for more. Glance shuts her down. And it's just 3 HP for Spadoka. She's got to move into the fight, and Glance isn't going to let it happen. It comes back to G2 after being down 4v5 at the start of that round.
Oh, they managed to bring it back already. And suddenly that lead, it's shrunk down to almost nothing with this anti-eco possibly going in their favor. We're looking at a very likely equalizer here. And remember, this is G2 on defense, so they have always been a little bit more strong on this particular side of the map. And these right clicks throughout this round, man. Why is this gun still free? Why?
It's a little silly sometimes. Also, huge shout out to Bastarda in chat right now. She'll also be at Game Changers champs. Getting some early prep in versus G2. Showed up there last year and was amazing. So we'll see if G2 can hold on. They've got all the rifles, and the Ascend are just going to be throwing themselves into this one. Coming around trying to wrap onto Pillar, but Roxy and Petra, very good friends hanging out here together. Not going to go down easily. That is just kill after kill after kill. Although, hold on. Ascend get a few at the end, making it look a little bit silly. But Mimi will finish it off.
Yeah, just a really, really quick anti-eco to wrap it up. They do some damage, so since bonus for G2 is going to be looking a little bit more difficult unless they actually sink some resources in and force up. They don't really have the money for that, though, so it's just going to be sheriffs for a couple of the players here. That said, I think for G2, they got what they wanted, which was to not lose the anti-eco. I think throughout today, we've been seeing through too many Thrifties, so the fact that they were able to break that trend, it's got to help.
I'd almost forgotten. Yeah, well, and you just had to remind me. All right.
You don't get to forget. Suffer with me, Ender.
I can't forget. G2 are going to take the true bonus, but that comes with a very early fight. Will it be paint shells on top of the fault line or just off a contact? They also threw the one-way, so they're actually only going to use that fault line if Ascend tried to fight through the dark cover one-way. Now they can just leave Glance posted there, maybe fall back into a double hold in mid. I think they're actually going to re-aggress in mid. See how Petra's moved up into vents as well? They could look for a little fault line off of Petra's contact, maybe flash back out of the smoke. They're anticipating this aggression to come in. They're really going to try to catch it before Ascend can get it going.
It's going to come down to the timing of the smoke here. A counter dark cover as well to buy a little bit more time on mid. And you can see the re-clear coming out of G2, making sure that no one's playing up close and personal. 2 towards mid, 2 towards B. I think the writing on the wall is clear on Ascend. They're going to be happy to make it over towards this A site instead, where there is just Roxy, albeit with their entire setup ready to go. Petra as well, rotating over for a little bit of backup. That's half the timer wound down, and Ascend, they're going to have to make a move pretty soon. Exactly. Oh, the smokes are coming in, and it seems like G2, they're opting to play for the retake instead on the safe side, because Roxy, look at how far she's fallen back. And with the tripwires being broken as well, there's just no potential for the kills to come in as the execute happens on site. You do see them trying to sneak back in, but Aiden the most and Chanel, they have the site under lockdown. Julina with 2 kills already, ready for a little bit more. Mimi finally finding the trade though.
15 seconds, no plant yet. There might be a world where Glance could find an angle where they just tries to move in while that plant goes down.
Oh,
Big
no.
kill onto Mimi. And it's Glance picking up the Bulldog, swinging out of the smoke. Schnell locks it down, and Ascend secure the round with just a couple of seconds left before it would have been too late.
That's the kind of moment where you hope that Sarah was alive just so she could toss a little bit of those pink shells in and just like, yeah, you're not getting a punt. GG.
Spike down A.
I like it though, G2 just trying to flood out of those smokes, knowing that time pressure was going to be an issue. They have flashes coming out from the breach, from the screen smoke, the sky, from the heaven smoke, and then just everyone popping out of that one. That's exactly the approach you want to see, but also credit to Ascend for playing the slow round, getting information of both initiators being set up around mid, around the B main control they went for. We might see a very similar flow chart in this round because G2 are doing the same thing on defense. So it's early, sit out of B main, then they could walk into mid, but instead, they're going to check out a reaggress here when this dark cover goes down. Skyflash hitting no one down mid is gonna make this maybe given away. Glance with the counter paranoia and
Oh my god,
how? The second. Oh my word, and the concuss out of Mimi in mid as well was just gorgeous. Every trade comes in. That was perfection from G2.
Glance, man. You know like that meme where people are like, you're not the one who's trapped. Or no, you're not the one who's doing the trapping, you're the one who's trapped in a corner with Glance, because that's just what happened. It was like a nice clean 1-2-3 coming out of her. Like you mentioned, a beautiful fault line as well to set her up, but just look at this. Despite her being completely blind, she gets the first, the second, and the third. Insanity to come out of her. And after that, it's just all over but the city. Oh no.
God, everything, the way that was set up was so nice. The fault line for Mimi as well to make sure that whatever wasn't hit by the paranoia, it's just going to enable Glance to swing into more. So now Ascend, they kind of have to show some early pressure towards B main to pretend like that could be a possibility again. And they're going to rotate through spawn. So last round, or the first round of the 2 rounds ago, rounds, whatever, they showed in mid. Last round, they didn't show in mid, so again, they're trying to not show in mid, but make it look like it's going to be a B main exec on that second dark cover. That's why they're now walking into A, although it's been given up just a little bit, and G2 are going to try to beat them to this fight. See just the shoulder of Amy, but Petra can't quite find the kill. Great turn flash, though. Oh my lord, Petra's just on a different plane of existence today.
I think that's just Petra usually. Off the back of the kill, has the Seekers as well, looking to smoke out these players even further, and Roxy happy to join the battle and the fray to find 2 kills of her own. And G2, they're feeling extremely confident, all the confidence in the world, in fact, as they look to go hunting for these 2 remaining players. Spidoka and Julina, not much to work with when it comes to firepower, and it shows at that range. G2, they take the lead in this particular map, 9-8. At Ascend, look a little bit confused. There you go. Excellent timeout.
I mean, I really appreciate when teams have good looks at mid-round aggression, right? Like between 50 seconds to minute 10, like in that window, if you're able to refight ramps or mid or B main, any of those ideas where you beat a team as they're trying to set up their exec, because that's the timing teams are looking for, are perfect. And you saw that 2 or 3 rounds ago when G2 did it in mid. They looked for it again 2 rounds ago in mid. No one was there, so that's when they crunched down and destroyed them in B main. And then here again, it's a different look, fighting down ramps on that very similar timer. That's just a very good drills from G2, like good calling from Petra. They're perfectly aware of what they need to do to beat Ascend on those timers. So as long as Ascend are sticking to those timers and not beating G2 to it, they're always going to have to play reactionary, and those fights are always going to favor the team that takes action. It's much harder to react than it is to act, in my opinion, in Valorant. So I don't know. I think it's going to be tough unless Ascend can get a little bit more decisive in these mid rounds. And I think a lot of that will be coming down to, can you take mid control early? Because if you can dominate the center of the map, it opens up more questions to the defending team as to where you can actually be. And right now, G2, I feel like have been pretty confident where Ascend could be at all times during the mid-round, and that's why they've been beating them on these mid-round moves.
And again, like, they're just so ready for the utility that Ascend puts out at the start of the round. Like, you saw how Schnell was able to just dodge that flash and immediately tried to go forward to avoid that scenario where Glance just pushes through. Roxy, in fact, the one to play up close and personal along with Petra. 4 players on the other side here, possible 5th, and they switch the perfect time off the back of the concussion, but still the kills, they go in favor of Ascend. Neural Theft now available, will smoke out the remaining G2 presence, and when Ascend, knowing that there's still 2 players on site, they might just choose to hold for a while, maybe hope that G2 rotate instead.
I think that's a great call. You get the openers, freeze, hit the brakes. Now G2 are second guessing themselves. That's exactly right. And now we're under a minute, so Fault Line's ready to go. And we hear that jump peak. We can force the breach back. That's a double stun off the dog. But hey, Sarah up into heaven has some options to fight out from the smoke and shut it down. Mimi ratting it up on top of this box. And Ascend are taking their time as the clears come through. G2 going to be unable to hold on to that site. Frankly, I liked what G2 did that round. Again, it's trying to beat Ascend to the punch even earlier this time around, that 115 to 120 second mark. Unfortunately, Result exists, and that's just unfair. Like, this Fault Line is perfect. Hits 4 players, but it's an instant reaction coming through from Schnell that completely saves the round. If Schnell doesn't land that, that is 4 players instantly dying. Round over for Ascend. Result instantly turns it back.
Yeah, I think, like you mentioned, the Result, it was the difference maker, but even after that, right, Ascend, they were so measured in their response before they fled onto site, and again, they look to repeat this exact tactic to try and make their way to the B site. They know that G2's economy is kind of on its last legs here. They can manage to echo out a couple more rounds of buys, but if Ascend can keep that pressure up, it's going to be what they need to really take the lead and also make sure that in those crucial rounds, it's going to be a problem. Execute finally coming in off the back of that Rolling Thunder. G2 literally pushed back into spawn here. Beautiful page shells as well to clear out Glance. I think the teleport will be able to save her, but anybody else would have gone down there. A full 5-1-5 retake now to come out of G2. They do have the Neural Theft for some information, and if Mimi can find a kill, that's the Rolling Thunder ready to go and Ascend their positioning. It's
Petra's flanking, coming in hot through B main. She broke a trip, so Ascend are going to be aware of this. But now G2 just buying some time for Petra, trying to turn heads, shut this down. But HCM gets 2, Sarah with 3, and Petra in main takes into a 1-on-1. Showstopper will get the job done. Sarah takes it for G2.
Well, Result for Result's win. I think that's a nice little bit of karma there. And Sarah doesn't manage to clutch it out, getting G2 back the lead. Really, really chaotic round on that retake, but I liked Ascend's positioning there. Jelena was ready to watch for that mid as soon as that tripwire was broken. I think that the fact that even though despite her going down, Petra was able to buy enough of a distraction to really put Amy in the position that Sarah was able to take out with the help of the Showstopper. Also, Sarah was able to get that Showstopper because she got those 2 kills. It was not like a given that it would be the case, but G2, they're just so quick to adapt here.
G2 also just ate up like 2 full ultimates on the site hit. Were able to get off site and not be an issue. So yeah, Ascend invested a lot to make that work, and it didn't. So we'll see. Amy has new ideas this round, playing for that A main lurk. I think she's been on more extremity control, you know, playing like deep A main, making sure that G2 aren't going to be flanking. This time, though, she's able to full clear on ramp and then sort of just embed herself here, call the team over. I don't think she could have heard the Cypher cam or anything like this, but now the toes have been spotted in main. Roxy's gonna look for it. She knows a player's crept up here. Roxy knows, and Roxy's gonna take down Amy. That also means Neural Theft, and the entire game plan has been given up for Ascend.
Roxy still looking to play Spoilsport here. Has a cage ready to jump down with the Rolling Thunder as well available for Mimi. Jelena though TP's up and is able to take down Sarah through the smoke. Huge kill. Looking to make that play happen again. Now with that elevated position, it's going to be exactly what they need. Through the Rolling Thunder, they try to push past it. But G2, they're more than ready for this kind of play. And off the back of that Rolling Thunder, it is just them cleaning up the site. A proper vacuum moment there. I think Frankie will be happy to see that one.
Yeah, the hoovering. Job done from G2.
Hovering? No, hoovering.
Hoovering. Yes. Honestly, the fact Jelena falls there is so unfortunate because she was in front of that breach ult. She had a chance to completely blow the round open. But hey, it's Roxy with that camera spotting out Amy. Thought she could sneak up into hell, but it slips away from them. And now we get a bit of a tech pause. We all get to take a quick little break.
I
Get a
need
drink
one,
of
my heart
water,
pressure.
posture check, all the good stuff. What do you do during a tech pause? How do you stay focused, locked in? Or actually fake? It's not a tech pause, it's a timeout. So instead of doing posture checks, you should talk about the game.
Well, I mean, talking about the game so far, it's been really neck and neck. Right, kudos to Ascend. They've been able to keep it competitive, and we've been seeing some really nice calling coming out of their side. That said, though, G2, they're slowly but surely taking the control on this defensive side. Especially, I think a definite kudos, it has to be given to Petra there for that early information, but just the fact that they can leave that A side completely to Roxy, knowing that she'll be able to get the information off the back of these very annoying cameras, just even able to catch out those lurk players, it lets them play 3 towards B. And I think that set trap of the concussion from the breach as well as the raise utility, it's been finding so much value.
Yeah, especially this holdover B main. Like Ascender about to walk into it one more time here. Although I think their solution is just going to be to off the rip throw this fault line into the peak angle, which they've done a couple of times now. They also teleport the Omen across to make sure they can beat the other Omens teleport across. It's a bit of a game there. And now G2 look for that reaggress, if so they desire. Mimi has not been using her fault line off the rip, and I think that's been really important for her. To be able to snap react for this play in main. That's what they're looking for again. So one-way throw down. Now off of the boombot contact, there's going to be a concuss and a swing. Actually, they just swing anyways. Okay, that's a little bit extra. And Mimi's fault line's been eaten up through that exchange. So all things considered, I think Ascend are not going to be so unhappy with that. Although they have lost B main control and are now going to lean into probably a mid-A split.
The problem is that G2, they have the read once again. Quite a bit of a stack coming in towards mid, and Ascend, if they read it correctly, they're going to be falling back towards A instead. But so far, man, they haven't really been able to find that successful positioning and advantage on that A side merely because of how annoying Roxy has been with that Cypher utility.
Yep. And she's got the one-way set up now, too. She is ready to rat back there by sign.
Cage triggered.
Ooh, she's still staying alive though towards his backside, playing for her life here. The one-ways, as you mentioned, coming in, but Jelena with 2, Schnell with the 3rd of her own. Those are going to be the entries necessary for G2 to really make their, for Ascend to really make their way onto site here. Jelena able to get that spike plant down as well. So in a 4v2, no ultimates left for G2 to try and make this retake. They're both playing together at the very least. At least they gotta try to go together to make these trades happen. Glance does have a paranoia though, so that might be the piece of utility that this round could really hinge upon if it comes down to it. She could play Spoil Sport for long enough for Petra to really make a difference if it comes at that particular position. However, HTM smokes her out thanks to that flash, and now G2, the clock is ticking. They have to go forward. Schnell more than ready, finds a shot, and it's just Mimi now in the open. Nothing that they can really do in Ascend. They get double digits as well.
Yeah, I feel like G2 maybe got a little hungry to try and clutch up a win there. I think 2v4 it's pretty unrealistic. They, with the money, Ascend were on like no money on any players. I think kills there could have been more important, just holding for exits. And then just really dealing some damage would have set them up very nicely for the future rounds. But it's all good. G2 still plenty of money on their own end. And I want to see how G2 change things. It is going to be Cypher going over towards the B site. I think Roxy got a little bit unfortunate there. I think she didn't snap her cage instantly and then panicked a little bit with the Raze wrapping on the opposite side. So now setting up for more aggressive plays towards ramps with the Omen and the Raze there. Roxy can play the passive setup on B with that camera that just spots your toes if you're trying to contact into main. So it gives you another option instead of fighting aggressively for B main or jump peeking. The Cypher sets you up very nicely. Although, actually, Roxy is also jump peeking. She wants info on the deep line still.
Trailblazers are going to be committed by Ascend as they look to go into the site. The one way going to buy Roxy a little bit more time here to hold on to. Will be forced back, however, with the utility. And, oh, never mind. Not far enough to escape from Schnell. Hated the most finds another kill as well before Petra can find the trade here. However, the swing from Petra is immaculate. 3 on the round already for her. And now Amy on this wraparound, this lurk. And she's going to have to find some incredible value. However, Glance is just ready for that swing. Petra still alive, being a menace on the site. A 2v2 situation. And Schnell is stuck in this backside all alone. So we have 2 separate 1v1s
Wait, the
across the
Seekers are
map.
following Amy. They know Amy's in main, and now Glance has been able to reposition over to her teammate in Petra. Amy's smoked off. There's no crossfire ready to go.
30 seconds.
Dark cover to cut him off as well, and oh my god, Petra with the 4, Petra with the ace! She is all that G2 needs, and once again, they find match point early on. She plays spoil sports to Ascend's dreams of really bringing it back, and I think throughout that round, right, just her positioning, she was so good at peeking and re-peeking to trade her teammates out. Insanity coming out of her. I wish we could have that from her point of view.
It's almost nice seeing it in the third person though, because it's like really no one should be able to get away with this, right? Like it's just no, just phenomenal play from Petra. I am every time just shocked what she can manage to do inside of the server. Ascend, they're on this position back on Bind though, down 12-2, and they're going to start off winning the fight in B main. First time really they've just broken through that instantly. Although again, Ascent, call freeze inside the round. We still have the extremity control over towards A. They're anticipating the walkout, and they can re-clear into mid.
Yeah, it's probably well and good that they do. The Flash gonna get the information for Hated the most. However, look at how aggressive Mimi and Petra have taken up space here towards mid, and they're looking for that kill as well.
Oh, no.
Hated the most gotta be pinched if she's not careful. Oh, it's just so awkward. And in the meantime, A-side, right? They can always afford to play for that retake. Free kill, caught lacking, and with that at least, Ascend, they have the information that this A-side is looking a little bit more free. You can see Schnell trying to go in, the tripwire catching her down though, and Roxy still trying to be menacing on the side in this elbow. I don't think they've been able to smoke her out quite yet. So Roxy, a lot of it is gonna come onto her hands, and she drops that spike, forcing the showstopper out of Snell. Ring around the Rosie, finally being taken out by Amy, and now a neural theft to come out of Ascend to smoke out the remaining players of G2. A 3v3 is what we have left. Oh,
Huge push forward from Schnell. She actually slipped on through. Jelena can swing off her contact as well. It will be up to Amy, who's stuck on site here, because they're ignoring screens. Amy's got to find something off this peak here. She does. She catches Petra with a bird in her hand, and she once more, through the smoke comes Schnell, and Mimi against the world. Mimi 1-on-1. A flash to play with, but that's all. Masks the drop with the shot. And she thinks Schnell went screens. She's concerned about it. Schnell repositioned on side, but can't find the first shot. Schnell around the left, and that's a 3K for her. Ascend are within 1, trying to push G2 to another OT.
I mean, the way map 1 went, I'm not surprised at all that it's happening this way. Last time it was Fidoka, this time it's Schnell, and that's going to be the timeout taken by G2 Goes in. They want to kind of avoid that fate of Bind to try and close it out early if possible, so going to be a final call to discuss battle plans before we really head into it. That said, though, that round was bonkers across both sides. The fact that despite all of that positioning and Ascend having that initial advantage, that it came down to a 1v1, and I don't know if Mimi meant to tap the spike there. Maybe she wasn't expecting that immediate swing to come out of Amy, but either way, it could have genuinely gone either way there.
Zach, it's Christmas come early. Look at this. After the round where all the ecos were won, the game decider, neither team has a full buy. We've got probably 2 Bulldogs, maybe a Guardian on one side, a Judge, a Sheriff, a Guardian on G2s. Oh, all right. Word.
Who are you betting on here? I'm gonna say it's the Judge, man. I'm gonna call the Judge.
The Judge is pretty based. It's also Petra's Judge, which is exceptionally based. But I am seeing a big concern, and that is 1 orb for Spadoka and HTM off of both of their initiator ults, which is absolutely huge. I think if Ascend can play for an orb and just convert into that, or if they get the plant off of HTM, like that puts them in a really, really good position moving forward. Also, last map, same position. Ascend forced it to an OT. I don't know. I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it here.
Never mind, the Judge went away. I'm feeling it as well. We're going to OT again, probably. And if we don't cast our cursor, it's going to be the case. But looking at the ultimates, like you mentioned, Ascend, they're just looking a little bit healthier in that regard. It's going to be pretty easy for them to get that Rolling Thunder, to take that site in the first place. I think, though, that a lot of this round, it's going to turn upon Sarah. She's only a couple away from that showstopper. So we saw the impact that she could have with that ult a few rounds ago in this very half. The fact that she was able to get that showstopper online after finding those 2 kills and use it to clutch out the round, it might be the case again. So a lot of these outs, they're worth keeping an eye on. But I think throughout these 2 maps, huge shout out to both Jelena as well as Mimi for just racking up the assists. I think across both of these maps so far, we've had at least 6 players with more than 10 assists.
True. I mean, Mimi's fault lines on this map are so good. Every single time using that in B main, it's been really, really effective. Now, I am looking at utility across the board to make sure everyone can buy. I'm seeing Schnell with only a single satchel, and that's a full armor purchase with the rifle. I feel like I would make the case to take double satchel here and go for light armor. I think that's probably higher value overall. But at the same time, you're leading the charge in. Maybe they think they can get away with just the single satchel here and play a little bit more like trades on the entry as opposed to really deep dive. Especially because I think the few times they have dove in and like needed that double satchel, G2 have just played offsite and it hasn't been super effective. So I think there's a case to be made either way. But yeah, at the end of the day, Schnell goes double satchel and the light armor. That is the one I prefer. Jolina, either way, should be able to get those double TPs plus a Guardian. That's what I anticipate there. And apart from that, everyone is set on the money game. We've all got full utility. It's just the rifles that are going to be a bit unfortunate.
I mean, honestly, rifles are kind of boring. We see them all the time. I'd rather see some judge action or some guardian action or just some run and gun spectre action.
Whoa. Jolina, request a rifle from Spadoka and buy yourself full armor.
I wish you could hear you, Under.
No! You had a full tech pause to figure it out! All right, let's see. Ascend. They need this to force OT. What do they got for us? It's not going to be the early fault line commit. We saw that a few times from Ascend for B main control. But G2 are ready. If there is ever contact made, that's just going to be, I think, Sarah spotting that one out. They would be able to punish. But again, it's Ascend with B main show early into full sprint through spawn into a mid-round A pop, except this time it's full A retake for G2. And that's going to be a problem. Roxy has to find openers. Otherwise, you're dealing with potentially 2 big ults in the post plant. That's not going to be easy, including a breach ult.
Both Omen ults come in. Jolina for Heaven for information. The other for backup onto site here. G2, they've quickly rotated over, so at least they are going to be available to kind of fight it through on site. That said, though, Ascend, they really don't have any idea how many players exactly they're dealing with, so they might try to play this a little bit more patiently. All this utilities, it's going to be dumped by them early on to try and take some space, and they haven't even made it to site quite yet. Finally, it's going to be Strel trying to make her way in. Again, being able to win out the duels. 2 kills to open up things, and Jolina with the third. It looks like we are going to OT unless Sarah and Petra pull off a miracle. Sarah now might be able to spot out one player, gets that first kill, gets a showstopper off the back of it, but the Rolling Thunder, it's going to deter her from going forward. Just Sarah versus the world here. Finds a second. We've been talking a lot about how Sarah has to have the impact that's necessary, but the angles, it might be a little bit too much for her to deal with. She falls, and she falls. We are going to OT once again. What is this series?
Oh, yeah. And look, isn't Schnell glad she bought the double satchels? Because guess what's not possible with one satchel? This. The instant conversion on the 2K, the setup flashes as well. Just eating those G2 players up. And this is G2's tournament on the line. After Ascend win map number 1, Schnell started heating up these last few rounds. Jolina played an insane defensive half. Ascend were really rock solid. I think especially the anchors where Jolina was playing around, and G2 are going to have to find ways to break that. They were effective in their mid-round pivots. Rotates through mid, Ascend did some over-rotates, and Petra's calling throughout was perfect. G2 need to tap into that again in OT.
Taken out. Early information, though. They're going to be able to spot out Speedoka, so they know where, G2 know where the breach is playing. It's going to be towards that A side. They also, I don't know if they were able to smoke out the Cypher quite yet, but these mid-A crunches have been very successful for them so far on their attacking side. And once again, the way that Ascend have been playing for the stacks on the site, with the amount of utility that G2 is willing to invest towards these executes, there's just no realistic way for these players to really go untrapped here. Cage is coming down early for AB to try and clear out some space to play with, but it's going to be too early. They're going to be going down as G2 get into the site, and it's just going to come down to gunplay. First kill, though, goes in favor of Amy. The second, possibly, and oh my god, it's just Ascend throughout the map. Amy still playing Spoil Spore on backside, 3 on the round already for the Cypher, and just like that, it's down to Petra. If anyone can do it, though, it is the IGL. It's a second to boot. One off of the Seekers. We've seen the clutch in this exact same position before. Petra, though, doesn't know there's a player behind her. She has to be very careful about how she goes for this. And Ascend, it seems like they've learned from their mistakes. They're not going to really try to go for these solitary peaks. They know that they can run the clock down. Petra has to find the timing on these spikes. The flash doesn't spot her, though. That is huge here. And with both players from Ascend towards Heaven, Petra, she might be able to get that spike down safely.
They saw the spike. She knows, but she's going to be able to get Seekers off the plant. She's not ready for the Heaven. It's a double swing, and Jelena takes her down. Petra was so looking forward to finding a fight into screens, but Ascend grouped up, re-cleared Heaven once they heard the drop, and it made it almost unwinnable for Petra. And it all comes down. What a hold from Amy and Spadoka. Amy especially getting this kill there as well, just living on that left side of the monitor there. Really nicely done from her.
This is a little audacious from Petra to go for the plants in the open, but like you mentioned, right? She was expecting that play from screen, so a little bit weird, but, you know, she wanted those Seekers pretty badly, and the clock was ticking down. Now G2, 1 round away from losing yet again the 3rd tournament of the year, looking at a repeat.
Just do it. I want to see it delayed, though. I want to wait 20 seconds like they're rotating over towards A, because I was anticipating G2 doing more of an A stack. Instead, they're just walking it up mid. Remember when they did this before?
Oh, no.
How much do they commit? Because they've been happy just hold this crossfire, although Petra going into spawn, they're walking. Ascend have read the play. They know G2 like to push up mid, so they're full walking through spawn. And Amy is just watching the ropes. She's ready for Sarah to come on in.
Oh, my Sarah still gets the kill! No
Huge,
way.
absolutely huge. And Sarah makes the exact right call. Fall back, 5 vs 4, numbers advantage. They can play heavy stall around the Cypher utility. Camera will spot the walkout from main, from Heaven. There's going to be a fault line for Mimi in a few seconds as well, but they think it's the B hit. They're convinced, as a matter of fact. And now it is just Roxy versus everything. Roxy with a chance here. Both smokes popped. A rat smoke throw down as well. She stayed alive. She's buying time. We're down under 30 seconds. And Sarah has reflanked through main to teleport into her. G2 are coming back, and G2 have a flawless 26th round to send us to another OT.
I do not understand how Sarah gets that kill. They're just absolute bonkers. But she gets it, and we go again. Another overtime to come in. I think that G2 are feeling a little bit pissed off about that missed clutch, and this is what happens when they do get pissed off. That's had a really nice awareness out of both Petra and Sarah to just have their eyes on that angle. They read Ascend perfectly that round.
They really did. And it's weird because Ascend also knew what G2 were doing. It's just the fight went... I think that's a play of like both teams repeating some strats they showed earlier. G2 win that opening fight, then with the reposition, it's a great call from them. So G2 quick into the A site. They know A site has always been this entrenched double hold, and they're trying to overwhelm it. Didn't work last time. This time, it's not going to work either. Amy is just unleashed here from back site. Loses about...
No way.
What? Jelena's now come out of the woodworks and has kept this alive, turns around and takes down Mimi. Jolena and Amy are everything for Ascend.
Just down to glance here, 1v2. We'll be able to at least pick up the spike, but the timing, it's in Jolena's favor. A 3K for the Omen. And, you know, we were talking a lot about how incredible Glance looked yesterday. Well, I gotta say, Jelena looks just as amazing, if not more, on this particular map. Like, her and Amy have been incredible throughout this entire map. And the way she played with the repositions in that round, just last nail in G2's coffin. Final timeout gonna be called now here. And for G2, they're staring at the three-peat slipping out of their hands another year in a row.
This time earlier than ever before. Will be a 4th place finish falling now. Winner goes on to the low bracket finals. Winner of that goes on to the actual finals. But no matter what, G2 will be representing EMEA in Brazil for the Game Changers Championship. What remains to be decided is that seed, and also just take in this domestic title. Like, it's a rare day to see G2 lose this one. Even earlier this year, when odds were against them with Mary stepping down, and, you know, lower bracket runs, losing twice in BO3s to BBL Queens, they showed up when it mattered in the finals. They ran the lower bracket, and they were able to turn it back for themselves. Now, though, it would require winning at least the next round, then 2 more on top, and also a 3rd map here. It has not been easy for them whatsoever. And I do think for them, like, both teams need to dip in and come up with something new, because every round on Ascend's attack half, it's been defined by early B main control, so I'm happy to see them playing 2 over towards A this time around. I think taking early ramps control would be really effective for Ascend. Also, just fighting for mid early on and eating up some of that initiator utility would also do them very nicely. But we'll see. It is 2 players working up into A heaven. I like this a lot. The dog will get cleared, but the camera was seen and broken. Also, fault line being eaten up makes B main a whole lot more tempting for Ascend to walk into now, and that's exactly what they're going to do.
It's all a fake here. All of this noise, this pandemonium towards this A side is just a ploy for Ascend to try and make their way into B. But Sarah, she hasn't really moved here. Goes for the jump spot. Hasn't quite spotted out anything yet. Does see Schnell's little help though as she satchels in. And now with the paranoia, immaculately, really good movement. Satcheling from Sarah to get out of the side. And now a full possible 5-on-5 retake that we're going to be looking at here as Ascend. They take over the site. Planted 4 open as well. And look at Amy's position. She's so far away. Her alert could have so much impact if Ascend can just stay and hold on the site. It's planted for main as well, so they're happy to just try and buy a little bit of time to stall G2. They're gonna have to reconvene here to make things happen. Finally, it seems like the attempt is gonna be coming in. Flashes across both sides. The crossfire is still very much so present here. Speedoka playing close and personal, finds the kill. The trades are there though from Ascend, and now Amy on the flank. She's made her position clear, forcing Glance to just watch for that angle. Glance tapping on the diffuse here, and now it's a 1v2 all in Mimi's hands. She's been insane over the years so far, but it's just, it might be a little bit.
She can't find the head!
She got that mid! And just like that, it's the clock ticking down. HCM, she does it in a sense. They made history here. It took 5 times for them to win and take down G2, but they do it now 2-0, and they keep their hopes of Game Changers Championship alive this year. Oh my god.
What a shocker! Ascend defeat the reigning GC champs in G2, and they do it in OTs on both maps. 2-0. Just the tenacity of this team. Amy's defensive holds late in this game. Jelena throughout the entire thing. Just absolutely sublime from them. Ascend have done it, and they're going on to the lower finals.
Now it's going to be even more exciting in a way. G2, they're eliminated at this point. They've locked in their slots, so we're definitely going to be seeing them in Brazil. But now it comes down to who gets that final slot in, because it comes down to who wins this tournament, I believe. I think as of now, BBL, they're higher up in that point time. But
points don't matter. G2 made it off points. We're out. It's just win it and you go.
Yeah, whoever wins, they make it. And between both of these teams, it's going to come down to Ascend versus BBL once again. And that game, if Ascend can make it through Falcons tomorrow, if they take it to the final, whoever wins here, they move on to Brazil. And the way Ascend have been playing throughout the Series 3, it's been a treat to watch.
All right, Analyst Desk, take it away. This was amazing.
Thank you so much, Ender and Zach. That was a fantastic cast. And what a series that was. That was absolutely wild. I'm still like processing what happened. The fact that Ascend have just made history for themselves, but also for this year in Game Changers, we're not going to see G2 pick up the 3rd and final title of the year, Tom.
Yeah, I know the streak of top 2s is ruined. There's going to be a big 4 next to their name after this one, but honestly, it was well fought. And I think that's something that many people will probably look at and go, oh, you know, G2, they're already qualified to the... It went to OT in both maps. I don't think there's any doubt that they were definitely trying to take this victory, and Ascend managed to sort of like grasp onto it. And I think that's going to be the sort of most impressive thing for them, is they've beaten one of their nemesis, one of the teams they could never quite topple. Now they just have to go and, well, win the entire thing.
Yeah, and now qualifying to the World is actually like in their hands. They only have to beat Falcons, beat like the people they lost against again, or BBL. But it's in their hand. Their fate is in their hand this time around. And honestly, like what a way to end our night on this like insane win. And Ascend coming in so strong. I'm so sorry for not being a believer, honestly.
It's amazing though, because you wouldn't be blamed for being a non-believer. They lost to Fracture earlier in the week, and they lost to themselves. Shush you, of course. Tom business. This is all about me and Nami. We're just in a one-way now. The fact that they lost to themselves really on Fracture against Falcons earlier in the week. And this time they fought tooth and nail, coming back from behind against a team that has previously been in their brains, and they shut them out. And I imagine individually visualized this victory thanks to Coach Asker before they got onto the server. Each of the individuals really stepping up. Normally, when we talk about Ascend, we focus on Amy, and she definitely played her part on that map in particular. But we get to see how fantastic a pickup both Vidovka and Jelena were back before stage 2. They only had about 10 days with the team to work on embedding themselves within the system. And now that time they've had together has paid off, Tom.
Oh, yeah. No, we've had some truly fantastic rounds coming out from the players within both sides. This round in particular was one where it was basically just the battle of the clutches. Like Jolena, one of those new additions, as you mentioned, facing off against Petra, who ended up being the one, I believe, to take this round home. But it really was just every single round you felt like it could go either way. Like somebody would step up to the plate, and while Petra, maybe IGL, and we mentioned it at the beginning of the day, someone who was leading the roster, but she did not want to let this one go, even having an ace a little bit later on in this matchup.
Yeah, Petra has been just phenomenal this entire map. Also, Lance has been playing really so good. But in the other hand, we speak about like these new additions that came into this roster and how much they fit in and how much like we've seen Spidoka taking them, like giving them the first map at the start, like denying the win from G2. And now again, we've seen Jolena coming in so strong. We spoke also with Aska, and he said that the preps this time are better, and I think that showed up on the server.
The thing is, they also managed to win despite some flaws in the system showing through on both the maps. Ender was pointing out there's a tendency for them to overtake on their defensive side, so there's things they can iron out. But if they iron those things out, Tom, given that we've seen both Ascend and BBL play today, do you think that Ascend have got a solid chance of taking the Stage 3 title on Sunday if they make it that far?
I think they're getting there. I think beating G2, beating a team that they've never beaten before, only ever taken a map before, is a fantastic start to things. I still would edge it to BBL at the moment. I think they're the team in the best form and have shown that they can go toe-to-toe with anyone in terms of that clutch capacity. But that's the thing. There's still another game that Ascend has to play before then, and if they can continue this rise back up through that lower bracket, yeah, of course they could take the title.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we see Ascend coming in again so strong, because we've talked a lot about how G2 roster has been stable as well, and now today, like Ascend have been able to show us some weaknesses in this roster in the two maps, so I wouldn't be surprised if we will be also able to challenge Falcons and BBL later on if they are able to win. So it's all in their hands right now.
Yeah, it's a fantastic story. They've got Brazil on the line. That must be a huge motivating factor. But I think it also speaks volumes about Game Changers in general. This program's been going since the end of 2021. And at first, you had teams like the old G2 lineup, the originals, coming over from Counter-Strike. I'm trying to limit the amount of times I say that word. But, you know, setting a standard. And now we're seeing other teams catch up. We're seeing Valorant develop its own identity and move away from, I guess, its foundations, and we're really starting to see new talent come through. And I think it's so exciting to see Ascend really show new heights to their own play. And we get to talk to the in-game leader behind it all, hated the most right now. She's joining us yet again for the second evening in a row. Lada, congratulations. What's it like to be a member of Team Ascend right now in the top 3 of Game Changers Stage 3, beating G2?
I mean, it's cool to beat G2, and we're at top 3 again. We did it 2 last series also. I think it's very cool. This match they were insane.
You do always make top 3, but you don't normally do it by beating G2. That's the thing.
Yeah.
So I would say, obviously, this match went incredibly far in terms of going the distance, all the rounds, everything played. When it gets into those very late stages and you have to call something for your team, what are you just feeling mass amounts of pressure? You're just like, okay, it's just like every other round. We just need to take this one, even though our tournament life is on the line.
I mean, when we are going to OT games like this, we always, like, because we play OTs a lot, I think we just have this feeling that we are going to win anyways. And like, I'm just saying, like this last round on Split, I just said, guys, I want to call something crazy. Let's do this. And they were like, yeah, let's go.
Frankie, you can go. I don't have a question.
Are you still in shock, Nami? You're still
Yeah,
blown away
actually, yes.
by the performance from this team. Hated the most. We got to see you take both maps to overtime. Tell me what you were speaking to the team about when you managed to bring it back, and what do you think it was about your work that meant that the team took it in a 2-0 today?
I mean, we did something that we always do. Like, we just played our game, and it never felt like we were losing, even though like both maps, I think we were losing 12-10, but it never felt like we were losing or something. We were just doing same stuff. Everyone was communicating. Everyone had a lot of ideas to play.
So I want to ask, in that first map, I think there was 3 times you were up against match point, and Speedovka clutched it out in a crazy fashion. What was the reaction? Like, she did it multiple times. Are you all like buying her dinner or something? Because she was crazy today.
Honestly, I think we should buy her dinner, because she was actually insane on that bind. Like, I don't know what were that clutches, especially the one on B when she was like on default and one guy was on hookah and the other was on long.
Yeah.
She just flick. Like, what was that? We were just all yelling.
It was a crazy performance.
I really wish that you guys were on boot camp with a webcam so we could see your reactions. Spidovka's already tweeted about the fact that she would be giving you guys a big kiss if you're on boot camp together. Can you imagine now getting to actually go to Sao Paulo as a team and getting to play on LAN as a unit?
Yeah, I mean, we are working on it right now, even though we lost one match, but we still have really good chances, and we will play against Falcons again, I think, right? Tomorrow.
Have you visualized it? That is the question. Have you visualized it, Hated?
Of course I did.
Well, hopefully, I know Tom Biz is going to start visualizing on your behalf as well. If all of your fans start visualizing you guys in Sao Paulo and taking the stage 3 title, maybe it will happen, and maybe it will be a dream that becomes a reality on Sunday. But you've obviously got to get through Falcons tomorrow. You did obviously go down to the lower bracket because of them earlier this week, but you do look like a much more polished team since that match. What's your approach to this matchup tomorrow?
Same as always. But I mean, it's like there is no pressure, kind of. Even though we are in lower bracket, we lose one game, we go from tournament, we don't go to São Paulo. But I don't feel that pressure, and I think my teammates don't feel that too. We are just playing our game, and we'll do tomorrow.
Well, we can't wait to see it. Thank you ever so much. Congratulations. Hated the most.
Thank you.
There you go. In the words of Spidovka, my team is fucking insane. I would kiss them all on
word
boot camp.
mean, Frankie? Miss?
I have never said that word
What
on
does
a
the
broadcast
fourth
before.
word mean?
I've literally never said that word on a professional broadcast before. I just read what
Clip
was on
that.
screen in front of me, production. You are a really bad influence, producer Alberto. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, blame production.
Can I ask that question? Why is Hated the most one of the most likable people? Is her name ironic? Is that
I know,
what?
right?
It's sort of like, you know, like maybe Little John's quite a big guy. I'm not sure, but it just seems it's a weird one because she seems like one of the sweetest players in the scene, but it's called Hated.
Maybe it's hated the most in game because she's destroying everyone.
Maybe.
I think it's hated the most by her opponents. That name is a confident one, and she's confident for a good reason. It's amazing to see her development as an in-game leader this year. But the road is not done yet. We still have 2 more days of Game Changers EMEA Stage 3 to go. So let's take a look at the bracket. BBL already qualified for the grand final today, and tomorrow we're going to see the lower bracket final play out between Falcons and Ascend. Nami, I know in your heart you want Falcons to make it through to that grand final. I think you're allowed to be biased.
Okay, well, I'm allowed by Frankie, so I can be. But honestly, after like this win of Ascend against a team that has been like destroying them, honestly, for so long, I think that Falcons will have a hard game going on to that lower bracket. But yeah, of course, I hope that at least they will show up. Like, whether they win or not, I just hope that we will be able to see the Sandra that we've been speaking about all these days, like the whole lineup coming in strong, Mad VV and more consistent. But in the other hand, of course, there is a very strong opponent.
Tom?
I just hope everybody has fun.
Yeah. I hope we can all go to Brazil, Tom.
Yeah,
With all the
why can't we
teams.
just send all of the EMEA teams?
Yeah, they're also good.
This is definitely my opinion.
I don't know what's worse, me swearing on the broadcast, you guys begging for a job on it. We can't wait for the action to continue tomorrow, but it's been an absolute pleasure listening to Ender and Zach cast one of the best series of Game Changers this year so far. Putting up with myself and Tom on the desk, and Nami being an absolute champion and surviving the chaos of the server and the chaos of this analyst desk. It's been an absolute pleasure and a privilege. Thank you so much. We're going to leave you with the Prime Gaming highlights. Until tomorrow.
Nailed it.
Good night.